dream of you. Breathe deep in the feelings I hold on to. I can't let loose. I break my heart out in the cold and the dark, but nobody hear me cry. Eyes from the front, your heart is trying to lose my friends of mine. How do you even live, knowing we're through, that we'll not do? If I can't have my freedom, neither should you. You're not immune, so why am I out in the cold and the dirt? Well, you're probably doing fine. Black from the front, this gets worse, knowing you'll never be mine.
Here's a question. Whoa, how fast was that serve? Are you taking an ECG here? And why are you checking your blood oxygen level? Oh, there's your answer.
A little over 2 years ago, we got the first glimpse of Valorant, and now here in Babelsberg, Germany, we begin the inaugural VCT Champions. 16 of the top teams from all over the globe are ready to battle it out and to see who will be crowned our first ever Valorant champion. The word hype cannot possibly do this justice. Now, my name is Yingsu, and what is more hype are these two people flanking me right here. We have a goat, but then a literal goat who has the goat, the word goat in her name. Jess, very much welcome to Champions. We're great and happy to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. I mean, we're at a literal world championship.
We
I
are.
can feel the electricity in the air right now. This is amazing. This is where you get to see the real big champions.
Yeah, and Sean, I honestly feel like it was like yesterday when we were here in Germany and to see Gambit lift the trophy. Yeah, how are you feeling?
We're going to run it back, except this time NA has taken the title. I'm so excited, though, because I've never been a part of a circuit where it all culminates in this massive tournament. The teams have worked all year long, and this is what everyone has worked for, and I can't wait to see which region comes out on top.
EMEA. But
Okay.
But, I mean, that's what I'm most excited for, to see if Gambit can do it again. We've never had a back-to-back international champion here. Masters are now champions. But Jess, what are you most excited for?
I'm excited for the fact that when you're in esports, you're always looking to the international competition. What is the meta in every region? How does everyone play? And how do you fare going from being really good in your region to going against the biggest and best around the world? That's what we're in esports for.
We're going to see some crazy stuff. I already know that. But for the next week and a half, every single player here will be fighting to cement themselves in VALORANT history as the first ever VCT champion. But before we get into all of the action, here is Rivington with a tournament format.
Champions is the global finale of the 2021 VCT. 16 of the world's best VALORANT teams will meet in Berlin to compete for the title of the first ever World Champions of VALORANT. Teams attending the event earn their spots through winning certain major events or collecting the highest number of circuit points within their regions. The tournament will see representatives from North America, EMEA, Korea, Japan, Southeast Asia, Brazil, and Latin America. Taking place from December 1st through the 12th, champions will begin with group play, followed by an 8-team single elimination bracket. All matches will be a best of 3, with the exception of the finals, which will be a best of 5. The teams were sorted into 4 groups, with the goal of distributing teams from the same region into different groups. Each group will play through a 4-team double elimination bracket, with 2 teams emerging from each of the 4 groups. Those 8 teams will then be randomly placed into a single elimination bracket, with teams from the same group being placed on opposite sides of the bracket. The winner of this knockout stage bracket will be crowned the first ever World Champions of VALORANT. To learn more about champions, check out VALORANTesports.com and follow our socials for further updates. Good luck to all the competitors.
Good luck to all the competitors indeed. Now, we will be playing on patch 3.10 throughout the entire tournament. Fracture will be active as part of the map pool, but our new agent chamber, unfortunately, will not be available. But also, I want to give you guys an update with the scheduling change for day 2. Due to a positive COVID-19 result from one of the Team Liquid players, means that Sentinels versus Furia will now be match 2. And then after that, we will get to see Team Liquid play Crew. Now, speaking of those games, we have some pretty exciting groups with the 16 teams. They've been sorted out into 4 different groups. Jess, which group do you have your eyes on here?
I know Sean and I are really aligned on this because Group D stands for Group of Death. I think a lot of people are looking towards that. I know you're aligned. That was the one that's the kicker for me.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Group D is brutal. I mean, we have Fnatic and Cloud9 as that opening matchup for the group, but then you also have Vision Strikers and Full Sense, which we have today right now. You know, this is just an incredibly stacked group. Any of the teams could make it out. Obviously, the favorites would be Vision Strikers based on their performance that we saw in Berlin. But who knows what happens in this group, especially when all of the tricks are up these teams' sleeves from the boot camps and the year of practice.
But Sean, I want to throw Group C into the mix as well because, you know, on paper, Gambit, they have somewhat of an easier time in terms of not having to go up against one of the big hitters. But that second place in this group is going to be super interesting, right?
Yeah, second place is really up for grabs. I mean, I think you were siding with Secret a little bit.
Yeah, all the way.
I kind of am going with Brazil. I kind of think Vikings can go through. What about you?
You know what? I got to put my Japanese love out there.
See?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like,
We're
yo,
all
Crazy
split.
Raccoons. I mean, it's so open. Second spot is so open. There you go.
I love that, though, because the surprises are what's good about tournaments are like these. But the players that are competing here, we have some incredible talent, some returning talent from previous international tournaments, and some newer talents as well. And Sean, I want to know who is your player to watch here, and why is it an NA player? I just feel like it's going to be.
You already know. Yeah, you already know what I'm going to do, Yensu. I got to pick my boy Tens, right?
Yeah.
I think everyone is sleeping on Tens right now. He is statistically one of the top players in the scene, but also when you watch him, tactically in the game, he's the one creating all these unique plays, these one-off jumps, like the box on split mid, the getting up into connector on ascent. He's creating these things as the star player in the scene. He's putting in the hard work, the hard hours, and now he has a coach behind him in Raucus who can set him up even better. I think he's the one to look out for at this tournament.
Yeah, well, I got to go for... actually, Jess, I'll let you comment a little bit as well, because we can't just have Sean talk about Tens this entire tournament. Tens, is he going to be one of your players to watch too?
Absolutely. When you've got a player like him who's expected to make space on the map, and he does so in a flashy fashion, there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Let's not beat around the bush when we talk about Tens. So if he doesn't show up, it's going to be very tangibly clear, even to the untrained eye.
Yeah, he's definitely on a bit of a redemption arc, I think. After what happened at M3, I'm sure he's going to be here wanting to take the trophy. But I got to talk about someone that did take the trophy at Masters 3.
Okay.
The Berlin MVP, Nats. And I think a lot of people have a little bit of doubt when it comes to whether he can repeat what he did. Sean, I know you're in that camp as well, but how impactful is Nats going to be? Not just to Gambit, but the entire tournament.
No, it pains me to say this because Nats is one of my favorite players in the scene. A support player. He has the lockdown Viper, the Cypher as well to go with it. But it's so difficult to replicate his playstyle tournament after tournament. I have my doubts if he can find that new creativity for Champions here and, put up the numbers that he put up in Berlin. It's not that I don't think he's a great player. It's just the numbers he put up previously at Masters were incredible.
And I also think the biggest thing we need to focus on is he's like, well, I need to reinvent myself because everyone knows what to expect from me. They know I'm going to be lurking around looking for those easy picks. And as a result, maybe he doesn't need to fix what isn't broke. Maybe he's thinking too much into it. We'll see if he's tried to reinvent himself too much. But if he has, that might be a problem.
I mean, if he can actually successfully reinvent himself, that's going to be kind of gnarly.
The problem with the early stages of these games is the lurks are very strong, right? Because people don't know how to rotate properly. They're making too much noise. But this tournament, maybe teams have shored up a lot of those problems, and I think he could suffer on the lurk here if that's the case.
We'll see. We'll see. Sure. You just wanna neutralize him early on so he doesn't do damage to your NA boys. I see how it is. But Jess, I know you're really excited for what the international teams can do and the strats they can bring to this tournament as well, which I think is very fitting with your player to watch.
I mean, look, sometimes stats don't tell the full story, which is why I got to bring up my man Stacks, because when you're looking at his statistics, they don't necessarily stack up the way that you would when you're highlighting a player. Instead, we want to bring Stacks up for a multiplicity of reasons. Okay, he's the captain. He's also the IGL. And his teammates and his coach say he is one of the most confident players coming out of all of his entire region. That is an incredible kind of confidence to have. And we've seen him play before. We've seen the personality the man has. But the kind of breach plays that we expect from him, that's going to be the agent to watch with him. But one thing I read recently in an interview, he would tell his players, don't be afraid to die. I'll win the round if you die. I mean, that is the kind of confidence you're looking for in that kind of IGL player.
Either that or it's an initiator from ranked that's sick of a bunch of duelists not capitalizing on his utility. So, but he does such a good job in the support role. I'm so glad you said that. It's not about the stats when you look at Stacks play the game. It's his impact with the fault lines, the flashes, all of the utility that he's constantly setting up. Used to be RB, now it's Buzz. Everyone's just feeding off of his utility, and he's the lifeblood of this team.
Also, in the press conference last night, I would be scared if I were the other teams. He was so confident.
Especially Fracture. That's terrifying.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. But for now, you guys know we don't mess around here. We're gonna go hard or go home, and we're gonna go hard right now because I want your tournament predictions for the entire tournament right here, so you can come back and say I was big brain 5-head and I got it right. Sean, I'll start with you. Who do you think is taking the entire tournament?
I have to go Sentinels. I'm going to say Sentinels.
Shock.
Because, yes, they were the best team in the world after Iceland, right? They faltered big time in Masters Berlin. But I think that was the knockdown they needed to bounce back. And so far throughout this year, Sentinels has always bounced back when they've lost So I have faith that they're going to bounce back. I think the new look from Rockus coming as a coach is going to help them out. And yeah, I just have a lot of faith in them right now.
There was a slight spoiler on the graphic down here, so I think they saw what we were backing. So Jess, I'll let you make your case.
Sean, what other team in the world has had a 100-match win streak? Name them. Name the team that's had a 100-match win streak.
Yeah, it is impressive. I'm not going to lie.
Vision Strikers, that's why they'll win.
Yes.
Come on.
There's
I've got absolute faith in these boys.
Their stats are insane.
They are
like
insane.
Their win percentages on the attack side specifically going into Masters, I remember they were 90% plus on like 4 maps. It was just, it's mind-blowing. When you look at their stats and how dominant they are in their region, it would be silly to not say Vision Strikers aren't a top team here.
Yeah, you can change your mind if you want. If you want to back Vision Strikers here, we'll allow it.
I have to stick to NA. I have to. But Vision Strikers is a close second for my picks, actually.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, me too. But you guys saw it as already. I'm going to pick Team Liquid. I think they look incredible after LCQ. It's a bit unfortunate, their current situation, but I have full faith they're going to at least make it to the finals. And we have Scream and Navira here. We got the brother buff. No other team has the brother buff.
And so they have the COVID thing that they're going through right now, so they'll be playing at the hotel. But if they make it to the playoffs, I believe they're going to be on the stage. So they get the land buff coming.
Oh, I'm excited for that. But for now, Jess is picked to win it all. Vision Strikers will be taking on Full Send in our opening match of the day. We'll be breaking that all down after this break. Don't go anywhere.
The way it was between us wasn't very serious. My fingers in your hair at the bar without a care. Oh, man, when I wouldn't know, this'll probably be the end. Too young of a thing to mend. I'm just freaking bored, wanna roll around the floor with you. I just wanna touch what I want. Let's be so nonchalant. I know we gotta care about what's going on out there, but I'm just being careless. I just wanna touch what I want. Let's be so nonchalant. I know we gotta care about what's going on out there, but I'm just being careless. I'm just being careless. Baby, I could call you up. There must be something to talk about. I know this is tough, but I'm hoping it's enough for you. I just wanna touch what I want. Let's be so nonchalant. I know we gotta care about what's going on out there, but I'm just being careless.
Now, as promised, we're going to be diving a little bit deeper into the opening matchup between Vision Strikers and Full Send. We're going straight into the group of death. What better way to start the day? Jess, now I know you think Vision Strikers are going to make it all the way, but talk to me as to why they are so strong and there's such high expectations.
I think when you come from a region, especially from Asia Pacific, and I'm very familiar with the region myself, either as a player and a coach, I know that it can be lacking the competition that you're looking for, especially on a global scale, and they themselves being so dominant for so long, know what it's like to be at the top. And I think that's been a little bit of their downfall in international competition, is they haven't had the biggest of competition in their scrims in their local area, and they've said themselves there hasn't been a lot of Asian competition in order for people to scrim seriously. So I think this is an opportunity, and they said themselves they came early in order for them to be able to come in and prac against higher tier teams. That's what they've done, and that was the only weakness I thought they had coming into this, and they solidified that by coming early, scrimming all the NA and MEA teams. I mean, is there really going to be a weakness after that?
Really quickly, Sean, I'm really hoping that we just got leaked with the Lakia situation of what's happening, because
the man's in.
he is in this roster graphic and not King. So we're going to talk about Lakia, though, because the last time we saw him, it was just literally one map, and I feel like very, very underwhelming, especially for the fans that wanted to see him play more.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't remember at home, it was a bind game against Gambit in the quarterfinals. It did not end well for Lakia and the Vision Strikers fans at home. I don't think that this will be the same fate for him. I think we'll see some screen time from him in the group stages, but I couldn't agree more with you, Jess. I think their biggest weakness is the rotations, the mid-round, the stuff that they might not get in the region. The tactics and the setups, the layered strategies that they have, that's all fine and dandy, but when a team like Gambit slows you down and grinds you into a mid-game scenario, how do you respond? We found they didn't respond well previously, but how does the practice change things?
I mean, I think it definitely will, knowing this team. And I also read that they've been scrimming like crazy, working like super long days to prepare for this tournament. But we spoke about Stacks already as someone that could basically, like you said, be able to make things that respond to their opponents, to adjust, to be flexible. But I want to talk about another player in Mako, because in this current meta, he's definitely one to watch.
Yeah, he is. And he's the controller player on the team, plays a lot of Astra Viper. I love watching him when he plays Astra. I think he does such a good job of playing reactively on the roll, right? Having Nebulas on the ground, ready to pop those smokes when he sees a recon come in, whether he sees a drone, and he weaves and he bobs in and out of them so well. And I love when I see him on the Astra, and the Viper he frags out on it, so he's such a good player.
It's not only that. Go back to the last big international event. Who had the highest KD in the entire 7 maps? Was it my man Mako? Yes, it was. The man was just screaming all over the scoreboard. He had a dominant, I think it was like over 100 kills and more than a 2 KDA at the end of those 7 maps. Incredible stuff he was putting on the board, and he's challenging some of the big hitters across the world.
What would you like to see him play on Fracture?
Oh, I want to see him play Astra. I like seeing him play Astra just because you get to see how he wants to use those Nova Pulse, the Gravity Wells, and watching Vision Striker use those utility will literally let you know how to play the map. Like, they teach you everything you need to know. They write the book for you. So I can't wait to see what they do on the map.
Well, I can't wait either. But you guys have heard it from us already. Let's get to know Vision Strikers from themselves.
안녕하세요. 저는 비전 스트라이커즈 소속 스택스 김구택이라고 합니다.
안전하게 설치 중입니다.
그냥 어쩔 때는 굉장히 공격적이기도 하고 어쩔 때는 굉장히 수비적이기도 하고 말은 굉장히 많이 하면서 풀어나가는 스타일이기도 하고 그러니까 조금 이것저것 다 하는 스타일이긴 한데 딱히 한 개로는 정리하기 힘들 것 같아요. 그런 그냥 복잡한 스타일입니다.
스택스 3!
저번에도 똑같이 얘기했지만 마코 선수는 진짜 잘하는 것 같고 침착한 선수고 그리고 이제 버저 선수는 이제 엔트리 특화되어 있는 이제 정신 나간 놈 이렇게 설명할 수 있고 알비는 이제 뭐 말할 것도 없이 굉장히 잘하는 선수고 이제 킹이랑 라키아 선수 또한 굉장히 잘하는 선수로 저는 생각하고 있습니다.
별로 없습니다. 와, 여기서 스택스가
아마도 저한테는 아마도 제일 큰 의미가 있는 게 이제 처음 발로란트 이제 월드컵이라는 느낌이기도 하고 이제 지금까지 해볼 수 없던 거를 해보는 거니까 조금 좀 느낌이 좀 새로울 것 같아요. 아마 다른 사람으로 태어나지 않을까라는 생각을 해봅니다. 어떻게 보면은 대한민국이라는 나라에서 한 팀만 올라와서 저희가 올라왔는데 조금 긴장되는 것도 있긴 하지만 좀 어깨가 무거운 것도 있긴 하지만 그런 건 중요하지 않고 그냥 자신감 있게 이번 대회에 임하는 걸 목표로 하고 있고 딱히 그냥 무덤덤하다라는 말이 좀 어울리는 것 같아요. 저는
체력이 없어요. 체력이 없어요. 스케줄을 근데 설마 유명
그런 거는 전혀 없고 저희가 잘해서 여기에 올라왔다고 생각하기 때문에 그런 거는 저희가 노력한 거에 보상이라고 생각하기 때문에 압박 같은 건 전혀 없는 것 같아요.
I feel like I'm even more scared now hearing
Yeah.
Stacks say they're just chilling. Yeah.
We just rock up to chill. I mean, it's only the World Championships, guys. Come on. Don't
He's
take it so
confident.
seriously.
I love it.
Yeah.
Because he said they've earned their spot here, right? So they're not feeling like an intruder on this from like a smaller region. You know, they feel like they can win the tournament, and that's what you want to hear from the in-game leader on Vision Strikers.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, their opponent today, Full Sense, they
Yes.
came through LCQ. They won here for the last international tournament, a Masters 3. But I gotta say, they beat Damwon, they beat Newton, they beat like all of the best Korean teams that were expected to be here. And now it feels like, Jess, that Vision Strikers, they're the final boss, and these guys are the Korean Slayers.
You know what? If there's a bit of kryptonite and you have to start, as long as Vision Strikers can get over this hurdle, nothing will stop them. So starting off with the big bomb of the kryptonite will be the key here for Full Sense. This is probably the best matchup they could have gotten, and a lot of people might combat me on that, but I truly think maybe their playstyle is the one that manipulates, especially a team like Vision Strikers who's highly strategic. You look to a team like Full Sense and they're throwing 100 different agents at the wall and seeing what sticks, yeah?
Yeah, they're one of those teams where if you look at their stats on VLR, you're like, oh my God, they have so many different comps. I don't even know which VOD to watch. Yeah, they're playing a different comp every single VOD. So it kind of takes the preparation away from Vision Strikers and puts the ball back in Full Sense's court, right? They can play whatever game they want, whatever comp they want. And Vision Strikers can't predict that.
I do want to talk more about that because PTC,
Yes.
the player who has played 10 different agents, that's in the last 60 days. But also, Lammy Snacks has played 9 different agents as well. They're just all over the shop. They're crazy. But yeah, talk me through why this player could unlock things for them, Sean.
I really like PTC. So he is a player, if you look at their most recent matches, which I believe are kind of trolls because they'd already qualified here.
Yeah.
You know, they're playing some teams that have already qualified here as well, like X10. They did a 5 duelist comp. So that kind of affects what shows. His KO, though, is insane on Ascent. I think he has 280 ACS on KO in the last like 90 days. That is unreal. So his initiator play, in my opinion, is what has elevated this team up and got them here. You mentioned Vision Strikers is the only Korean team here. They took out Newturn. They are the reason for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we're sort of focusing on PTC here, I was looking through the fact that not only had he played Duelist, and okay, he's dropping it around with John Olsen, for example, and you never know who's going to play the Jet on which map because they're just throwing it between them. But not only that, he had played Duelist, he played Initiators, and then he was like, I want to try a Sentinel as well. I'm going to see how I rock around with the Sentinel.
Well,
I mean,
Raise Unbind.
I mean, he has so much going on, but he is their defensive linchpin for their side. So if he's not popping off on the defense, things are going to go real bad for Full Sense because he is their foundation there.
I would love to know how you anti-strat this team. I feel like
No, you don't.
You just have to rock up and just pray that they play something you expected them to. But as we welcome this Thailand squad to the main stage, let's dive a little more into Full Sense.
Hello, I'm PTC from Full Sense. I'm being the in-game leader for the teams. Mostly I'm just called for the team, like, what are we gonna do next? What are we gonna do now?
PTC ครับโอ้โห
We are representing Thailand along with X10.
โอ้โห
First of all, before the tournament start, we did not expect to winning the whole tournament at all. But I think this time is the time for us to prove ourselves. John Olsen, he's a Jet player for us. Mostly you guys know Jet usually using operator, but our team do not rely on operator that much, so he stick to rifle most of the times. Next with Chalala, he's our sentinel for the teams. He did not do much, he just, watching our backs, did not get flying or anything. And Super Bass, he's the most aggressive player for us because he's playing controller. Lammy Snack is initiator, but his playstyle is like Super Bass, which is different role.
ไม่เก็บไม่ได้เอาละครับกลับมาได้ไหมแล้วดูช็อตนี้เทน
thank you everyone who supporting us through LCQ and now in Champions. Hope you guys continue supporting us. We are 10th person representing Thailand and the whole seed. We will do our best to win this tourney.
PDC แต่มันยังขาดอยู่ PDC S ครับท่านผู้ชม
Welcome back, everyone. We are moments away from our first match, but first, I want to talk to you about our first annual Tacti Hunt. So essentially, there will be 3 of these little friends. You guys can see them on the desk. They're super, super cute. They are going to be hidden throughout the broadcast today. When you find one, I want you guys to take a selfie using the hashtag VALORANT Champions Hunt and Tacti Hunt, and we'll randomly select submissions and feature them on the show. Get creative and have fun with these guys. I know, Sean, you are really in love. You fall in love with the one in front of you. I did make Sean swap with me.
Well, you told me you actually dressed up as that guy.
This was my Halloween costume. Yeah. But yeah, I want to see some fun stuff for you guys. Make sure you keep your eyes peeled as well. They're going to be scattered everywhere. And yeah, Jess, you've got the scorer in front of you too.
I do, and he's got a huge grenade in his hand. So if you're
Is that
looking
what it is?
yeah, if you're looking to drop a bomb, my man here has got you covered.
Oh, I absolutely love it. I love it. I cannot wait, guys. But like I said, guys, the first match is on its way. We're just a moment away from starting. You guys haven't seen the stage at home yet, but come on, guys. We're going to hype up how nice it is.
No, I gotta cool myself down because that is how good it is over there. My goodness, it is really rocking in those stage back there.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for everything to come out. Oh my god, the videos, the hype. I can't wait, you two.
I can't wait either. Well, an entire year of competition has led to this. Day 1 of VCT Champions starts right now.
Do you remember your first time seeing the impossible? When the first masters emerged, they were challenged to evolve, challenged to create masterpieces that would inspire millions. A mix of personal style and pure skill that redefined the game. This is where the best players from around the world will clash, and champions will be born, dreaming of greatness. Now we will all bear witness to split-second sparks that changed the course of esports history. And inspire future generations to find their own flash of brilliance. This is where we live. This is the art of greatness.
I'm just gonna say it, that's gotta be the greatest teaser trailer I've ever seen, like, in anything, period, full stop.
It's actually just
It's insane.
unreal. It's unreal. Like, can I just live in the metaverse created by those editors? Like, I just want to live in that place. It's so insane.
As you were vibing over there, I was sitting here and I was like, yeah, I'm getting down to all of this. I felt like I was really there, part of it. Damn, they were on top of that. My goodness, you're right. It has to be in my top 2 for sure.
That's the best one, Jess.
I mean, look,
that's the best one.
You know what?
Has
That is
to be the best
incredible.
one.
You know what? All right, I can be convinced. I'm convinced.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
put it in
also,
the top 1.
but it's the sets from the music video, Die For You. Like, they're in
Yes.
the stage set, in the Brimstone
Yeah.
set. It's insane. But yeah, I mean, production editors, if you want to put me and Sean in that video, all you have to do is ask.
Well,
we'll
they
be there in a heartbeat.
They put Bala's match history in there. The red background.
Oh.
Yeah, they got Bala.
Sean, you can't do that to the man. He's not even here to defend
Yeah.
himself.
No.
Well, he deserves this.
I mean, all I want to say is that I outfragged you in our pug. But anyway, it's time for us to move on to the maps for today. We were theorizing about Fracture. It is the new map here, added into the map pool. I would love to see it, and Sean, I know you would as well.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the strategic teams like your Fanatics, like your Vision Strikers have to say on Fracture. What do they look like on the map? What does their comps look like? We don't know yet. We don't know what's going to happen. Also, I mean, coming out of Masters Berlinians, we saw a lot of Breeze bans coming out.
Yeah.
Breeze was the new map. Well, now you have two choices, Fracture and Breeze.
Yeah.
So all the teams here have to make the choice. Which one do we want to play, or both? Do we want to play both of these new maps?
I really don't think, and I'm just going to put it out there really quickly, that there are going to be teams, especially like Full Sense, that maybe aren't as strategic as Vision Strikers who are going to take that risk. You're better off getting that out of your map pool consistently, going to what you know, rather than trying to counterban your opponent, knowing full well that they might be ready on Fracture and you yourself are not.
I mean, Stacks also after the press... There we go. I mean, after the press conference yesterday where he said that Fracture is one of their best maps, Jess,
there you go.
It's not too surprising for Full Sense to ban it.
If Full Sense didn't get rid of Fracture, I would have been a little bit concerned because I had not seen an inkling of them going to Fracture, but Ascent going out as well. Do you want to know why? That's one of Full Sense's best maps, and that's called a counterban.
Yeah, that's going right into the teeth of the Full Sense map vetoes, right? So they take Ascent out, and look at that. Full Sense taking Haven. I mean, that's a pretty solid... what map isn't solid for Vision Strikers, to be honest? But I love watching Full Sense on this map. I think the initiator play is great on Haven.
And not only that, Full Sense, this is their most played map in this roster ever. So they are going to a map that they are highly familiar with. They themselves know that if there was a map that they should know inside and out, and maybe you can play a bit more flexible, it's going to be Haven.
I'm interested to see what Vision Strikers pick it because they left Breeze open as well. So I'm assuming they'll ban that next time because they banned Breeze a couple of times here at Masters 3 and they've only ever played on air. Oh, okay. Vision Strikers have picked Breeze, Sean, a map where they previously banned.
It's pretty insane. And this is one of those things that I talked about coming into the veto. They play Fracture, apparently, and they picked Breeze. That is terrifying if you're a team playing against them because that means you have to be adequate on both of those maps because they're just going to pick the opposite one every time. So this is such a power play early in this tournament from Vision Strikers. I love it. I love this.
I'm going to make a speculation here in that not only have they counterbanned here and they've gone, this is your best map, let's get rid of it, but also let's pick a map that in recent times you've actually done really bad on. Go to Breeze. We've only played it once in recent terms, and well, whilst we won it, I mean, what doesn't Vision Strikers usually win? And let's go to the map that you're not going to be confident on. I like this. This is a complete counter look into the map veto here for Vision Strikers.
Okay. Well, as you guys can see, Icebox is the one we're going to go to last. Jess, I feel like Vision Strikers might have maybe slightly won the vetoes.
Oh,
this is scary.
The fact that you couldn't get rid of Icebox early enough from Full Sense meant that you were inevitably going to have to go there, but to a map that I can just see Vision Strikers, should they even get to that map, needing to just bowl over Full Sense? I'm not sure if Sean agrees with me here, but this map veto is looking really hot here outside of the Breeze.
Yeah, on the surface level, it looks like it's going heavily in the favor of Vision Strikers. But the reason why I think Icebox would be floated as the third map is because Full Sense thought that Vision Strikers would probably pick the map. So they heavily prepared for it. They did all of the prep work responsible for playing this map in the series. So when it came as an option to ban Bind or Icebox, they probably, sided towards the preparation map, which is Icebox. Unfortunately, Vision Strikers is insane on Icebox.
I mean, they are insane on pretty much every map, it feels like. But with the maps locked in, we'll be taking a quick break here. On the other side, however, we've got Game 1 of VCT Champions.
Thanks, officer. Thanks, officer.
Don't follow me. I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be. Don't follow me. I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be. Don't follow me. 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 I stay low key.
Now, the vetoes are in. We know we're going to be going to Haven first. We also know that Full Sense, they like to do some funky, fresh things, you know, with their comps and their agents. But they have played KO here in the past. Would you like to see them bring out the KO?
I would, but I really like when they run a breach and other initiators as well. I think they need the initiators to shut down Buzz, though. I think Buzz needs to be shut down on Haven.
You know what? If you're targeting singular players on the side of Vision Strikers, you're kind of going in the wrong direction, because Vision Strikers, like, well, we have Buzz, but we also have a multiplicity of other players on the roster who are just waiting behind. It's like when you go through the first boss and there's like 4 other bosses behind. That's Vision Strikers right now. So I would like to see them target through their utility. I don't think, based off their win conditions that I've gone through, that 90% of the time they actually even go for the objective base. They mostly win through elimination, which worries me considerably, because Vision Strikers, they might be strategic, but they damn know how to shoot as well.
I mean, since stage 2, Vision Strikers, they've lost 1 time here. So how much would you like to see them change things up, or you just don't fix what's not broken?
Yeah, exactly. Do not change if it is not broke. I know there's 100 different sayings for it. In Australia, we also have like 15, so shout out to my Aussie friends out there who know them, but don't change anything. And this is not the most formidable opponent as well, so think about your future games. Back when I was a coach, I would tell players, don't pull out the pocket strat unless you're desperate in the moment and you've got to win the map. Don't pull it out.
Well, sorry, Sean, I'm going to have to cut you off there, but because the stage is ready, the players are set, this is it. Guys, let's get this party started and meet Vision Strikers and Full Sense. Well, this is it, the start of the group of death here at VCT Champions. But as you guys can see, no lack here on the stage. Not expected on this map, Sean, but hopefully we'll see him maybe on the next two.
Yeah, maybe they'll sub him in at some point throughout this series. I mean, we did get the preview with him in the roster, so I think we will see him at some point in this series. But oh my god, the gold into my eyes. I'm just seeing gold. I'm feeling gold. Everything. It's so pretty. I love it.
My god, I feel like it's like an Olympics vibe. It's like, what's the first place on the podium? Yeah, you got to wear the gold. That's where we're at. We're getting world championships, baby.
Oh, we are indeed, but I'm not sure if you guys at home can hear the energy and feel how hyped both of these teams are. But we talk about expectations and pressure, but Jess, it's pretty much one team that's expected to maybe even make the finals of this entire tournament, and another one who don't have that pressure, who are just here to show everybody what they can do.
That is a scary opponent. When they come in, they go, we're just happy to be here. We'll see the results that we can put up on the board. Full Sense can do that. They're also the Korean Slayers, so I do think Vision Strikers has a fierce opponent. I hope they haven't come in and underestimated their opponent just because on paper they themselves should win.
Yeah, they should win, but Full Sense has a puncher's chance, and even greater than that in my eyes, especially when we remember what Paper Rex did to Vision Strikers. Going back to that Haven game, you know, they pushed them to the limit in that series. So I think Full Sense can, you know, run it back and do the same thing. But Vision Strikers, man, they are just forever evolving, and I think if Full Sense wants to have that success, it's going to have to come in different ways.
And it's not even that. Look at Vision Strikers. I know both teams are incredibly young. How do you get that experience to sit in a LAN environment across from each other and know full well that you can't crack under pressure? You need to keep everything cool, calm, and collected. And there might be some sharp words coming from across the room in certain rounds. You got to be ready to deflect those.
Yeah, I mean, Vision Strikers have a lot of energy whenever they're on stage. But let's talk about Haven a little bit more. The first map we're going to be diving into, of course, Full Sense's pick. Do you both feel like this is a must win for them if they want to take down Vision Strikers? Like they don't want to go to the map 3?
I mean, if you go to map 3 of Icebox and like you manage to get it there, I'm surprised to begin with. But I also think that that is a map that if Vision Strikers lose, that would tell the story for me for their entire tournament beyond. You don't lose on Icebox, so I don't even see it making that far. And if it does, I see VS on the board.
Ooh, look at that map.
It's gold.
It's so amazing. But yeah, I think they need this map.
Absolutely.
I can't see them losing this map and then stealing Breeze and Icebox back to back against Vision. It's just not going to happen, right? So this is where Full Sense needs to come into this series, and they can't start slow. They absolutely have to hit the ground running.
I mean, we spoke about the versatility of PTC, but the rest of the team as well, Sean, it feels like they can basically play anything on any comp, and everybody steps up, whether it's duelists, initiators, whatever. They can do it all. So how much do you think that's going to come into play today? How important is that?
Well, I think John Olsen and PTC are the players to watch. And something that really alarmed me in the interview was the fact that they're like, Superbus is our controller player, which means he's the most aggressive player on our team. And I was like, oh, that's a little bit of a different philosophy than the ones that I normally hear. I mean, I can respect it. That's what got them here, but that is a very different play style than some of the more successful teams at this tournament.
It's hard to counter them as well if you're Vision Strikers and you come in being a very strategic team, probably used to countering in some way, shape, or form. And I mean, I have multiple players on the side of Full Sense playing Jet. I got John Olsen, PTC, Superbus has played Jet as well in the recent history. I mean, whatever they lock in, it's going to be John Olsen
this
on
is
the Jet this time.
Very quick Prime Gaming Ages that lock in, but on the side of Vision Strikers, they haven't changed anything. Like you guys said, they don't need to. But Sean, what do you make of the team composition for Full Sense?
I love it. I love both these comps. The fact that we get Breach versus Breach on Haven, this is something that just doesn't happen in NA. This is such a treat for me to be able to watch this match. I love it. The double initiator from Full Sense, I mentioned how they're going to need that to shut down Buzz on this Jet roll. I think that is the matchup I'm looking for. The initiators versus Buzz. Can they push him off the angles?
Well, I want to see how John Olsen does making the space for Full Sense, because if they are relying on that win condition of elimination 9 times out of 10, they're not getting on their attacking side, especially not getting the objective down most of the time, then that just means their space makers are going to have to make a heck of a lot of space and do it really early into the round.
Well, I'm going to ask you guys the hard question here. Predictions. Who do you think is taking not just this map, but the entire series?
Vision Strikers.
Vision Strikers 2-0 in the series, but if they lose that Breeze map, my entire philosophy on them in this tournament changes. So they
Okay.
need to win 2-0.
Okay, why? Just really quickly, I want to know why.
Breeze is a very aim-based map, and I think proving that they can just out-aim one of the aim-based teams at this tournament would be massive, for my perception of them.
Do you have the similar faith in the 2-0 towards Vision Strikers?
Absolutely, absolutely. And even if it was to make it to Icebox, I really don't see Full Sense being able to pull that away from Vision Strikers in any capacity, really, at least on paper. I mean, we could be totally wrong. Full Sense could have a ton of things up their sleeves, but I think it would be irresponsible for me to sit here and say, on paper, Full Sense has a good chance at this.
I mean, I have to play devil's advocate and
Go
be like, come on, boys, you got this. They did beat every good Korean team at LCQ.
Go ahead, do it.
Maybe they've got it cracked. They know how to beat the Korean teams. Who knows? I mean, there's no other team I feel like have had that level of success. When you look at the game, teams like Newton and Damwon, like this team, they might know what they're doing here. But I do want to ask you, Jess and Sean as well. What is the one thing that you want to see from Full Sense? Even if they don't come out here winning, what do you want to make sure they get right?
I want to see them adapt. If they're not a team that is super strategic and they know themselves they're consistently relying on eliminations, even on their attack, I want to see them look at the rounds they're losing and go, if this isn't working, let's stop repeating it. That is the definition of insanity. We need to change something up. I hope they have something in their back pocket, because if you bring in the breach, I want to see some combinations of utility that is going to disrupt a very cohesive Vision Strikers.
Yeah, for me, that's a very good one. But for me, I think playing a team like Vision Strikers, you're going to fall into trap plays a lot. In 5 versus 5 scenarios, one of your players is going to get picked off in some weird way. How do you respond from that moment? Do you shell up and become really passive and then just kind of, like limp into a site at the last second and just get slaughtered? That is what I do not want to see. I want to see decisive plays out of Full Sense, very fast adaptations throughout the game, and I think they could steal Haven.
I mean, I know you said your philosophy is going to change if they do drop a Breeze, but what about the other maps? How would you feel if, Vision Strikers aren't able to take Haven here?
Ooh, if they weren't able to take Haven, I don't think that's that big of a deal. Honestly, I really don't. Given how deep Vision Strikers map pool is and how Haven plays out, typically it's very aggressive on the defensive side because of the fact there's 3 sites. So it could be coin flippy depending on how the pistols go, right? I can forgive them for losing Haven, but if they drop Breeze, which is their pick, I will not forgive Vision Strikers.
Not even that. I will forgive them for losing to Full Sense's biggest map pick throughout the entirety of this roster existing. So if there's one map I expect Full Sense to do well on, it's the one that they are most versed on. And if they can't win that one against Vision Strikers, I don't see it going well for them unless they can adapt between maps.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about what I want you guys to see from Full Sense, but this early on in the tournament, as Vision Strikers, what do you want to see? How should they set the precedent?
Oh, I've got my coach's hat on right now, and if I'm the coach of Vision Strikers, I turn around and go, don't underestimate them, but also remember we have many a days of games ahead. So it's almost like show the cards, but don't show the cards. Don't go full chips in, just kind of be a little bit passive with the way that you're going about this. And I would like to see them put a little on show, but don't show all of your cards at once.
I mean, Cloud9 and Fnatic are definitely watching this series. They're going to be watching to see what they do.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious if Vision Strikers is going to play an aggressive, disruptive style, trying to take Full Sense away from the executes. Or are they going to shell up and play passive, knowing that they're a better team and have planned out retakes? They could take this either way.
I mean, sure, I know you were really excited about the team comms, the Breach Jet combos, 2 Breach and Jets going up against each other. But how do you kind of out Vision Striker their thing? The thing that they started, they shaped, they perfected. How do you take the Breach Jet to them?
So something I learned after watching a lot of Vision Strikers is you don't beat them by just putting all of your eggs in one basket and just executing. You need to bait out these trap plays. You need to take Garage on Haven, but just fall off of it immediately. Because likely when you're in Garage, there's going to be some crazy thing that happens, like a fault line combined with a flash, combined with a jet dashing in, and they retake Garage and everyone's dead in there in 3 seconds. So you just want to fake like you're in there and then get out. But you need to do this all across the map, everywhere, when you play Vision Strikers. So the rounds that are longer, like the ones that Gambit played against Vision Strikers, are more successful because they can do those kind of things. If Full Sense doesn't have that mindset today, they will get obliterated.
You don't want to go up against a utility-heavy team like Vision Strikers who relies on that even in the mid-late round as well, and then not have baited out 90% of that utility and know full well that you're going to go up against it very, very quickly. I want to make sure as well that the Astra players, you were speaking about, having the Breach, having the Jet in a combo, I want to see those grab wells used in really good succession. If you want to pull someone in, if you want to get kills, and if you want to get some of their space makers on their team, use it to your good effect, because that's what I'll be looking for. And I know Vision Strikers said they're going to be looking at how the Astras play and look at the smokes. We got something funky going for you. That's what I'll be watching.
Oh, I'm getting really excited to see if Full Sense are able to do some of the things you guys want them to do. But we are experiencing a slight tech delay. So for you guys at home, let's take a closer look at Vision Strikers Lakia in this edition of The Art of Greatness.
저는 일단 창의력이란 말 하면은 그림이나 아니면은 음악 같이 뭔가를 만드는 그런 게 제일 먼저 떠오르는 것 같아요.
Hi, I'm Bryce Coe, and I'm creating an illustration of the professional VALORANT player Lakia. Sports as a medium that people consume and enjoy, it's like you want to see someone do something you think is like incredible. Because they play games, and then they want to see someone else do amazing at it.
저희 가족은 형이 3명이나 있는데 저희 가족이 어릴 때부터 게임을 좋아해가지고 저희 형들도 게임을 많이 했고 저희 형제 중 4명이 3명이 프로게이머였거든요.
Being creative has to do with understanding where the audience is at and surprising them, challenging them with something new and original. That's what creativity is for me within art, but I think it's the same within games.
일단 한강도 있었고 그리고 제가 어릴 때 산 올라가는 것도 좋아했었는데 그런 산 같은 데 올라가면은 보이는 딱 그런 딱 넓게 펼쳐져 있는 경관 같은 게 전 좋은 것 같아요.
He is like a super zen dude, and that has to do with my own kind of obsession with reaching that flow state, which I think he's also able to do. That's why he's so good. He knows how to become calm in the same way that like you're shutting off other things and just focus on the task at hand.
저는 제일 첫 번째 우선순위가 침착함이라고 생각해요. 왜냐하면 저는 일단 저라는 사람은 급해지면은 약간 좀 많이 흔들리는 스타일이거든요, 제가. 그래서 저는 최대한 침착하게 그 정보에 대응하려고 하고 정보 얻을 때도 침착하게. 그냥 저는 침착이 1순위인 것 같아요.
When Lakia talks about being a really calm player, that was kind of one of the main jumping off points, I think, for the illustration I made. I wanted to kind of convey the flow state that he's going through when he's playing through the visual of flowing water.
일단 저는 그런 창의적인 거라고 하면은 막 엄청 멋있거나 그런 것보다는 그 막 잔잔하고 막 평온하게 해주는 그런 아름다운 것 쪽 관련된 거가 먼저 떠오르는 것 같아요. 그림이나 음악이나 둘 다.
One of the background elements within the piece are the mountains. It has more to do with trying to convey the type of guy he is, that it's going to be like a serene, beautiful piece. But another dimension of his life is that he's got 3 brothers. I put 3 different mountains, one to represent each of his brothers. And Lakia himself talks about like the view at the top of the mountain is something to strive for. These mountains represent that desire for him to climb, simultaneously how his brothers are part of that drive as well.
My name is Kim Jong-min, and 저는 그냥 뭐 간단하게 뭐 게임을 좋아하는 선수기도 하고 그리고 또 바깥 일상생활을 즐겨하기도 하는 사람인데 현재 20대를 게임에 엄청 집중하고 보내면서 살고 있는 사람 같아요.
Well, sad not to see Lackett in the first map, but Icebox is on the card, so if they Duds goes to map 3, maybe we'll see him on stage.
Dude, that drawing was sick.
So, the artist's ability, I can't draw a stick, man,
No.
so don't even ask me to draw anything.
Yeah. I don't know how you just glance over that like that.
I watched
that
it
was
before.
amazing.
I watched it
oh, okay. I
already,
didn't see that before. I was like...
I've seen it already, so I just assumed you guys have as well.
Yeah, no, I'd never seen that. That was really, really cool.
Well, if we don't get to be in the hype video, maybe in production we can sort out a portrait of Sean. Yeah.
Yeah, they can draw me.
That would be cute.
Well, I believe we are ready to get into game, guys. It's the Koreans. It's time for the Korean Slayers to face their final boss. And speaking of final bosses, here's Paper Thin and Achilles.
All right, well, today we learned we are the final bosses of VALORANT casting, I suppose.
All right.
But hey, what an absolute pleasure it is to be here to bring you guys this series. You know, a bunch of firsts for us, first time being back on land with the English crew. Obviously, we're there for Reykjavik, but it's so much different now that we're here in the studio. It's time to get wild. It's time to get loud. And boy, am I excited about this set. Vision Strikers versus Full Sense. You and I have had the pleasure of casting Vision Strikers throughout this entire year, throughout their entire run of dominance. And then we also got Full Sense right at that last moment in the LCQ, where they were able to take it over Northampton in a 5-game grand final. It just feels like the stars have aligned for you and I.
Yeah, really. This is such an exciting matchup here at the beginning of this. You have the team that the desk was aptly pointing out is the Korean Slayers, right? They beat 2 very good teams, Newturn and Damwon, and those are no slouches in Korea. Those are teams that are constantly up there, getting to semifinals, getting to finals, you know, pushing the envelope in Korea. But Full Sense, tenacious. That is one of the things that I really found to be so impressive about this Thai team. They are unflappable right now. One of the things that used to be kind of a big criticism about Full Sense was that they lacked the ability to break through in the final games. They were often second place, all over the place, and finally at the LCQ, they kind of got that monkey off their back. I think right now, Full Sense is a really dangerous opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. They cannot take this lightly. I know that the desk was talking about it. You know, you can't be complacent. You can't just expect to win this series just because on paper you should. If you do that, that is when Full Sense is going to jump you. That's when they're going to catch you by surprise and manage to take away these maps that, you know, we don't expect them to be able to do. I think that we might give them a little bit more credit given what we saw them do to Northampton, but Vision Strikers is obviously going to be a much tougher opponent. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are into the game and ready to kick off Champions. Vision Strikers going to be starting on that attacker side, and for Full Sense, they need to have a strong half on this defense. That was what was severely lacking for them in the LCQ. They always were able to get their rounds on the attacking side. Defense was consistently weak.
Yeah, and I think looking at their initial defense, they're expecting some kind of C hit here. You can see a lot of the controller and sentinel utility is placed over on that side, and Vision Strikers likes to get through that window, so I love that trap wire placement there inside of Garage. You can see PTC already getting lined up. I love to see PTC here on the breach. He's really, really strong on it. Of course, everybody knows PTC is the most versatile player maybe in all of Asia. He can play anything. He's an old school tack shooter player. He's very, very strong. But to start this out, Achilles, it's pretty quiet.
Yeah, just a lot of lurking around here from Vision Strikers, just trying to find some information, see where they want to execute on. Eyes in Garage, trap wire set up for that window access. Otherwise, somebody could have cut forward there. So we're going to see Chalala sitting back in the cubby on the Garage exit, but now they're going to see them as they cross through into the lobby. PTC still got this lineup. Decides not to pull the trigger on it. We'll wait until they get a little bit closer to the site. Once they have line of sight to try to pick them up one by one. Cloudburst come out. Puzz gets himself into the site. RP in the meantime manages to find 2, and Puzz, despite getting tagged up early, will manage to find John Olsen in the end. Vision Strikers now have the site. They've got 5 men strong, and it's Chalala and Superbus to try to retake.
I mean, the coordination here is so darn good from the Vision Strikers. This is what you expect, and it's nice to see it on the pistol round. You know, one of the big things early on in the year that was one of the criticisms of the Vision Strikers was their inability to secure pistol rounds. And Full Sense, to their credit, was very good in pistol rounds during the LCQ for APAC. So here for the Vision Strikers, this is a big statement to start this game.
Yeah, very much is. A clean pistol round start for Vision Strikers, always something a bit terrifying if you're on the opposite side. Chalala pushes out from Heaven, manages to find one, takes out King, but then Superbus will get traded. And now it's all on the lone Cypher. Stax going aggressive. He's going to be greeted by the double right click. Will get taken down. He's looking for RB. Will not manage to find it. RB will get 3 kills in the round, and Vision Strikers will start off Haven with a win.
I mean, it's just so well executed. They throw all their utility at the front of the site, and then they come together at the same time. You get the dash right away from Buzz into his own smoke. He's able to divert a few guns to his attention. That opens up space for RB to get a couple big opening kills, and that's basically site open round 1 for Vision Strikers. Just based on that push, it's great patience, great timing, and they avoided kind of what Full Sense had read onto them for this opening pistol round. All of the utility was on the other side of the map here. All of the Astra stars, all of the Cypher utility was on the other side. So this was a wide open site for the Vision Strikers.
Yep, now we're right back in for the second round. Mako just going to be bodyguarding while they try to get that ult or pick up for Stax. And man, they will even push out quite a bit of damage there on a Super Bus.
Concealment.
And given how far away Lammy is, getting healed up, it's not going to happen for quite some time. He's actually pushing through sewer all the way up to a lobby. He's backed up by John Olsen for a bit of a crossfire. RB hanging back to see. So kind of anticipating that they're going to be playing aggressively in this spot. I mean, this is something that we were seeing repeatedly from John Olsen, getting some punishing picks out onto Soldam when he was pushing forward like this, but he's actually going to get tagged up quite a bit, so now going to be down to 30 HP.
Yeah, John Olsen is a player that runs pretty hot and cold, to be frank, and that's not just like a superlative that a lot of people say. This is the MO of him from the region. Now here comes the execute for the Vision Strikers.
Yep, making their way forward. King's going to find Shalala. Strikes him down. Stax gets on top of Super Bus as they finish up one of the tagged up members here. John Olsen still not receiving any healing here. He's next to Lammy, but he doesn't have it available, obviously, so won't be able to receive anything. So 30 HP to try to retake against 5. I mean, this is basically what you're going to expect versus Vision Strikers when they do win the pistol round. The anti-eco is going to be very, very clean from them, so very well maybe ending this round flawlessly.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Lammy to find much value outside of maybe an exit frag or something like that, with that shorty waiting for the members of Vision Strikers to start pushing around. You can see there was a Sheriff invested here for John Olsen. Again, he's very, very good with it, but so far hasn't found much out of the way, but here we go.
Good value fault line. Just managed to catch multiple, but Stax is still going to find that headshot. I mean, he's already got the Rolling Thunder online here for the next round, so see if he survives. He does. Long-range little shots there with the Spectre, and Lammy's just going to be waiting to run into the explosion. Goes down, and there you go. 5 men strong, still standing for Vision Strikers, up to 0. But now with Rifles getting ready to come through here for Full Sense on their first full buy round, let's see if they can turn the tide. Because like I mentioned before, they need to have a strong defense.
Yeah, really, really do. And I think for me, a lot of this defense is going to come down to Lammy Snacks, a guy who usually is on the Sova. So a lot of that information is transferred over, of course, to the Trailblazer instead of the Recon Dart. But, you know, usually this is a Sova player. So I'm really curious to see if he's going to find a lot of value out of those guiding lights and those kind of things. If he can really kind of step up, be that, he doesn't need to be aggressive necessarily like PTC was talking about the interview previously, but he's got to come up big here. He's got to support John Olsen. He's got to enable John Olsen to do what he does best, and that's frag out of his darn mind. All right, well, RB just looking to try to see if John Olsen's going to come out of this smoke. That smoke set up there by Full Sense. There's one of those guiding lights, just going to stall things a little bit. Here's the response from RB with the Trailblazer. Not much information to be gained off of this.
Yeah, not seeing too much. John Olsen sending out a couple shots. Can't tell if he actually got a connection, but we know that he did get tagged down quite a bit. Still starting to play forward. The Rolling Thunder available will just be used. It's not going to catch anybody. They're all hanging back outside Heaven Stairs.
It's a great read.
And now look to retake the site. John Olsen already in. Gets a nice little tap there onto King. Takes out one. Needs to do more. Finds Buzz just moments before that flash goes off. Gets the kill. Stax, however, still here to try to hold it down. Tries to go for the flash point. Can't make it happen. They get the cleanup. They'll get the defuse, and that is Full Sense on the board, 1-2.
This is a phenomenal play call here from PTC. Just get off the site. They read that this is where the Vision Strikers want to go. They know that the Rolling Thunder's online for Stax. Just peace out. Wait for it to come through, and then go for the retake after that. And John Olsen, by the way, one of the few Jets that we're going to have around here that likes to go for the Vandal instead of the Phantom. Everywhere. It is basically the only gun he goes for his rifles. And of course, he will go for the op as well, but he is very nasty with that Vandal. We saw that ace against North Epsion on Ascent. That was just absolutely filthy. His ability to flick and transfer with it is just uncanny.
All right, well, nice little bonus pick up there for the side of Full Sense. Let's see if they can keep the ball rolling, tie it up. Vision Strikers going to be looking to put a halt to that, though, as quickly as they possibly can. Tailwind forward. Phases out. John Olsen just going to gently drift back. Says, okay, there's 2 of you. I'm not going to mess with that. Pulls away, no harm, no foul, realistically.
That was a good little setup there from the Vision Strikers to at least stall that aggression.
Buzz got an inkling, and King is there for the follow-up. Miami gone down. That's a very nice early pick. That's a lot of the info gathering eliminated here for the side of Full Sense. Don't have those guiding lights to try and confirm whether or not Vision Strikers is lurking around a particular part of the map. Buzz trying to play forward just on the opposite side of the door. Buzz just going to creep back, join in with the rest of the squad. It seems like we may yet again be heading over to the A side.
I think they might have spotted Superbus, or at least sensed enough that he was going to be trying to do that. So Superbus trying to get aggressive. This is exactly what PTC was talking about. This guy loves to get up close and personal on these controllers. One of the most aggressive controllers you're going to see at this tournament, and it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone who's watched the SEA region.
I actually like it. He hears the turret. It's going to be taken away now, but he put a Nebula down just to cover that up so he can creep out of garage undetected. The execution's already getting ready to come through here onto the A site. Cam does manage to get a spot onto one. Buzz going to go down. John Olsen tries to push the corner to get stacks, but will manage to fall. Mako takes out Superbus, finding that counterpart Astra. So Mako's just going to be lurking in the back, waiting for someone to peek their head out of heaven. PTC trying to creep in. Chalala manages to come up with a kill. Confirm PTC's presence, though, with that guiding light. Nice flashpoint, forces him back around the corner, just buying time. They're looking to clear the cubby. Shot going through, fault line not going to connect. They see stacks for a moment. He'll pull back to the opposite side. He's got it again. The Rolling Thunder crashes through, manages to stun both. Holds the aftershock now, just waiting for them to push, but Full Sense may have to just end up saving their weapons here. Still going to look to go for it. They will find stacks. That's 3 kills now for Chalala. RB around the corner, manages to find one. Chalala, he's going for the push. He tucks away just in time, spots him out, gets the headshot. 2 for RB on the back end. And that'll be the closeout on the round. Vision Strikers not allowing Full Sense to get the momentum built up.
Yeah, this time they have a really solid early defense onto the A site compared to previously where they either just backed off or, during the pistol round just kind of folded over. They're able to pick up a couple early ones, and then it's once again Stacks who starts clearing the way. But here, an early pick for King is a big part of this round. This guy is a really, really smart, sharp player. Great shot. He's like maybe the most underrated player on the Vision Strikers. And yeah, there's our Red Bull clutch here from RB, a guy who probably doesn't get enough credit, frankly, on this unbelievably star-studded roster.
Oh yeah, I mean, he went from being the one in the spotlight for the longest time, throughout stage 1. Not so much in stage 2, I suppose. But at the very beginning was constantly in the conversation for, being one of the best Jets in the world. He's completely changed up his style. Mako, though, has not. He continues to lurk outside of C. Long gets that nice kill, putting Superbus in the dirt.
Well, this is not good for Full Sense here. You can't be throwing over these early picks to the Vision Strikers. That makes things just insanely more difficult with a team that trades very well. Mako so good around the corner. Gonna get John Olsen.
John Olsen just can't swing wide enough, can't pull back far enough to either get that line of sight to try to out-trade Mako in order to get away. Ends up getting picked off. It's 2 members now dead over at the C site, and Vision Strikers yet again just default to going to A. Kalala tries to push forward, will get struck down by Buzz, and the site is just completely free.
Yeah, this should be a Vision Strikers round unless we can find some kind of magic here from PTC and Lammy Snacks. They've been pretty good, at least finding a couple kills here and there. You can see turret up on top of the boxes, and Vision Strikers begin to fan out. Mako doing a wonderful job here on this flank, reading it early. We saw this very early on where Full Sense likes to get aggressive into the spawn side of the attackers, and Vision Strikers was very ready for it. And now Mako once again positioned to defend against that, but this time coming from a completely different direction.
Fault line does connect. PTC going to be delayed. Tries to respond with one of his own, but the flashpoint will stop him from peeking out. Strikers just maintaining their positions here. Lammy Snack's going to try to see if he can find anything on the exit with that Bulldog in hand. Push comes out, but just a bit too wide there from PTC. Stack strikes him down. King gets the final headshot, and Vision Strikers will put another round on the board.
Yeah, pretty clean here, and it's again, the couple of the picks over on Long C that really set the stage for this round, make it very easy for the Vision Strikers. Of course, in Eco, it's going to be difficult no matter what for FS, but once you get that Blade Storm out of John Olsen's hands, that's one of those tools. He's one of those players who can turn things around in a heartbeat, but just a great angle hold there from Mako. Buzz just clicking heads on the push in. Looking great here for the Vision Strikers so far. And a flawless coming in here, a Prime Gaming flawless, Achilleos.
Very, very clean stuff here from Vision Strikers. 3-round lead. It's a solid beginning here in the first half, and Full Sense going to be needing to dig deep to try to turn this around. Don't want to have to get put in those positions that we saw them in the LCQ, where they're down so far at the very beginning and then have to run it back in the second half. They could at least make this to, 5 rounds or so in the half, that would be fairly successful for them.
And look, once John Olsen or PTC gets heated up, things can get really dicey really fast. And here you go. This is what I'm talking about. FS loves to get aggressive towards the spawn side. It's going to be RB's job to try to lock this down. See if he can get a pick. That's a great flash from Stax.
From downtown, he sends it out over by C Long. Sends it straight to the box, manages to get enough of a blind there onto John Olsen, and RB feels comfortable enough for the swing.
But look at the spike. It's in no man's land.
It is. They're going to have to try to punch through here. The creep up around the corner might be good enough. RB ready with the Trailblazer. Close. Slammy Stacks. Oh, man! It's a 5-3! Great spray from him! Knocks him back. And suddenly the advantage is there for Full Sense. 3 members strong. PTC still damn low in HP. They definitely make this a bit more likely for themselves. Superbus will find one. The fake on the plant. Stacks. He can't draw down fast enough. Superbus cleans up 2 more. And Full Sense pull the rug out from underneath the Vision Strikers.
Oh my word. I want to see that spray from Lammy. Oh my goodness. Gets 3. I mean, the Vision Strikers know he's there even. They get the information from the Trailblazer, and he's still able to get a triple kill out of it. An unreal play here from this Thai superstar. So you can see right away, just transfers it right over. 1 head, 2 head through the wall. The flash is a bit late there from Stax. He does end up coming through and finish it off, but man, oh man, Lammy completely turns that round on its head for Full Sense. I love that kind of play.
Yeah, and it's just Vision Strikers being not necessarily on the same page. The timing is a bit off there. They go one after the other rather than double peeking. And they get punished for it. Huge play there from Lammy, and RB now going to be eliminated off the rip. That's going to be the Seekers offline for this round. Lockdown, Rolling Thunder still available. Buzz and Mako also, both just one little pizza slice away from having their ultimates available.
That first pick there from John Olsen is him. They set up that smoke earlier, and he just stayed in it. He never got out of it. And this time he kind of baits them a little bit into pushing out ahead, and RB's going to suffer the price for it.
Shalala tucked away. Rolling Thunder not going to connect. He goes for the peek, but King manages to out-trade him. Buzz rotating around the back. Looking for the cross as they try to enter the site, but Superbus is still going to be good for the kill. Mako trades it back, however. Making this a 3v3. Lockdown just to force everybody away from the site. Buy some more time here for the attempted retake.
A lot of King's utility there. They're going to send the Seekers out, try to get the information here. They have they're not the Rolling Thunder, excuse me. Just the fault line there to try to push through it. It's catch members of Vision Strikers, but they backed all the way out into C main.
Nanoswarm trying to delay here, but as far as post-point utility, there's not too much else to speak of. Stax tries to come leaping out to make it happen, but he's not going to be able to do it. Gravity Well does get used, pulls him off. And Stax now going to go down. Mako is good for a third. Now a 1v1, and there it is. He gets the headshot. PTC is out of there. It's a 4-kill clutch by Mako. Keep Vision Strikers 3 rounds up. What a play. It seems like they were out of utility, but Mako says, it doesn't matter. I got this.
He had 1 Gravity Well left there, able to just be disciplined around these corners, and then starts popping heads, even gets flashed, resets, gets it on the finish on the spike. Unbelievable from Mako. Clutches around here for the Vision Strikers. Another Red Bull clutch. My word. These guys are so talented, and Mako is a guy that always is one of the first players on your lips when you start talking about this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everybody, it's so difficult to, really try to assess the squad and determine, who is the worst player on Vision Strikers. It's very difficult. But Mako, he gets, a little bit of backward karma there. PTC putting him down. I swear, that Arcane Sheriff, it has increased accuracy. I don't know what it is, but whenever I'm using that, suddenly I'm clicking heads like I never have before.
That Arcane buff is real, man.
But that's a really great opener there for the side of PTC. They could try to lurk down and get the gun. You can tell they're wary that somebody is still going to be watching that position, so they haven't tried to press down through C Long yet to recover that.
And that smoke's out of the hands of the Vision Strikers. There's no more. They've got flashes galore, but now there's no ability to cover off angles. Now they are going to sneak out and get John Olsen here. No problems there, and now they could try to take this site. There is still Lammy here, but he's shut right down by King.
Yeah, one thing that's better than a judge is a headshot from a Phantom or a Vandal. Puts him on the ground. Spike's still going to be planted, just like that. Vision Strikers back in control despite the early loss of Mako. See if PTC can come up with some more magical shots. He does have the Rolling Thunder if they want to full send it here for this retake.
I think this might be one where you want to save that Rolling Thunder. I mean, maybe you can get something miraculous out of this. They're going to try the Aftershock here. Ooh, but King's going to get shut down from that Aftershock.
Does manage to trade it out. The Aftershock does finish him off, as you say. Flashpoint actually turns back into it, so it does receive quite a full blind there. Another one coming through, and Buzz has got the cross angle. He'll finish him off. Last 2 kills for him, and Vision Striker's now going to be 4 rounds up.
I mean, it's so tough to break the Vision Strikers. Once they're able to get time on their post plants, they've set up such great crossfires. They're able to back each other up. The utility is there to follow through. Everything you could want out of them. There's a little bit of a weirdness with King, but that's okay. You're still able to get Buzz in a great spot. They have no idea. It's a good flash to get, I think it was RB's flash there with the guiding light, and then it's a double there for Buzz. And Buzz, one of the less talked about players from Vision Strikers. I mean, I think everybody thinks Stax, Mako, probably the first 2 that really come to mind. But Buzz, an unbelievable jet. He won a 1v1 jet tournament in Korea and Japan. They're like the best jets from all over Asia. He is actually the Korean jet. I know everybody talks about Soldam, but Buzz is really darn good himself, and he had the highest first kills per round in Masters 3. So Buzz is a really talented entry fragger. I mean, there's been plenty of info surrounding Buzz. I mean, you're hearing stuff about these scrims that have been happening here in Asia where he's putting up 54 kills in a map. There's always this constant chatter surrounding him. So while he might not be the most talked about, I think he's still, he's got there's the due diligence is there when it comes down to the conversation surrounding him. Everybody knows how talented he is. And this was, I'd say, when Vision Strikers decided to pick up Buzz and Mako, this was maybe the one that you and I were the most curious about as far as how this was going to go. Because Buzz, previously was a little bit inconsistent. He was very hot and cold. He had his moments where he would absolutely pop off, but then he would have his moments where he would go in, try to just pull off this incredible Blade Storm and just would get shut down instantly. But it seems like he's really found his footing. The coaching staff from Vision Strikers, the teammates that he's surrounded with, they've really tempered him and molded him into a finely crafted weapon. You hit exactly the point I was going to lead into, Achilleos, that the coaching staff for Vision Strikers has to be given a ton of credit. They're so darn good at converting these players from one role to another. Mako used to be a jet. RB used to be a jet. Now they're all over the place. Here we go. Buzz, speaking up, just going to crack this site wide open. There's that Rolling Thunder to blow things up. But a Hawk comes out, but John Olsen going to shut down RB.
And makes his way out from Garage, just managed to find one. Super Buzz taken down by Buzz, but then Buzz falls to PTC. Spike, however, did not get stranded on the site, so they're able to go ahead, rotate out, and look to make their way over to the A site, potentially even B here. We'll have to see what they land on. They're creeping around. Trailblazer will try to scout out through the garage. They want to try to hide here.
They're going to see it.
They pull away. Not sure if it got the spot onto King or not.
They saw at least somebody from Vision Strikers, that's for sure. That dog got out the door and definitely spotted members of them. Now they're going to try to push their way in through garage. PTC here, still expecting a B hit off of the information. So Stax here, dialing something up, trying to change things a little bit. But you got John Olsen in C main there. That's a really nasty crossfire that FS has available for them.
They do. King, though, push right up over towards Defender's access. Won't take Lammy by surprise. Seems like he wasn't anticipating him to be that far into the site. And now it's 2 members to try to retake this. PTC, having already used the Rolling Thunder, would really love to have it now.
You can see that PTC very aware that the Vision Strikers really like to have people hanging out on off angles, on flanks, and the window is one of the places where they will stick somebody. King, a lot of times, one of the players that really likes to lurk inside of this zone. But I like the setup here from Full Sense, but Vision Strikers just too strong. Just nail 2 headshots with those Phantoms, shut things down, post-plant opportunity now.
King jiggling around, Stax, I mean, should he need it, does have that Rolling Thunder to get them off the spike, but they're running out of time. And Full Sense will make the call. They say, okay, let's just go ahead, hold on to the weapons. Mako not going to try to push through garage window to get the picks. Just lets them go their separate ways. They are more than happy to have this 5-round lead.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't much that Full Sense is able to do off of all of this. It's just better shooting from the Vision Strikers. They really read John Olsen's positions very nicely. Stax catches him right away, and that could have been really nasty. I think maybe John Olsen should have waited a little bit, waited for the spike to come down before he revealed himself, before he tried to shut down the Vision Strikers' push, but they kind of lost track of the Vision Strikers after that Trailblazer from Lammy Snacks. They really didn't know exactly where they're going. They weren't sure if it was going to be B, A, or C. There was still a lot of time and opportunity for the Vision Strikers to find room to maneuver, to go for the plant themselves. PTC is going to set up inside of B here. Lammy, they're expecting some kind of B hit. That star out in the front of B main there really makes me think that the Vision Strikers are at least considering it or, you know, going to go for a fake. The playbook is so deep for this team.
See what they want to do. John Olsen, last time he had the Blade Storm out, wasn't able to find too much value, was cut down by Mako over at C. Long, he's going to be playing out in Garage. VCT looking to try to slow things up, and oh, the tailwind not quite going to go where he wanted it to. Stacks will strike him down, so yet again, it's going to be a dud of an ult here for John Olsen, just seemingly not in the groove.
This is one of the things that you see from time to time with John Olsen. He has been really nuts so far this year, but he can run cold and he can start making mechanical mistakes like that where he gets punished for it, and that's not good. Again, and the opening pick goes the way of the Vision Strikers. Now they're making their way towards A, where it is just Chalala hanging out up in the top, and it is a rapid rotation here, but we'll see if they can get there in time for Full Sense.
Vision denied right now, but gets the tag, and that's going to be Stacks taken down. Nicely done by Chalala. Push comes through. Lammy Snacks will manage to find King, but it's a kill beyond the grave. A bit of martyrdom there. As the Nano Swarm will strike him down. Mako now looking to anchor the site. Finding that third pick on the entry. See what else they can do.
Timing and the placement of that Nano Swarm so good from King. Even though he dies for it, he's able to slow things up and get the reset here. But Super Bus on the flank with the Phantom. We'll see if he can find the backside, but it's RBU's ready for it. Shuts him down. Buzz is going to get Chalala to get the last kill here, and Vision Strikers going to go up 8-2.
Quick headshots flying through, and Vision Strikers right now, I mean, very much looking like on pace to make this a 10-2 half. That was a bit of a curse. We kind of got rid of the 9-3 when we were doing the LCQ. 2-10 had kind of become the new one. Is it going to hold true today is kind of the question here. Haven of all maps, of course, definitely not what we would anticipate. I mean, Full Sense, thinking about it, they did play this. This was, I believe, the last map in that grand final.
Yes.
5 rounds they were able to pick up on the defender's side. Not looking, I mean, it's not possible. You know, maybe they can make this an 8-4 if they can win the next 2 consecutively, but John Olsen, ooh. He'll take the shot anyway, won't get the damage connected, but they at least get the confirmation that an operator has been purchased and that John Olsen is situated at the seaside.
Well, it's been so devastating in these rounds here for Full Sense, and finally they're able to get the operator in the hands of John Olsen. Lammy gonna trade with Buzz. RB pushing on through, let out the guiding light, and then, ooh, but Super Bus.
Not ready for him to be tucked away in the cubby. John Olsen will find Buzz, and Stacks, he's still standing. Well, managed to find one more before getting taken down, and there's Full Sense denying the 10-2 dream away from Vision Strikers. They will get a third round. Now we go into the final round of the half. Is this going to be an 8-4, or is it that 9-3? Might cause some concern for Vision Strikers, might have them shaking a bit in their boots. We'll have to just wait and see.
I don't know how superstitious Stacks is. I don't think
Probably not very.
I don't think he's that guy is cold-blooded. I don't think any of that matters to him. The only thing that matters is getting the win. And yeah, you can see how impressive it has been for the Vision Strikers to keep that out of the hands of John Olsen for this long, because you can see what he can do with it. He's absolutely devastating. He's one of the best in the business in the APAC region with this gun. So he is absolutely a force to be reckoned with. Starts out on top of B, but now quickly rotating over towards A to see if he can maybe get himself in a position to try to punish this potential push from the Vision Strikers, who are setting up, looking pretty keen, trying to get into this space.
Buzz does have Blade Storm pop. Just in case he needs it, Cyber Cage gonna come up. First op shot, just taking away the Trailblazer. Blind does go through, gets Chala inside of the Cyber Cage. Push comes out, the blind timing's perfect, and Buzz takes John Olsen's head right off. Now the lockdown's going to be used on the site. The Seekers not going to be finding too much. They know exactly where Vision Strikers is. They just can't get to them right now. PTC does have a cheeky little spot, however, in heaven. It's not going to be caught by that lockdown. Puts about half HP down on King. Can't get that finish yet. Doesn't quite have a great angle for the aftershock. It's him and Lammy against the world. He comes jumping out, looks to find one, will get Buzz, transfers to King, but Stacks shuts him down, and now it's all on Lammy Snacks, and he's got to push blindly through this Astra wall. Makes his way in, doesn't know which way to look. Stacks will strike him down. It's 9-3 on the half.
This is just, I mean, so impressive for the Vision Strikers. You can see that they are so good about crossing their T's, dotting their I's. Everybody's in a position to cover each other. The crossfires are amazing. Everybody knows their role. They're doing their jobs. Mako, again, knows about these long lurks from FS and is ready for it.
Yep, just wonderfully done. Great lurk in the back. Mako just knows that Super Bus is going to be coming through. Strikes him down in Stacks. I mean, talk about side anchors. He is one of the greatest in the business.
Just absolutely insane. I mean, he's one of the best clutch performers in the world, too. The guy has so many 1vx's, I can't even hold him in my
Absolutely
hands.
Incredible. But guys, that's the first half done. We're going to throw it back over to the desk to break down the action.
Yeah, what a start for Vision Strikers 9-3. I know we talk about the curse of the 9-3 curse, but 9 rounds there right off the bat, Sean. Great look at Vision Strikers.
I don't think there's any kind of curse that's going to save these guys in the second half, Yinsu, because Stax is dominating this game with utility. He has a ton of frags to go with it, but dear God, his fault lines and flashes, he had 4 ults that half, could have been 5. You know, it was just unreal.
Round 6. He flashes from what I'm going to call Narnia all the way over so that they can secure the kill on John Olsen, who goes, I want to be, you know, aggressive on the defense. We expect John Olsen to do that.
Push through A lobby.
And then the comms must have been wild because, of course, they're calling the Jets pushing aggressive. And he goes all the way from C long and goes, pop. And then like a 30, 40-meter baseball throw of this flash. My goodness.
He jumped for it as well. It was great. But what did you make of the aggression from the side of Full Sense? Were you a fan of it?
Yeah, I actually don't mind it when you're expecting a lot of utility to burst onto site and you yourself might not be able to deal with it as much. Maybe disrupt before they even get to the point of being able to lay that utility down. I don't mind that. And we saw some really nutty 3Ks from some of the gunners from Full Sense. So when it works, but it becomes predictable very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think their early rounds were great. It's their late rounds where they lacked. The 1v2 to RB in the A site, the 1v3 to Mako over there at C, right? I think Lammy Snacks made a couple key mistakes. The round after the bonus where he gets caught in garage behind the box, you know, the round in the 1-on-3 against Mako where he pushes him and is the first death. Those are key deaths on very, very big rounds, right? That could have changed the tide of this half.
No, I just wanted to point out before we go forward, how many ults did Stacks get? How many orbs was he farming?
Nearly 5.
It was he almost got 5. It should have been 5.
Five?
It should have been 5,
That's incredible. Wow.
Well, do you guys think they're going to close it out here in the second half?
I mean, it would be strange if they don't.
Yeah.
9-3 curse, it happens.
It doesn't happen here, though.
I mean, Sean is very adamant it's not happening. I'm going to get on that boat as well.
Oh, well, Sean and Jess are both very adamant that Vision Strikers are going to take this. Paper Thin and Kilios, over to you for the second half.
Thank you very much, Shinzu and Ko, and here we go. Straight back into the action as we dive in. 3-9, crazy run back. Needs to be happening right here for the side of Full Sense. Now they're over onto the attack. This is where they do excel. Let's see if they can pull it off. Vision Strikers, of course, very well known for the defensive setups as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of taken what FS usually likes to do onto Haven, at least when we've seen them in recent history, and that's try to go for B pushes. FS is one of the best B site hitting teams I've ever seen here on Haven, and Vision Strikers is very set up to kind of bottle that up and contain it. You can see they're already drifting in this direction towards the garage as well, but the Vision Strikers are getting aggressive. They want to push forward, but these shots, this Trailblazer, is going to give a little bit of information over here, but Chalala a little bit late on that shot.
Yeah, it does get the daze out, and that forces the Cyber Cage to be used. Slams it down on the ground. Vision Strikers say, okay. Buzz just going to cycle back. Looks like RB still going to play forward. But they're anticipating that this is not going to be an A hit. That's why you're going to see 2 members cycling back so they can have a faster rotate and leave RB further forward, just in case.
And obviously, this is such a huge round for FS, excuse me. They really, really, really would like to get this pistol win, see if they can find something. But King,
30 seconds left.
Kind of an awkward place here. Looks like they are going to be setting up for the C hit. Time's running down.
Yeah, looks like King, they've just spotted it out, does have that frenzy available. John Olsen pushing forward. Stax managing to find the first kill. Superbus will get rid of the enemy killjoy, but Stax is good for 2. Nice little shutdown there, try to fast track that rolling thunder, but it's taking a considerable amount of damage, and RB doesn't have the healing, so Stack's gonna have to play this out a little bit more patiently. RB, however, gets himself out into long, somehow doesn't get that elimination, still puts quite a bit of damage down, finally lines up the headshot. Buzz will be good for another. Chala will strike him down, but Stax finds 3, and Vision Strikers somewhat cleanly win yet another pistol round.
I mean, what are you gonna do against Stax when he's on fire like this? He's just clicking heads everywhere he goes. This is what he's known for. He's one of the best headshot percentages players that we have in Asia. I mean, outside of Suggest on New Turn, that's about the only guy who ever tops him in that stat. He's just unbelievable. Pistols, guns, it does not matter. He is just doming people.
Incredibly clean here from Vision Strikers, and now we're just 3 rounds away from trying to take this. Looks like we do have a technical pause, so we'll get a little bit of a lull in the action for now. Allows us to just go ahead, take a little bit of a stock check, you know? Seems like from the side of Full Sense, despite their heavy disadvantage that they find themselves in right now, still looking to play this out normally, not going for any purchases at all, other than Superbus, a little bit of star action in there.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I thought this, FS is a team that will occasionally, push the envelope on these eco rounds, on these anti-eco, let's call it that, when they're on the back foot after the pistol round. And I think this will be the opportunity to do so. I was kind of curious if they were going to do it on the first half as well, but Vision Strikers winning both pistols makes it pretty likely that they're going to come through and win this. If you saw, I think at Masters 3, it was something like 85 or 89% of the time.
Yeah.
If you won both pistols, you were winning the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredibly damning stat here for Full Sense, but, always just look at this as a bit of a warm-up. Granted, this is their map pick, so that does become a bit concerning, but, Breeze is still a map pick that very much shocks us from Vision Strikers, and I'm glad that is actually the second map and not the third, because I'm really curious as to what the hell they have planned for that one, because for them to decide to go for Breeze is shocking to say the least. You and I were kind of running through what the map draft might look like coming into today. We were talking about it yesterday, and we're like, okay, yeah, they probably banned Ascent. That makes a lot of sense. But then where do they want to go from there? I guess Breeze, because they like every other map. But
I figured it'd be Icebox. No. I thought we were going to get either Haven or Bind from FS and then Icebox from the Vision Strikers, but that got saved till last. So pretty interesting to see this from Vision Strikers. If you guys aren't familiar with this team, they almost never play Breeze. I mean, it has been like Yinsu pointed out on the desk, it's been almost permabanned by Vision Strikers. They really haven't liked it. I think part of that, in my mind, it's kind of a couple different reasons. Buzz is a pretty good sniper, not a great sniper, and also the Vision Strikers prefer the Phantoms, not the Vandals. And I think the Vandals are really powerful, in my opinion, on Breeze because of that instant one shot at any range, that you have.
You have a couple people that'll tend to trend towards the Vandal. Stacks, of course, is one of them, because, we've seen so many highlight reels where he's just able to get these incredible spray transfers with the Vandal.
Lakia as well, if we go to that.
But, we'll have to just wait and see what they do have prepared for that map. It's certainly exciting, but we obviously still need to get through these, what looks like to be the last few rounds. I hope that's not the case. I'm hoping that after we get on the other side of this tech pause, that Full Sense can come back in here, string a couple rounds together, make this a tighter series, because this is a bit of a wild card team. This is a bit of a dark horse potentially in this tournament. Maybe they need that kick to the lower bracket to kind of really wake themselves up, dig deep, get that drive going for them to be able to push through and try to make it out. But, you would love to see it right off the rip. Go ahead, jumpstart the engine here in this first series.
Yeah, and it is their first LAN for Valorant here for the Full Sense squad. And I don't think that means quite as much because most of these players for Full Sense have played on LANs in other titles before.
Sure.
So I think there's quite a bit of veteran experience on this team. John Olsen, PTC, widely considered to be two of, if not the two best tech shooting players ever in Thai history. So really these guys, got to find some kind of magic. They got to get heated up. John Olsen's got to find some kind of irrational self-confidence to just start clicking heads and start, getting some value out of those blades, getting value out of the op if he can get to it. He is a guy who will go for it on attacker's side, by the way. So you gotta be looking for that, because we saw him whiff that one on the Buzz, and Buzz punished him instantly with his own Blade Storm.
Yeah, it's just not really been on the ball. And I wonder if this is maybe a little bit of a product of the map itself, because thinking back to that Full Sense versus Northampton series in the grand final, it actually was not the greatest performance from John Olsen. Granted, it was round 5 in a grueling series.
Yes,
but
everybody was real tired at that point.
But it was very much the PTC show in that final map. He was the one top bragging. I think John Olsen came out maybe 3rd or even 4th on his squad. So maybe, Haven, not where he really finds his groove. Perhaps he's going to excel a little bit more when it comes down to Breeze Icebox. We'll have to just wait and see if we can make it that far. Couple shots flying out. Look at the tag up. Mako there in the back. I see sight. Don't manage to get any connections through.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see this map come through here. This is a map that Vision Strikers has said it's their favorite map to play. Now, their results are good, not great on this map across a lot of their play throughout the last year, but they're still, you can see here today, they're really, really strong, especially on the attacker side. This has been kind of the MO of Korean teams. They are so strong because of their ability of their timings, their combos, their kind of polished perfection that they try to achieve.
Corner shot out to John Olsen as he peeks out towards long. Backed up just a bit. Hawk going to go over the wall. Detroit will confirm their presence. Fault line. It actually does manage to connect onto RB, but push isn't coming through yet, so he's going to be able to remain safe. They'll hear the orb take. 3 members approaching through the sewer, and Lammy Sacks gets a very nice headshot there onto Buzz. John Olsen as well, pushing in from long, cuts down RB. That's going to be a man advantage here for the side of Full Sense. We'll see if they can translate this into a round win. Nebula comes up, denying vision away from Stacks in Heaven. He'll rotate back down. It seems like it's going to have to be a 3-man hit through this alley access.
Yeah, there's nobody on that covey. That was just pinged by the Vision Strikers, so they're thinking somebody's going to be around that corner, but nobody's there. There's not much utility left here on the side of FS, though. There's that gravity well that King's going to find himself stuck in. Is going to get out-traded by Superbus.
Yeah, gets mowed down with that recovered Spectre. Stacks now trying to push into the site. They'll see Mako on the one side, but they manage to find 2 kills. Stacks comes up with a second. John Olsen taken down. The right clicks from PTC will eliminate Stacks, and PTC peeks the corner, gets the Red Bull clutch. Full Sense say, we're taking this round. We're not going down with only 3 under our belt. They will find a 4th.
Well, you were just talking about him, Achilleos. PTC comes up huge when FS needs him most. What a play there around the corner. Knows that Mako's probably going for the half here on this Red Bull clutch. And look at this. There's the right clicks, gets Stacks, who had just taken 2 down, and then right away catches Mako as he's still trying to get to the half, and then probably going to pull up, but he's got the great senses, the great timing from PTC.
And what a swing. Now look at the weapons here for the side of Vision Strikers. Going to be kicked back onto the pistols. 3 sheriffs rather, in hand, 2 classics. As they look to save them off. I mean, this would be one hell of a thrifty from Vision Strikers if they could pull it off, but it seems like Full Sense should be able to get the ball rolling here for the very first time. Trailblazer will spot Mako. Put some damage in onto him. Tries to pull away. Seems like he'll be okay. Rolling Thunder just looking to dissuade them from advancing forward into the garage.
Yeah, they do have Rolling Thunder available. That's where I wanted to go with that.
Line, I should say.
Yeah, I was curious. Sorry, I baited you there. That was my fault, Achilles. I was going to say that PTC is sitting on that Rolling Thunder. I mean, kind of mirroring what we saw with Stacks on the breach here. It's such a valuable ult.
Mako just trying to dip and dodge around the bullets. 30 HP remaining for him as he does get tucked away into the cubby. Let's see if he manages to find Superbus. He's thinking about creeping out, but rotation's coming through. Guiding Light not going to spot anything in long. Buzz hasn't seen anything yet. Should have an inkling that they are getting ready to move up.
Just double stack.
Does he want to go for the peek? Blind in, they look for the peek. There's 1, there's 2, RP! Down 2, Superbus, however, answering back, and John Olsen found one as well before he did fall. Still good kills out for Full Sense, a 3v3. Spam shots coming through. Lammy not going to hit King. He's actually going to push into the Nebula. He's getting aggressive. His back is turned. He gets the headshots through. Spike's still going to be planted, but now it's going to be rifles recovered. Turret goes out. Superbus has crept over onto that right side. It's short. See if King scouts this out. He sees the gun barrel. He goes for the peek, and King will get struck down. Shalala will find Stacks, and now it all falls to Mako. 30 HP in a dream, but it's going to become a nightmare rather quickly. They put him on the ground, and Full Sense find themselves a 5th round.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid eco here from the Vision Strikers. That little set play from RB and Buzz, they don't give the information away to Lammy Stacks' Guiding Light. They're ready around the corner. They pop. They come around the corner. RB gets 2 with that Sheriff. Incredible stuff here from the Vision Strikers to at least get something out of an eco round. And then King, lurking around on the site, gets a gun, but Superbus, nice little maneuver there to get over into that corner to catch King off guard.
Yeah, absolutely. King going aggro, Superbus matching, comes up Trump, very nicely done. And without that play, you have to suspect that Vision Strikers may have been able to steal that round away, so it's very good stuff from Superbus. Now Full Sense, see if they can keep pushing the envelope here. Full Phantom send here from Vision Strikers. And the 2 Vandals in for Full Sense. Push forward, breaking down the garage door a bit. Spike going to be picked up, and it seems like they might turn their sights towards A yet again. Start inching forward, and Buzz lurking in sewer at the moment, peeking into a lobby.
Superbus able to keep himself hidden behind that corner. Going to try to set up a few stars here and there potentially. They're going to lead the way with the Trailblazer toward Buzz. Immediately, RB rotating over for the assistance. Stacks filling in onto the B-Link side of things, and a ton of stars coming out here from Superbus.
That's a bit worrisome here if you're Buzz. Stun comes out, but actually they're not going to push into him. Thunder. Let's get cleared out. Oh, John Olsen looking away for just a moment, but does manage to identify that Stacks is behind the box. Gets that kill. Mako in the meantime trading out. Superbus will fall off screen. John Olsen though. Tucked away, left side on this alley access as Mako makes his way into Heaven. Pushes out King, ready for it. Doesn't take any damage either. Comes up with a clean kill.
Unbelievable. This angle here from RB and Buzz is going to be killer potentially for FS.
Just waiting out the aftershock. Buzz making his way forward, spots PTC, gets him in the head. Lammy trying to get the cross, doesn't manage to transfer it into the second player. Jalala, he needs to do it, he can't get it done. Only managed to find one. Odds were stacked against him. The spike will be defused. Vision Strikers now just one round away from guaranteeing overtime, 2 from taking map 1.
Dude, RB does such a good job of making the Rolling Thunder from PTC virtually worthless and keeping Buzz alive. He's throwing his guiding lights down the hall here to keep Buzz safe, to not allow that push through short, and that keeps short safe for both of those players, gives them the crossfire, and then they're able to just come through. 1, 2, 3. King picks up a couple big kills along the way. This Vision Strikers team is so disciplined, they're so smart, they're so savvy. It is almost impossible to break through their defenses.
And that gives them the lockdown. They have such great defensive tools now available to them with the Rolling Thunder as well.
Get out of my way.
That's going to be the Blade Storm pop by John Olsen. Spots one. Mako again going to be in the back of sight. And he's just going to go ahead and use that opportunity to get across to the opposite side. Playing that back left corner. You can see John Olsen peeking around the box. Not necessarily privy to this information that Mako has transferred spots. Maybe he'll going to be popped. That's just going to further delay. King standing there just in case he needs to use the lockdown to further dissuade them.
Yeah, not much information gained here for Full Sense. They don't really have much of an idea of where the Vision Strikers are or what they want to do. There's nobody that's pushed up towards Ace. You can see the pings coming down here for the Vision Strikers as they know that the push is beginning towards A main here. Trailblazer is going to smart out RB. Yep.
Oh, RB trying to go for the push here. Wow. Cybercage going to deny his vision away, though. Very nicely timed there by Chalala. Could have been catastrophic otherwise, so nicely done by him. Keeps his team alive, and it's going to be a rotate back over towards C. Bidding now, making their way forward. No one's going for the garage approach. It's just going to be a full 5-man hit. Straight up default. Dash into the smoke. Blades are out. Oh, but he's going to be whipping them. Still manages to draw down with the classic. Finds stacks in the head. Mako in the meantime finds 2, and King will strike down John Olsen. PTC comes up with 1. Gets rid of the Astra. Gets rid of the Killjoy. Now 2v2 for the retake. Vision Strikers, they spot one. Chala takes him out. Blade Storm's out. A ball! The right click from Buzz. He pulls it off in an instant. The defuse is there, and Vision Strikers have locked in their 12th round win.
Unbelievable. Buzz just hits that Blade Storm and doesn't hesitate for a second. Just gets up in the air on top of BTC, who had done such a good job of busting that site open for Full Sense. It was a hard slog, but the Vision Strikers just enough at the end, just enough in the tank to get that done. My word here, Mako getting an incredible double around the corner. They don't check that angle. That's a huge punish there for the Strikers, and Buzz up and over, right click. Gonna get the clutch. Oh my good.
Very clean, very smooth there from Buzz.
This is a nice spot.
Showing off why he's been highlighted, why he's been put into so many, top 20 player lists. Players that are here at this event. Very much earning those honors. Again, looking to play a bit of a nice little duo here over at A long. Trailblazer will start. Buzz looking for the peak as they go to destroy it. Takes a little bit of damage. So does John Olsen.
This Buzz RB combo has been absolutely fantastic. They're playing off each other's utility so darn well, but a good fault line. Buzz able to dash out of the way. RB follows up.
Oh, he just lands right in front of PTC, but still manages to get the headshot. John Olsen wasn't there for the counterplay to try to shut them down. Buzz now around the back. John Olsen manages to get both of them, though. Oh, the transfer from one to the other shuts them down, but Stacks now in such a cheeky little spot. Spots Lammy, cuts to the other side of the wall, finds it, gets the third, and there you go. Vision Strikers, they take the first map of the series, the first series of Champions, 13-5.
I mean, who else but Stacks to clutch it out with a 3K to finish Haven. My word, that was such a good performance here from the Vision Strikers. Everything you would expect. Stacks was nuts on the attacker side. RB and Buzz were so well coordinated on the defender side. Achilles, I mean, just this is everything you would expect from this team coming into this event.
Yeah, this is if you're in this group D, this is what you didn't want to see from Vision Strikers. You wanted to see them have a repeat of them versus Paper Rex at Masters 3, where they looked a little bit shaky, where they looked like these teams were going to be able to push them to the limit. You did not want to see Vision Strikers start things off cleanly, especially when it's on the map pick of Full Sense. Fortunately, this just wasn't enough for them, and now we've got Breeze getting ready to come up, and there's just so many question marks surrounding this. You and I have no idea what the hell to expect.
Zero.
How are Full Sense going to know what's coming?
It's going to be wild, dude. I'm really excited. But yeah, Vision Strikers, this is Vision Strikers 3.0 is what the staff is telling me behind the scenes. These guys are fired up. They've been practicing their butts off. They are ready for this event.
They absolutely are. They've been here in the country for about a month prepping for this event. They have gone hard in the paint to try to make sure that they take home the trophy at the end of it all. It's a solid first step, but there's so many more after that. There's still a map 2, potentially a map 3, let alone the rest of the bracket, then the playoffs. But it's a solid beginning look here for Vision Strikers. Full sense, for their sake, let's hope that they can draw it back, because we know that they can perform better than what they showed us here in this first map. Hopefully this is a bit of a warm-up, getting used to being on this stage, and that they can answer back in Breeze, have a strong performance, and take us to Icebox.
Absolutely. I mean, Full Sense here needs to readjust its Breeze. So for that sake, you don't know what the Vision Strikers are doing. They're not too sure what they're doing either. Neither team has played it a lot, Achilleos. Really curious to see what this is going to look like.
Yeah, all I know is that this is just absolutely wonderful. Even though the first map isn't as close as we would have liked it, it's just incredible to be back here in an arena, you know, on land, watching these players, having them behind us, being next to you as SCQ. We didn't get to do that.
So I'm not used to this.
We haven't done this since the end of stage 3, so it's been absolutely wonderful start to the day, but we got plenty more action coming up after the break, so do not go anywhere, or else.
What a fantastic start for Vision Strikers. They take down Full Sense on their map pick of Haven. I'm back on the desk with Jess and Sean. All I want to say is the age of the Jet is over.
Well, I don't know about
and
that.
the time of breach has come.
I
Sean, the time of breach is here.
For today, but I think we're a bit too soon.
Way too soon. I just wanted to get a Lord of the Rings reference out there from on day one, but
I can respect it, but Jesus, Stax is unreal. He's unreal. His fault lines to open up the sites, his flashes to support for buzz to entry, his ults for post plant, for taking the sites. He has mapped out ults for all these different locations, the aftershocks in the A site to prevent the retake. It's honestly just a picture-perfect breach game.
Honestly, the thing for me wasn't just that Stax was able to use his utility so intensely, it was that the entire team understood when to use their utility. Okay, Stax has used his, I'll save mine for the late round. In fact, I'll save mine for a post plan because Stax won't have what's necessary to delay that push in for the retake. I mean, there was multiple times I said, let's watch the Astra, for example. Let's see what those grab wells do. I'm looking over to, I think it was round 14, and Mako throws a grab well and a post plant, and it sucks them right up, easy kill. And I'm like, you know what? This is just picture-perfect utility usage from Vision Strikers.
I'm not sure, is that the 1-on-3 he won where he grabbed well the guy off the defuse? And then, yeah, it was just every piece of utility that Vision Strikers uses has a reasoning and thought behind it, and it's always perfect. That's the one thing I can take away. That's their flaw, though, is that they're so reliant on the utility that sometimes they're a little bit afraid to take fights. Like that 2-on-2 in the A site with Stax and RB, where RB had to win the 1-on-2. I think most teams would just win the gunfights. But they had to get cute and use every piece of utility.
Yeah, we saw a lot of cool things there, but it's time to hand it over to Bala at the Telestrator War to break some of that down.
Yeah, and I really like what you guys are talking about on the desk because I got exactly the same type of stuff to show off here in one of these segments. It's Telestrator TW back at it again, and we're going to take a look at not only how Vision Strikers uses utility, but also their experience with it and how they're actually reacting to it. So this is a round where it's round 4, where there's actually an aggressive push here coming in from Full Sense, and they're going to use the breach utility to try to force Vision Strikers back and maybe find themselves a kill. You saw Mako jump spotting there, but instantly the reaction is so good. This is why you can't really pick breach into such a strong breach player like Stax. He is literally ready for it. He has the flashpoint ready. Mako is also committing himself to a position that is very strong against this. The fault line comes in and he flashes for it after there reactively, right? They're bouncing off of it. So you see he's full blind John Olsen. Unfortunately, Stax is not able to get the kill on this, but Mako, even though he's fault lined, he tucks himself into this corner instead of this corner. If he had put himself here, then he would have actually instantly gotten killed and Stax would not be able to trade for him. So the way that he actually puts himself is very important. We're seeing all these tiny micro plays all the time against the aggression from Full Sense. So one more thing I want to point out is the way that Stax is playing this as well. You saw he ulted in the last round. He's going to get another ult, but more importantly, he's going to make the call for King and Buzz to push into Garage because as we just saw, actually down the side of the map, we had them pushing down Long C, so he knows it's going to be open. So two players are going to scale up against Miami Snacks, take him out with barely anything just because of the way the map control is working. And here, focusing on Stax getting the ult orb. Oh, and what's going to happen now? We just saw a lot of aggression down Long C. We know that Full Sense is actually going to re-clear into Garage. They're going to go back over it. Let me pause here real quick. As we look at the ult orbs from him, he's getting one more. They're pushing this A site, which they know might be open because of the speed that they're taking this at, and he's going to get the plant down too. So literally last round he had the ult. There he gets another kill. That's what activates it, but he has to wait for the plant to go down as well. And that's basically the round done because Stax uses utility so well and also is playing the meta game, the overall game of the ult economy so well. RB finally in a position to really close this out. You see Stax using the rest of his remaining utility. RB gets pushed off, but at this point, the delay that Stax has with his Rolling Thunder right here, they could put themselves in such a good position for the post plant to finally wrap it up. RB using his utility as well. Stax will fall, but at that point, the round pretty much is running down in terms of time, so RB can play it as best as he can. There's really not too much besides this 1v2 in terms of utility compositions or anything. You can see PTC rushing it down to try to get the defuse, but there really isn't more time. RB is going to clean that up flawlessly, and I think that encompasses kind of the ideas that Vision Strikers were very struggling in terms of mid-round decision making, but that round specifically is an example of why that's no longer the case for Vision Strikers.
Thank you very much for that breakdown, Bala. You know, it does help for Vision Strikers that they're probably one of the longest standing teams to utilize the breach at one of the best top levels in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I think utility, and I really want to harp on what Sean said there, this is their strength and it's also their weakness at the same time. If you know full well that you can get them on the early round, you are knocking out a lot of utility that they're banking on in the late round and in the post plant. So for me, I think Full Sense had the right idea, Sean. They wanted to go aggro early, but unfortunately they got caught off.
I definitely think they had the right idea on that round. Actually, that Bala broke down. The C long push looked really well thought out. I thought Stax had a great counterplay. Lammy Snacks getting caught in the garage is a huge fail, in my opinion. And I don't think that's Vision Strikers taking that ground because it's clear. They're trying to break a Cypher trip, which is exactly where a Cypher trip would be. So I think he just fell into a bad spot given their comp. And now we're going into Breeze, as you can see on the screen right now. And we don't know what Vision Strikers has in store. They haven't even played this map since, I think it was August.
Just one time, too. Yeah.
I mean, they had a pretty standard comp, right? I think they had like a Sky, Sova, Jet, Cypher. You know, like everything is standard. You know, but that was a long time ago.
I mean, if they do pull that one out again, we could see a mirror matchup here because Full Sense, they like to play that comp as well. But also, I know you mentioned Lammy, but Sky is not his favorite agent. But on Breeze, Jess, he's expected to play Sova, so probably more comfortable for him.
You know what? Sova's one of the most comfortable sort of agents for him, so I will expect him to be a lot more confident on this map going in. Okay, yes, it's a map that they have pretty mixed results on, so the Sova for themselves will be the intel that they're looking for. But I mean, conversely, we're looking over the other side there, and King, he wants to hit that Cypher play.
Yeah, I mean, we were into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and Sean, it is a mirror matchup.
It is, and these are the standard comps that we're seeing throughout NA as well. So not much differs here from the NA comps that you would see. Whereas on Haven, you know, we didn't even see a Sova. That's incredibly rare in NA. This is right up our alley. I think a lot of the setups are going to be familiar.
I will say though, last time I watched this and I was taking notes on Breeze, and yes, okay, they've only played it like 5 times in the entirety of the Full Sense roster. We were seeing PTC on Reyna. He's busting out all over the map going, I want to do this, I want to do that. Sure, maybe as Sean, you know, prefaced in the sort of pre-show, they won't necessarily be taking those matches as seriously as they would here. But I mean, I'm missing the Reyna just a little bit. I want to see him pull it out.
Well, the agents have been selected. Now it's time to hand it over to Paperthin and Achilles to get into map 2.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Just about ready to hop into game number 2. I mean, again, not really sure what to expect. We see the drafts, we see the agent picks mirrored on both sides, looking fairly stock standard, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the strategies that they're using to execute onto these sites are going to be things that we've seen before. Vision Strikers loves to break out new strategies, and when they come out with a map that you just absolutely do not expect them to pick, you have to suspect that they have something under their sleeve, that they're going to be showing us something a little bit new, perhaps.
I think we got to see something very different from them. I assume this has been a map that they have been practicing like crazy. I think Sean was making a great point earlier about how having Fracture in the map pool means that you have to be good at either Fracture or Breeze if you're going to get deep into this tournament. And I think for the Vision Strikers, you know, with stacks on Breach, Fracture is just a great map for him, and you don't want to play him on that map.
Buzz does get dazed there by the Trailblazer. Buzz making his way out onto the site. He's going to be lurking through the wall, taking a bit of decay here. As the spike will get planted. So far, no real damage getting pushed out, but as I say that, King, oh man, barely lines up the second headshot, putting PTC down. 2 HP remaining for him. Now a 2-man advantage for the side of Vision Strikers. Buzz going to be taking the tailwind back up the side, over towards the cave. Himself out of line of sight, spots John Olsen there, but doesn't want to go for the repeat. Shock darts used. Buzz now playing on the cave side of Pyramids, letting them push over towards him. John Olsen, though, as he rounds that side over towards Ninja, manages to get rid of Stacks. Buzz falls down. King now with 3 kills, still somehow manages to come up with another despite only having 2 HP. Bites will try to buy some extra time. John Olsen looking to go aggro, but RB shuts him down, is looking for a little bit more. Lemmy Snacks would just like to try to get some kills here. Seemingly can't get the shot to line up. Mako will find the elimination, and King will survive through all of it. Vision Strikers takes another pistol round, albeit this time with a bit of confusing play.
Just RP runs out of bullet, just turns his back, tries to hide his head from his opponent. Oh man, I love the setup here for the Vision Strikers. Really, really honestly, I mean, all of this is on to King. Getting these 2 opening kills lined up for him is huge. And, you know, Mako gonna swing around the side, help RB out a bit there. But RB here in a great position. If everything kind of goes sideways, he's still got 2 shock darts for the post plant. Vision Strikers, that's why you see them back off the site right away. They've got a lot of post plant utility that they're able to utilize on that pistol. They set up the wall to cut off the short side angle of A, get the plant down, and then they can back off. Just let FS come to them, and you can see, even though FS doesn't get killed along the way to getting to the Vision Strikers back lines, it doesn't matter. There's not enough time left.
Buzz for now just going to be lurking in Hall, peeking down, seeing if anybody's going to push their head out around the corner. They are not. Everybody now just going to be starting to inch their way forward through shop. They can take that orb. First, they want to start with a drone. See if they can get this scout onto Super Bus. But it'd be really nice to try to get him out of this ninja's position. And there you go. He'll clear it. Buzz has moved up right alongside the drone, just escorting him into the site. Finds one. The wall comes down. Buzz good for a second. Spots another over towards the stairs. Takes a little bit of damage. Will manage to stay alive. But John Olsen looking a bit worse for wear here. 24 HP remaining for him, and Buzz will find a third. Now on pace for an ace. Push comes out, and Lammy Snacks will shut down that dream. Nice little shot from him with the Sheriff. Him and Chala versus the world, and then that read for the classic. Oh man, can he get the last one? He's running out of bullets, but King will say nope. Manages to get that elimination. So 2 members down, Vision Strikers. They will take that anti-eco. Full sense now. Rifles getting ready to come through in their hands. Let's see if they can win this round yet again.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of a change up here from the Vision Strikers in how they handle the post plant because they get those 2 big opening kills. Buzz is able to gain so much space there on the right side of the pyramids, and that just means that the Vision Strikers could push forward with those Spectres, really punish the encroachment of Full Sense here, just catch them along the way. Although Lammy Stacks has a Sheriff, and that's where things get dangerous on this map. These long-range guns, like the Sheriff, like the Vandal, can really change the tides of things. Lammy, it's a couple nice shots. It's not enough, but it's some value out of what could have been a really disastrous round for FS.
So right there, King. 4-0 so far, just 2 away from having that. Oh, the push out. Timing there from Buzz, not ideal, but King will find a 5th kill. Shock Dart going to be lobbed in. King will get tagged up a bit. Seeker's now going to be used by Stacks. Go ahead and identify where the members of Full Sense are lurking here around the B site. It's looking like maybe a triple approach. The Archers in the back. Otherwise, 1 coming through tunnel. Trailblazer not going to be able to find too much of anything.
Look how fanned out the Vision Strikers are, expecting some kind of lurk here, but they're going to get a ton of information out of that camera. They are going to see a lot of members, but Lammy able to turn it around, takes down King with the headshot.
It gives him his first death. Oh, the dink goes through. Looks for a little bit more. Stacks putting quite a bit of damage into PTC and Chalala, but doesn't manage to find those kills. The bites are coming down, however.
What is this lineup?
This is going to be a nice little lineup, but John Olsen pushes forward, gets a headshot onto RB. Mako around the back will fall. The fuse can come in. Cheeky little setup there for the side of Vision Strikers, but Full Sense, they get into a nice forward position. They catch RB off guard, so they can't further utilize those shock darts. They will get the defuse, and they will win their rifle round yet again.
Yeah, even though the Vision Strikers are able to get a lot of information, get some decent shots in, just superior firepower here is going to prevail for Full Sense. I like, the way that we're seeing the Vision Strikers set up for these post plants. We see this all the time with RB when he's on Sova. It's immediately him on the back line waiting to land some insane shock darts from downtown. And that's what he's trying to set up there, try to bounce one over. Just isn't given the opportunity. Great recognition by John Olsen here to step forward, shut down RB, and not even give him the chance.
Fantastically done. Now we move forward. Buzz going with the operator here on the attacker's side. Looking to see if anyone's going to push around that right side of pyramids. They are not. Just out around the corner there from this camera, so Chalala doesn't necessarily see him at all.
They sense something. There was a ping that came out, so they're suspecting that somebody's potentially hanging out there by the pillar, but right now, the Vision Strikers just got to take their time. They're going to change the pace. They're going to slow things up. We haven't even seen the toxic screen come down as far as I can tell, so they're just really waiting to maybe go for an execute. But this is an early op here for Buzz, and this is great to see from the Vision Strikers. I was concerned about what their long-range firepower was going to be like, and this is such an important map for this player right here. Vision Strikers putting a lot of confidence in Buzz on this map. Is able to get the shot on the John Olsen.
Right as he peeks out. Buzz shuts him down. That is the Blaze Storm also online, but he will also find Chalala. Strikes him down. 2 kills for Buzz yet again. It's just been excelling over on these A-site attacks. Creep around the back into shop, but RB, he doesn't even have the gun out when he runs in, manages to draw down fast enough to outtrade PTC. Doesn't even take that much damage, and King finds Lammy lurking across into mid. All comes down to Super Bus, and with a Guardian, I mean, we've seen people pop off with Guardians in the past, but in a 1v5 clutch scenario, it doesn't seem good. And King is in his prime position. He's got 2 HP remaining yet again. That is when he is the deadliest.
That's the King buff right
there. You don't
there.
want to mess with King when he's got 2 health.
Yeah, Super Buffs here, this is a great gun for this map, but not much he's going to be able to do off it. Vision Strikers are fully retreating into uncontested territory, so there's no way that he's going to be able to find much value out of this. There's no way he's going to be able to get a gun upgrade, I don't think. The only gun that potentially could be available is over by the pillar in the mid.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way in hell he's going to try to go for that. So, yep, Vision Strikers here, a clean execute, and again, this is all on the back of Buzz. The start of this round with these operators that is so crucial on this map. To be able to hit your long-range shots with the snipers is so valuable. And I was kind of curious if we were going to see any marshals, but we haven't seen any yet. I mean, this is just perfect. Yep, great lineups, great recognition of the positions. What can you say? That's just incredible.
I love the ping into it as well. He's just like, here, and then just kills him. It's akin to Babe Ruth pointing out into the center of the stands and just nailing that home run.
I think it's more of a just in case,
Yeah. Good stuff there, but now John Olsen does manage to creep forward, gets that orb, and can pop the Blade Storm here for this overall eco. Obviously, Super Bus retaining his Guardian. Everybody else just going to be on Classics and 2 Sheriffs. See if they can make this happen. It would be a fantastic turnaround here for Full Sense. Stop Vision Strikers from getting those stretch leads that they so very much love to run away with.
Yeah, you can see VS just going to put the toxic screen a little bit deeper onto A this time. Kind of makes me curious what the post plant setup is going to look like here this go around, as it is going to be Stacks pushing well forward, and the rest of them are just waiting behind. So again, they're just going to be looking for some of these post plant situations. King going to be really important in Alley to lock this down.
They get in rather cleanly. Stacks trying to make his exit. John Olsen will get him in the head. Weapon not going to be in a recoverable position, so it doesn't help him out in that regard, but still a man off the board. Super Bus, though, falling means that they have lost out on their one rifle. Oh, the timing! The push around the corner, and Mako cannot get prepared in time. Off shot not going to connect there from Buzz. Does get blind, but RB manages to hold it down for 2 before falling to Lammy Sachs' shot dart. Buzz out with the blades, manages to cut down both, and takes the round for Vision Strikers, where it started looking a bit shaky.
I know that Full Sense just lost this round, but I really, really like the way they approached this on the retake.
Absolutely.
Coming into the post-plant scenarios, they've already identified what Vision Strikers is trying to do on their attacker's side, and they're trying to take advantage of it. Now, Mako just caught in a little bit of a weird timing there around the corner as Viper's switching over to that snake bite, but that's okay. RB is there to pick up a double. Stacks did get taken out early with that incredible headshot with the blades from John Olsen, but it is the right ideas. I mean, I think if FS has all their guns in hand on that round, I think that is a very different round there for the Thai squad.
Oh, for sure. So good damage dealt with the disadvantages that they were working with. Now have rifles back into their hands. And again, looking like, okay, John Olsen's going to be joining the Vandal party as well. Will be outnumbering the Phantoms, and that's not going to be the most shocking revelation for us here, as we were already kind of chatting about it, given that it's on Breeze. Stack's not using the Vandal, though. Does still surprise me a little bit.
I mean, the Vision Strikers have really dedicated themselves to the Phantoms. It seems like they just converted 100% almost over to it. For better or worse, I'd say there's maps where I feel like that's maybe not the right call, but King doing such a good job here on this long lurk. Gets deep into the defender spawn.
All the way through halls, catches him right in the spawn. Really nicely done, and that is going to be the neural theft used to go ahead and spot him out. They say, okay, we'll shift over to the A site. We know that there's 2 there.
I've got your trail.
Seeker's now going to be used. Tax finding that ult for the 2nd time. Door to be opened. Pulling back, but will get spotted, and King is in prime position. Cyber Cage to keep himself blocked. Oh, he actually thought he got the kill. Turns away, turns back, and still takes down John Olsen. King is on an absolute tear right now.
Oh, you can tell he's just feeling it. I mean, when you're in the zone and you feel like your shots just enough of them just landed that you should get the kill, it was just shy. He's able to fortunately turn around and do it somehow. I mean, this is just King's round. He has really put himself on the throne for sure.
Tell a little bit of a jiggle with the mouse. I don't think that shock dart went exactly where he was hoping it was going to. King on the lurk. It's a little bit too low. Doesn't get too much damage out onto Super Bus. Vandal in hand, and one's going to be taken right out of his hand. Stacks catches him in the head. And that is just going to be Lammy heading for the hills, tucking all the way back in the back of B site. Just try to retain that Phantom. Vision Strikers continuing to plow onward. Now picking up their 5th round win. 4-round stretch over Full Sense. It's a very scary look for them.
I mean, dude, King's already halfway back to his neural theft. I mean, this is just such an important round for him. It gets so deep, gets the information on where they are. That allows Vision Strikers to set up their toxic screen to go over the plant. Seekers are going to give them the information that there's nobody pushed up in front of the pyramids. They can safely move in, get the plant down. King just continues to be an absolute nuisance there from the alley by the switch. He's just so good, man. I love to watch King play because when he starts lurking, when he starts getting that confidence, that's when you got to be real scared as the opposing team.
Yeah. John Olsen, Marshall in hand. Let's move down, peeking out a door into mid. No one really playing around that side. Does have PTC here for a setup. They want to try to go for a wide swing off the back of a blind. Vision Strikers very much playing around this, just going to be creeping forward.
I'm kind of curious about this Hunter's Fury from Lammy Snacks. Like, what is this going to look like here on this round? Because with the way the Vision Strikers are playing offside, it makes it pretty difficult. You have to react pretty quickly onto the plant to get it to go. And here come the Vision Strikers right away, dashing right in, going for it.
Given his position, he's easily set up for plant denial. Spike's not yet moved through.
Right here.
He will start advancing that forward now onto the side. It's on the back of the pillar. And that is going to be the call out here. But Hunter's Fury, he will tag one, but it's actually not the planter. Buzz is going to be taken down, so that's still going to be a win. Spike not yet planted. They also get the follow-up tag on the stacks, knocking him down to 70 HP, and suddenly this looks very good for the side of Full Sense. Updraft over the top for a target. King around the corner, throws down the Cyber Cage, gets the headshot dink, gets the finish on the Chalala, but then Lammy Snacks coming in from the right side flank, manages to strike him down. John Olsen finds the headshot onto stacks off cam. Mako cannot draw down, he cannot scope in fast enough, and suddenly he's all on RB. He's ready for Superbuzz to push into window, but he cannot get the shots off. They will wait out the bite, they will get the defuse, and Full Sense will put a second round on the board.
Yeah, this is such a good round for Full Sense. And first of all, I like the way that Stacks positions himself when he's going for the spike plant. He's just a bit further towards the defender's side than you would normally be planting by that pillar. So that's why the initial Hunter's Fury actually misses him, hits Buzz instead. So that's a nice little recognition play here from Stacks. But the follow-up here, again, from Full Sense, what we were talking about in that previous eco round, Achilleos, where they are swarming to the back lines of these post-plant setups. You know, Mako's back there waiting with the snake bikes, trying to find one. They don't even give him the chance. They just pressure him and RB and make sure that there's no hope that the Vision Strikers can ever get these post-plant setups going. It is so smart here from Full Sense.
Yeah, well, John Olsen having upgraded to the operator. Looks for a similar peek, goes for a blind shot just in case he can catch a straight target. Does not manage to do so. A couple guiding lights being thrown out by Stacks over towards the A site. Gives a nice little warning ping, so it seems like he did spot somebody. Dart out, Buzz pulling back just below the vent. John Olsen gonna be blinded.
Look at this lurk from PTC, he's getting real close.
Well, the tailwind forward, it distracts him for just long enough. King makes his way forward, gets the headshot out. Nice steady there from Buzz, manages to outtrade Superbuzz. Doesn't even actually get tagged up. All the bullets whizzing past him like he's Neo. Spike now going to be planted, just like that. Vision Strikers, as the pendulum swings, are looking to regain control of this game, not letting Full Sense try to string any rounds together. As for good measure, they throw down the pit. Mako says, come on in.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really difficult here for Full Sense. Buzz still...
Did he not see him?
I don't know if he did.
Came up over top of the wall.
I think the toxic screen came down just at the right moment there. PTC trying to flash his way through. He's going to take a little bit of decay damage there. They're just spraying in, but there's just nothing that Full Sense can get.
They got to stay in.
Yeah, they can't break through these defenses, so it's time to just pull out.
Yeah, we'll just go ahead, pull back. I mean, King's getting himself into a decent little lurk position to maybe find the other members. He moves back down, peeks the doorway, sees that there's nobody there. PTC will find one for his trouble, so will not allow the flawless round to come through. So, takes one gun away, but fortunately for them, it's not the round victory that they were looking for. Vision Strikers maintaining a very healthy lead 4 rounds up.
PTC was moments away from getting into a huge flank onto Vision Strikers, but Vision Strikers, they dial up this push at the exact right time, and it's just a great entry from Buzz. I mean, he's just so nuts. I love to watch this guy play. He is such a big part of the Vision Strikers here right now, and yeah, the Vision Strikers just find a great timing to hit the site, to get the plant down, they get the kills, and then it's just, you know, then they can wait it out. Then they've got the numbers. Then they've got the ability with that op picked up for Buzz to just delay, and delay from that long position. RB,
what?
How do you win that?
Unbelievable. RB just pushes up, just dry peeks him, gets him in the skull, outtrades the operator, and John Olsen is not having a good go of it right now. Shut down yet again, operator on the floor. You can see now, I mean, PTC is like, I was, set up to play, off of you. Now I find myself a little bit stranded in mid. There's that a couple blinds. We'll just cycle back over into the shop through cave now as they look to assault this A site yet again. Hunter's Fury going to be used by RB, looking to escort his teammates out onto the site. They're actually going to turn tail, make their way over towards B, because King says, hey, I'm in. There's no one here. It's completely unoccupied. But Chalala, look at this, gets himself forward in mid, manages to find Mako, and now everybody's going to be rerouting.
Yeah, I like this play from the Vision Strikers. PTC tries to get through, but Buzz is going to shut him down before he can get a kill. A little bit of damage done, but not nearly enough here, as still King locking down the backside of B. Only 2 members left for FS, and this is just a great read here. I like that RB opted to go for his ult into the defensive position there to keep his team alive, to give them the ability to get out, because I'm sure that Vision Strikers are pretty keen on the post-plant stuff, but they got plenty of other utility anyway. Just use that Hunter's Fury then, totally fine. Nice shot, Superbuzz.
Yeah, finally manages to stabilize there with the taps, gets the one onto King. Still need to get through 3 more members on the side of Vision Strikers and Buzz. Perfectly lined up there on the archway. Gets the final shot, tailwind away for style points. 4 kills for Buzz, absolutely a massive round there. It's very nicely done. Vision Strikers continuing to surge forward.
I mean, I just love the planning and the preparation that Vision Strikers has coming into this attacker's side on the breeze. All about the post plant, all about, giving Buzz, enabling him, whether it be him getting through on the entries, but once he's got this operator, he's just filthy.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for PTC. He gets himself stuck out at such a wide angle. He can't pull back to the door, deny that line of sight. So Buzz, he gets to reset, peek back out, gets that double kill, and just sets him up for everything to snowball into his favor. John Olsen and Superbuzz looking to maybe get aggro here. Sheriff's out. Buzz, wary of this, throws down the cloud burst. Says, okay, come on, walk into the shop. And the Trailblazer will confirm a forward position of at least 1 player. Now they'll have to pull back behind the pyramids to stay safe.
I like the way they do that. They time Buzz's movement. They go all the way around, so he comes from an off angle to see if anybody's lurking inside of that poison cloud. Nobody there, but that's a nice little set play. That's the little things from the Vision Strikers. Stuff like that where they're trying to put their opponents in the worst position possible if they're pushed up.
Mako's ready for this. He's staring up at the top of the rope. Says, we haven't really been watching hulls. Somebody could have moved forward. Staying privy to that. John Olsen dashing away from Ninja, tries to stabilize, gets the 1 tap there onto Buzz, knocks him to 45 HP, but cannot get the kill. Chalala, however, will manage to find King. Given how he's been performing on this map so far, that's a very valuable pickoff on his otherwise eco round. Chalala does have that Vandal in hand now. Pushing up, gets 1 tap onto Mako. Chalala again comes up with 2, manages to find 3 kills so far. Can he do more? Neural Depth going to be committed. Spike planted, the bites coming down. They'll use the drone pushing around the corner. RB with the off, cuts him down to size. Trying to spam through the wall, but just can't quite get enough penetration there. Find that elimination. RB's ready for the quick peek. Shuts down Lammy Snacks. Vision Strikers keep it rolling. 2 more rounds to go in the half.
Yeah, Chalala, man, he almost gets this done with that only assault rifle they have there. That Vandal for him, so powerful, but just not quite enough to overcome that eco. Not bad here for full sense, but Vision Strikers, yeah, doing a good job making sure that they're aware of the lurks through the alley. That doesn't really fool them. There was King's utility. There was a trapwire there, but that didn't get tripped because he got killed. But they're still ready for it anyway. RB doing such a wonderful job on the backside, and for full sense here, Achilleos, they're going to have to take the timeout. It's been just another runaway attacker side half for the Vision Strikers.
Yeah, it's actually kind of surprising to see that they're waiting this long to call a timeout. Normally you see teams, okay, we're down by 4 rounds, let's go ahead, do that. They're down by 6 right now. They haven't been able to string the 2 that they have. We're not strung together back to back, as we can see there from the bottom graphic. It's been a really rough time of it here for Full Sense.
And this would have been the side of the map that I felt pretty confident for Full Sense. Just, get John Olsen heated up with the snipers, whether that be marshals or operators, but they're barely able to get there. And the one time that John Olsen had an operator, he got shut down by RB. I mean, RB just blasts him, just blooms him. And then what are you going to do? I mean, then the defenses start to fall apart here. You don't have that long-range firepower that is so crucial, in my opinion, on this map. So for Full Sense, something's got to change, and something's got to change fast. We've seen a couple nice rounds, but a lot of times their good ideas are coming on their ecos, and they're not able to convert that into further success. They found that 1-round win off of a bye, but that's it.
Yeah. It's been really rough, and, I hate to kind of harp on him, but it's just John Olsen not really in the groove at all. We talked about him, ad nauseum coming into this event during the LCQ. It was him and PTC, the names that were being repeated. Right now, it's PTC occasionally, Superbus occasionally, Chalala here on this map. We're not seeing that dominance from John Olsen that we were very much expecting, and it seems like it's just a very slow start for him in the tournament. But when it's double elimination here off the bat, and you're potentially going to fall out into that lower bracket right off the rip in the first series, you need to get fired up and you need to have it happen quickly. You cannot make any mistakes after this. This would be a hell of a run back here. At least 2 more rounds, make it a 4-8 half. Becomes a bit more plausible for Full Sense to try to turn around this map.
Yeah, and again, John Olsen, I don't want to ride him too much, but this has been the criticism of him, particularly, you remember, Kilios, when we were working with the SEA casters, Illustrato, Asarai, and Black and Blue, they all said it, that he's hot and cold. And when he's cold, then FS is cold.
Oh, there's PTC gone. RB finding one. John Olsen will get 1 kill here on the board for Full Sense, but does get traded out, so a 2-for-1 exchange. Vision Striker's going to be feeling perfectly fine about that.
I like the dial-up of aggression here, trying to gain space by FS. It just doesn't pay off. The Vision Strikers aren't fooled by it. Again, the Strikers are so smart. They're so calculated. They're so calm. Off of a timeout, they probably said, look, FS is probably going to try to get aggressive, either down mid or down an off angle, down a flank. So let's be prepared for it. It's an easy crossfire. It's an easy setup for them. Now Buzz trying to push forward. He's really up with that op.
Yep, Seekers go out. Superbus has to clear those. Pulls back away. So behind the left pillar, left pyramid rather. Oh man, instant snap on from Buzz. Finds one, does get darted. Wants to try to exit here. Oh, gets tagged up, barely manages to make it around the corner, throws down the weapons. Just panicking, just hitting everybody possibly can. Will manage to make it out with his life intact, but Lammy Snack's only going to be good for Stacks at the very end of it all. RB finishes him, and that is 9-2. Last round in the half here. Vision Strikers looking for the 10-2. Buzz has overtaken King, but substantially now it's 16-5-1.
You don't often see the face roll gun drop, but that is that's okay, Buzz. You did your job. That's good enough. Gonna throw the gun. I mean, he's just.
Oh dear God, get me out of here, please.
Is he actually gonna drop the operator this round? I saw him on one of our other monitors throw it into the ocean. I saw him head over and throw it into the ocean. So this is pretty interesting. What are the Vision Strikers going to dial up here? I think this is kind of on the back of seeing that the Viper's Pit is going to be here for FS, and that it's going to be a bit more of a claustrophobic fight. There's going to be a lot of battling inside of the Viper utility, not just FS's, but also the Vision Strikers. So really interesting kind of change of pace here.
Got a really forward push coming out, though, from Full Sense. They're getting a lot of information right now. Making their way up through elbow. John Olsen out in mid. Will manage to find one. Gets rid of Stacks, but then King strikes him down. PTC with a lurk around the back, however. Finds RB, and he's going to upgrade that Guardian very quickly. Buzz gets his way up on top of headshot box, and now he's going to be left all on his lonesome. A 1v4 to try to make it a 10-2. Buzz, are you up to task? The drone comes out. He's going to be shot. And Lammy, with a quick little peek around the corner, will strike him down. 3-9 yet again here. As Full Sense get ready to move over the attacking side.
Yeah, I really like this from FS. They just put their foot on the pedal. That last round they tried to push up by the mid pillar to try to get something going. Didn't work. This time it's just a slow and steady lurk all the way around from the long B side, and that catches the backside of Vision Strikers for maybe the first time in this. We've seen post-plant setups kind of be disrupted for the Vision Strikers. We've never seen them be broken early like that.
Yeah, well, it's another rough start here for Full Sense. We'll see if they can dig deep and come back in the second half. But first, we're going to throw over to the analyst desk for the halftime breakdown.
Thank you very much. Guys, I feel like a little bit of deja vu here, Jess. Map 2, but another 9-3 start for Vision Strikers.
You know what? We expected them to come in rather strong, and it was a little bit of an unknown map for me. I wanted to see what Vision Strikers had to show, and I think they put on a pretty damn good show for us.
I couldn't agree more. I think this is exactly what I wanted to see out of Vision Strikers. Not a very tactical, perfect game, but a game where they can just kind of grind it out in a slow pace on breeze, and they could just destroy their opponent. They did nothing extremely special. They had great lineups for post plants. Dear God, they were all over those. But I'm just so pleased by watching this style of Vision Strikers that doesn't need the layered, synergized executes to win.
They were responding to what a lot of Full Sense was doing a lot of the times. How many times did they go, we want to push here, we want to apply a utility, uh-oh, we're getting a little bit too much resistance, rotate back.
Yes.
You know who was making a lot of the map control? And I didn't expect it? King.
Yes,
He's
I'm
just,
so glad you said
you know, we're on the same
Yes.
wavelength, Sean. Don't you even worry. He's like, I'm going to go all the way up mid. There's no one here. Yo, boys, rotate back over to C. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. I'm going to open the door. Boom, plant, win the round.
Yeah.
All off the back of one single call and one lurk from King. The man was on fire until Buzz was hitting some nasty operator shots, and then he overtook him.
I think the story is about King. You're absolutely right about that. The pistol round, he comes up big with a 3K. He had the huge lurk into an empty B site on one of the rounds that caused him to audible back, like you're referring to. He had a lurk through the A halls where he got a pick, pushed up aggressively, and then the lurk out of the door. He just had so much impact away from the pack. And when you have a player like that on your team, it opens things up so much for everyone else.
Gives me the Nats vibe, not gonna lie to you. Gave me the Nats vibe.
Well, the question is, for the side of Full Sense, you know, they have to do something in the second half. Otherwise, they're going to be down automatically, Sean, into that lower bracket after day one.
It is an attack-sided map, so they have that going for them. But I will say, it's a 9-3 half doesn't leave you with a lot of wiggle room. People say the 9-3 curse, but it's just, you need the pistol, or you need the eco round right after that if you lose the pistol, and you just don't have room to make mistakes. And against Vision Strikers, right now, down one map already, I'm not a believer.
They only win, on average, 59% of their attacking rounds on Icebox. So it's not an overwhelming, like, wow, we are like 80+% on our attacking side. They're only hitting about, you know, a couple of rounds here and there, and then they'll lose another. They can't chain them appropriately on their attack like we would like them to. So if you're looking for a Full Sense comeback, it's going to have to break some of those statistics and set a new precedence here for Full Sense.
Well, Sean doesn't believe. Do you believe, Jess? Can they maybe do it?
Honestly, I didn't even think they would make it to a map 3 to begin with, and I'm not going to stray away from that story.
Oh, well, we shall see. I'm a believer. I'm a believer. I'm going to send this back to Paperthin and Achilles to get us underway for the second half.
All right, thank you very much, Yinsu. I mean, holding out hope, you know, that's good. That's what Full Sense needs. They need energy from their fans, from the audience. Send it out to them.
Yeah.
Goku style, energize these players because they need everything they can get.
I was going to say, you better be building a big Spirit Bomb. Because right now, Vision Striker's in firm control of this.
Ooh, okay, John Olsen, he was trying to go through door, got that tonight away from him. Actually counter shut it, but manages to push in on top of RB, gets that kill, now comes around the back and Stacks is not ready for it. PTC will find Mako, and this is looking very clean, but King will find two. Buzz going down, King cleaned up, and Full Sense starts things off right foot forward. This is exactly what Sean just got done saying. They need to win this pistol round. They need to get the ball rolling. It's a fantastic start to the second half for Full Sense. Can they roll with it? We're going to find out.
It's kind of exactly what we were thinking on Haven, right? Same scoreline, same change of sides.
Yep.
It is going to be the attacker side for Full Sense, and they finally get this pistol round here. This is really, really important for them to turn the tide. That's a good start. Good aggressive stuff here from John Olsen. That's when he's at his best, and I do see that Marshall coming through from him. This is what I want to see from John Olsen. He needs to get heated up with these guns like the Marshall, like the Op, and that's when Full Sense can really start to turn the tides.
Creeping forward through Cave, looking for a target at the back of Pyramid. No one's going to be giving him the opportunity, and something tells me that Vision Strikers are very well aware that he might have that Marshall in his hand, so don't want to give him any line of sight whatsoever. We do see Buzz moved up at Bricks, just waiting to see if anyone's going to be coming advancing forward here.
Yeah, there's no way I'm challenging John Olsen with a Marshall. That is not something I would want to do. I mean, Soldom definitely gave it a few goes during APAC LCQ, but it is no easy feat. When the guy is feeling it, he is it seems like he's untouchable. It seems like he is just going to pop every head that he sees. But yeah, really slow one to start, but that Hawk going to come through and maybe lead the way for this Full Sense execute.
Does get a single blind out. Stack's starting to move forward. Blind's coming out. Oh man, Buzz! Point blank gets the weapon pick up, sprays him down. Chalala out of the fight. Lemmy Snacks will manage to shut him out. Goes ahead, recovers the weapon, but that is a huge amount of value here from Vision Strikers, finding 2 kills off the back of that blind. What a play from Buzz. Now RB duking it out with Superbus here in the hallway, tries to go for the right click. Can't quite make it happen. Superbus will find that elimination. Lammy Snacks cleans up a couple others, and now it's just going to be Mako on his lonesome. Scoops up the Ghost, 1v2. I mean, it's versus Spectre, it's versus Marshall. Spike is planted. If he could pull this off, what heroics from Mako we will have witnessed.
Great timing on that by Superbus, waiting for the reload from RB before he peeks that again, knowing that he's very low on bullets, doing a good job keeping track of that. So really nice stuff here, but that maneuver by Buzz, we'll get to it after this round is over, Achilleos.
Speaking of reloads, Mako.
Goodness gracious.
He's got the Spectre now. It's a bit more possible. John Olsen starts looking over to this side towards Cave. Rotating around the side, doesn't pay attention, but Mako actually pulls the trigger, spots it. Lammy Snacks with 4 kills. Sets up nicely here for Full Sense to take this round. That's their 5th on the board now.
Yeah, it's a great recovery here by Full Sense after, it's not a dash. I can't call it a flash and dash. It's a flash and a sidestep for Buzz and Stacks. Goodness gracious, just instantly domes one. No hesitation after he gets the Spectre in hand and just goes to town. But then it's Lammy Snacks with the counter punch. Just steps through to the site, takes 2 down with the Spectre of his own. Nice little attempt here by the Vision Strikers, but good, tenacious play from Full Sense. And I know that Full Sense has plenty of energy in the tank. They just need to keep building it up.
And if they could do it here in this round, that's going to help them bridge the gap even further. Pretty much an all-in here for Vision Strikers. Not going to be too much credits left over for them if they lose this. We'll put them back on an eco, so we'll see if they can get it done. It would be huge for Full Sense.
Kind of a weird toxic screen here from Full Sense. I want to see what they're going to do off of this. I have thoughts, but I'm kind of curious. Like, is this going to just be setting up for a doors push? Are they just trying to cut off this mid-angle so they can safely get to the store? It looks like that is indeed the case, as PTC is pushing his way forward. But the Vision Strikers are pretty well situated for this if he does come through. But oh my goodness, oh Buzz.
They're about to see each other. They are so close, and they just don't even realize it. Stacks in the meantime still playing outside in mid. Oh, the smoke comes down, and Buzz is right on top of him. Just had no idea, no chance to react. And decayed all the way down to 1 HP. John Olsen. Not sure if he meant to, go for a fake there, or if he botched it a little bit. Either way, it doesn't matter. He does end up falling. That Trailblazer does spot out the other 2. Lammy Snacks with a nice little headshot, but Buzz comes up with 3 kills. Again, looking strong here. As Vision Strikers, they turn it around when they desperately needed to. They now have 5 rounds up. 3 more to go. This is going to be a 2-0 series. Full Sense, they need to fire back here.
Yeah, I mean, that toxic screen telegraphs pretty well what Full Sense is thinking there, and they're right in position. Buzz, again, is reading all over these things. He's getting right up close and personal with Full Sense, which I guarantee is throwing Full Sense off a little bit at times. They're a team that, is aggressive themselves, and I think, of course, they're used to seeing other teams in their region just fight point blank. That is very, very common in the SEA matchups, but for Buzz to be this aggressive off of these things, to kind of push through into that toxic screen, even though it is a little bit of an awkward moment with PTC, he's still able to win it. And yeah, I mean, this particular toxic screen I think is a little more valuable than the previous one, because this one at least lets you cover your post-plant scenarios, whereas the other one's just about getting to that, and then you're left with a wide open A site on your post-plant defense. So very, very difficult to cover that. You don't have much control.
Yeah. Well, keeping it slow and steady here. Looking for some information. It's going to be a heavy stack over towards mid. Spike getting ready to creep over through cannon towards elbow.
It's been one of the first beats, I think.
Yeah. Guiding light out from Stacks back towards Arch is not going to find anything. So playing this with heavy ambiguity right now is Full Sense. Vision Strikers seem like they don't really know where this hit's going to come through. They will hear that guiding light and suspect that this is going to be a collapse onto the B side. We'll see if they're going to be able to stave them off. Stacks over at wall. Got King in the back. Tailwind forward, pushes out of the smoke. King, however, going to be good for 2 as John Olsen finds Stacks. Superbus will get rid of King. Damage very heavily done. A 2v3 with Superbus low on HP, trying to get the spike planted. Approaching now. Oh, that shock dart narrowly missing. Would kill, but neither of them connected. PTC will find 1, but now it all falls to him. A 1v2, tailwind forward, Buzz Gets himself over towards the pillar, tries to deny Vision, but Buzz
that dart.
out-trades him. That'll be the defuse, and that's going to be 11 rounds now for Vision Strikers.
Oh, that was a great dart. That gave Buzz a pretty easy kill there. He has to transfer off of it. Really nice setup here. Great retake for the Vision Strikers. King is nasty, just absolutely filthy. This is what I've been talking about a lot coming into this event, is to keep your eyes on King on this Sentinel role on the defender side. He is unbelievably difficult to break, and you can see there he gets 3 kills in that round. In that round alone, just holding it down.
Yeah.
Look at these. I mean, he's just nuts. Buzz doing a great job coming in. Good timing, good teamwork. I love Stacks.
Oh, the man just exudes confidence. I mean, Jess was kind of talking about that on the pre-show, and you know, having chatted with him a little bit, he said, like, I need to be confident because I've seen other teams, when their IGLs, their captains start losing confidence, that's when the team's play suffers. So even if he doesn't necessarily feel confident, he's going to continue to exude that so everybody feels, you know, instilled with hope, with confidence, to try and push through. Just here going out. John Olsen going to be mowed down. Mako finds him on the entry, but Super Buzz trades it back rather quickly. He tries to throw the pit, but Buzz is right there. Says absolutely not. Shuts it down. The Vision Strikers looks to get this 12th round on the board, lock themselves into OT, and put us on match point. Trailblazer goes out over towards Bricks, looks to spot them out, will find them. Cyber Cage comes up, Buzz mows down Lammy Snacks. RB makes his way in for a little bit more. Shalala gonna be good for one, but then falls down. And yet again, it's all on PTC. The drone's going to search into cave. PTC running forward. Stacks is well aware of his position. Gets the headshot lined up, and there you go. 12-5 match point. Full Sense need to win 7 consecutive rounds to take us into overtime.
I mean, it's so hard with Buzz, just in these kind of unusual, kind of uncouth places where he is catching FS, just not ready. I mean, and then he shuts down the ult, and that's it. That's round over. Spikes down right on the bad side of the pyramid. I don't know what you can do here. Stacks, of course, very ready for it around the corner. They know the PTC is going to be coming through mid. They've got a crossfire just in case, and this is it. This is match point here.
Get out of my
for
way.
FS. If they can't win this round, it's down to the loser side of their group.
Let's see what John Olsen can get done here so far. Again, the ults have not really been finding their targets. If there was ever a time for him to pop off and get back into that form that we came to expect from him after the LCQ, it is right here in this moment. Everybody else, they have a decent amount of firepower, but obviously it's still a bit wonky. 2 Bulldogs, a Guardian, and a Spectre. They need to find some value from this ult.
And I mean, you've got the op for Buzz. He's got the blades behind it even. And that flash here, Stacks just using it to escape, but it's not going to work. Lammy Stacks going to get him with the Bulldog.
Really great shot down there. That is going to be the setup for the near-ult depth. Now they'll be able to identify where everybody else is at here for Vision Strikers. Buzz still goes for the peak. Actually swings out wide, gets himself situated at Ninja. Continues to stare over towards Cave, but Full Sense, they want to change it up. They say, okay, we got the pick at A, let's reroute to B.
Yeah, I really like this. You're trying to use this toxic screen down mid. You know, Vision Strikers weren't fooled by it the first time around, so now you got to try something different. But again, RB just is not going to allow Lammy Snacks to get that lurk to go. He shuts it down. King, once again, stalwart on this defense. Here comes the Vision, but they're going to get the spot on the PTC.
Yeah, and that's a spike on the ground. It does get picked up, and now they're running out of time. 20 seconds remaining. John Olsen will find King, gets him out of the back of sight, but Mako's still here, lurking within the pit. No HP. John Olsen, from now here on out, needs to hit heads. 1 HP, but oh, Mako just snaps to the left, finds him, and they're running out of time. Super Buzz will find Mako. That will drop it, but he is going to go down. Buzz will get the finish here. One last right click. 13-5 yet again. They do it on Haven. They do it on their map. Pick a breeze. Vision Strikers take the first series of champions.
Oh man, Mako's so cheeky inside of that Viper's pit, and he waits to pop it, and then he's moving around angles where it's very hard for FS to get a spot and then a finish onto him, because of course they're going to be taking a lot of damage coming through there, getting that decay. And like you said, one of the members of FS was already down to 1 when he gets the first kill. Then he backs up. He's got a little corner that he can nestle himself into, wait for the rest to come. He can give the positioning to his teammates, call it out, and then they're able to shoot through the smokes and take down the members of Full Sense.
Yeah, very nicely done. Clean from the side of Vision Strikers. And I mean, what a statement. I mean, this was not a map that you and I anticipated they would be willing to go to. And this has to be a bit worrisome for teams who might be facing them in the future. You know, Cloud9, C9, and as well as Fnatic, they are in this same group. They are likely, one of them is going to have to play against them in 2 days' time.
Well, and what makes this so scary, Achilleos, is it was the stack show on Haven, and on this one, dude, not so much, as there is a drum beat going on behind us.
That's some bass.
That is wow. But I mean, this is a team effort from Vision Strikers. I mean, every map there was a star, especially on here on Breeze. It wasn't much for Stacks. He had a few good guiding lights to set up Buzz, but Buzz and King doing a great job locking things down on the defender side. Buzz all over this map, just period. RB doing a good job as the Sova, setting himself up for those shock darts, those post plants. He didn't really get to use them a lot, but I love the way the Vision Strikers are positioning themselves, especially on the attacker side.
Yeah, well, players will go ahead, get their fist bumps across. A rough start here for the side of Full Sense, but obviously not out of it yet. They do have a couple more attempts. They need to win their next series. I'm not sure who their opponent's going to be yet. We'll find that out by the end of the evening, though, and then they can start to prep for that potential elimination map. I like that they're highlighting Glow. The whole squad has come out here with Vision Strikers. They got everybody. They've got Lakia. They've got the 3 coaching staff here alongside them to make sure that they have the best possible odds of winning this tournament. And it's a very solid start, a very great look for VS so far. Full Sense, we're very much hoping that they can bounce back, because this map was not very indicative of what we have come to expect from them. We know that they can play a closer series versus Vision Strikers, if not find that upset against them when they're firing on all cylinders. It's unfortunate that that did not happen here at the start.
I thought this could be a really good map for Full Sense. In my opinion, they've got really good long-range shooting. I think they handle maps that play as similarly to Breeze as a map can, like Bind. They play very well, I think. So this, I thought, they had a real shot at this, but the Vision Strikers come in with some great strategies, some great post-plant scenarios. They're able to use those Phantoms very effectively because they're cutting off angles, because they're limiting the space that FS has to work with. They're able to keep the snipers out of the hands of John Olsen throughout both maps, and that just devastates the TIE squad.
Yeah. And they don't even have to show off too much as far as their strategies are concerned. A lot of this was just raw aim tools and out-trading Full Sense. So really fantastically done here from the side of Vision Strikers. A solid start. And like I said, it's got to be striking fear into the hearts of the other teams. C9, Fnatic, they very well may have to face off against them. But
I wouldn't want to.
That, the other teams, if this goes into the quarterfinals, yeah, you got to be worried. So really, really good stuff here for the sole Korean, residents that we have here at the tournament. But man, I think it's time for our Prime Gaming highlights. Take a look at those. See what was going on, because yeah, there was some.
We talk about expectations and pressure, but there's pretty much one team that's expected to maybe even make the finals, and another one who are just here to show everybody what they can do.
My God, I feel like it's like an Olympics vibe. It's like, what's the first place on the podium? Yeah, you got to wear the gold. That's where we're at. We're getting world championships, baby.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Enemy kill. My ult's ready. Yikes.
One enemy remaining.
Here's a question. Whoa! How fast was that serve? Are you taking an ECG here? And why are you checking your blood oxygen level? Oh, there's your answer.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you.
Well, AimLab aren't just making sure Valorant's best are ready for Champion, they're providing a music video with each character's own spin that's free and available to all who log on. Plus, a pro task combined that relives some of the greatest moments of the first year of competitive Valorant. Now, we had some questions about Vision Strikers Breeze, but they answered all of that with a dominant victory over Full Sense. Sean, you can't ask for more than that.
Yeah, I could definitely see why Paper Thin and why they're so hype about Vision Strikers. It's just, it's insane. I mean, yeah, they looked so good strategically, and I wasn't sure how they would look on Breeze because of the fact that it's a more aim-reliant map, and they're playing a scrappier team. They did such a good job of keeping everything close to the vest, not getting picked off early in rounds, having good ways to activate King on the lurk, having good ways for Stacks to use his utility on the sky. I thought everything they did on Breeze puts them up there at the top of the scene on Breeze, which is shocking because that's the first time I've seen them play it.
We had so many questions, you said before, Ian, so it wasn't just about Breeze for me anymore. It was, could they go outside of that strategic heavy gameplay that we're used to seeing from them and adapt on the fly to whatever Full Sense was going to throw at them on a mechanically heavy map? Guess what? Buzz, wrapping around over towards mid, said, up here, up here, up here, you're dead. If you want to take a 1v1 with him, he's ready to go, and I like that. Because it didn't always rely on the fact that they needed flashes, that they needed breach to be able to pop in and get themselves the kills. He could take those 1v1s dry and be able to win.
I also want to talk about Full Sense as well, because you know they're going to have to play the loser of Fnatic versus Cloud9. What do you make of that, Jess? Do you feel like Vision Strikers, they're the strongest team by far, which means that this performance isn't really that bad, or do you feel like they're going to have a hard time against the other two as well?
I mean, when I did sort of a little bit of a preliminary ranking of the group, even before this game had begun, I did sort of put Full Sense at the bottom of the stack, thinking about all the teams that was in the group, and I thought to myself, if they don't put up a good showing against Vision Strikers, I don't think they'll put up a good showing against almost any team in their group as a result. So I think it's going to be a rough run here for Full Sense, and look, they might come back strong. This is the kick up the butt a lot of teams need sometimes, and you know, the bounce back might be just as strong, if not harder.
I do think the next matchup will be significantly easier for Full Sense. Not because of the fact that I think the teams are way worse, but just because the utility. I counted so many rounds where the utility just took them out of it, right? The retakes on A, the 1v3 from Mach with the perfect gravity well. On Breeze, they're just getting locked out of sights constantly from Skyflash, Viper Wall combos. I don't think they'll run into that problem. They'll get the fights in their next matchup. It's just whether they can win them. I'm not sure yet. We don't know yet because Vision Strikers did such a good job of taking the fights away from them this series.
Yeah, and speaking of Vision Strikers and those fights, this match has one of the Verizon high-speed moments, and it goes to this superb play by King.
Your trail.
Cage trigger. Goodbye.
Yes, there we go. I
Yes.
can hear you too now. I can hear you too now. Sorry, Sean, I didn't hear you there. Talk over.
No worries. That was King opening up the door, and we picked that round because it just shows how good he was on the lurk, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that you might not notice this, but he cages the door as he opens it, as a Sova arrow from RB hits the back wall of the site, as the Viper wall's activated. So all of these things are happening simultaneously. The arrow tags the player in the back of the site. He's in his cage, so he's protected, and it's just a free frag. So these little layers that Vision Strikers has that grants them openings into sites, until they're solved, they're going to keep winning in this tournament. Now, I don't know how many of these tricks they have because
a lot.
They seem like they have a lot. This could last a long time. Like this could win them the event, stuff like this.
It's not even just that, because I feel like even between map 1 and map 2, I didn't expect that kind of lurk potential from King. We get into Breeze and I'm sitting there going, this man is manipulating the map like he knows it like the back of his hand. This shouldn't be possible. And on map 1, he was a little bit more in on the gunfights rather than going solo around the map. So he has a lot of layers to him, for lack of better phrases, as you were speaking about before, that I think will bode really well on other maps as well.
Well, we spoke a lot about Stacks already today, but let's hear from him. He's standing by with Riv for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Ian Sue. Yes, I am joined by Stacks and David for translating. Thank you so much for being here. Stacks, congratulations on the win. It looked like smooth sailing for the team, but I want to get your thoughts on performance versus expectations for that first series.
네, 일단 우승 축하드리고요.
우승이요? 네.
네. 첫 경기 승리 축하드리고요. 이번 첫 경기를 이제 뭐 예상했던 거 대비 어느 정도 경기 결과를 보여주셨는지 먼저 여쭤보고 싶네요.
저희가 일단은 이제 한국에서부터 한국이 아니죠. 저희 부트캠프 독일에서 할 때부터 조금 조 편성이 나왔을 때 풀센스가 나왔을 때 제일 까다로웠다 생각했고, 왜냐하면 저희랑 똑같이 저번이랑 똑같이 스크림도 많이 해봤고 저희 스타일도 잘하는 팀들이고 해서 조금 어려운 게임이 될 것 같다라고 생각했는데 아마도 저희가 지금 조금 더 위에 있지 않나.
So we actually found out about our group while we were boot camping here in Germany. And so when we saw Full Sense in that group, we were kind of worried because it's a team that we play against quite often. Back in Korea, we scrimmed them quite often. And so we were quite worried, but I think we proved today through our match that we are actually above them.
Well, on being worried, were you surprised they first picked Haven, a map that you guys are generally very good on?
네, 헤이븐을 픽했는데 풀센스 쪽에서 그거에 대해서 좀 의견이 어떠셨나요? 좀 놀라셨나요?
일단은 상대가 이제 풀센스 팀이 어센트에 강하다고 굉장히 잘 알려져 있어가지고 어센트를 당연히 픽할 줄 알고, 아니 다른 맵을 조금 이제 바인드나 스플릿 같은 자신 있는 맵을 픽할 줄 알았는데 오히려 저희들한테 도전하려고 하는 헤이븐을 픽해서 저희는 너무 좋았고, 솔직하게 1맵, 2맵, 3맵 전부 다 좋아서 무슨 딱 나오자마자 질 거라는 생각은 진짜 하나도 안 했어요.
As you know, Full Sense is a team that is really strong on Ascent, and so we banned Ascent. And having banned Ascent, we figured they would most likely pick Split or another map that they're really confident on. But when they picked Haven, we realized that they actually really wanted to try it out and fight us on this map. And yeah, I mean, for us, all three maps in this map ban was really advantageous, and we were really confident before the match.
One more on Haven. Stacks, your breach is incredible. We actually saw you ult 4 or 5 times in the first half on attack. What does breach mean for Vision Strikers? We see this utility of his used in Korea better than most regions, but what does breach mean for Vision Strikers?
브리치로 헤이븐에서 굉장히 큰 활약을 해주셨는데요. 전반전에만 궁을 4번이나 5번을 사용을 하셨는데 비전 스트라이커즈는 브리치 활용을 굉장히 잘하고 스킬 연계도 잘 하고 계신데 비전 스트라이커스한테 브리치라는 요원은 어떤 존재인가요?
일단은 한국이 스타일이 조금 팀 플레이를 조금 많이 하는 경향이 있다 보니까 제가 발로란트 베타 때부터 브리치를 많이 쓰라고 강요를 받았기 때문에 쓰다가 이제 저한테는 이제 어떻게 보면은 브리치랑 한 몸이 됐다고 봐야 된다 해서 그런 것 빼고는 조금 이제 작전보다는 임기응변으로 다 이제 우리 팀을 커버해주는 스타일입니다.
I think, like you said, Korea has a play style that's really, team comp, and we play strats. We bounce plays off one another. And so from the very beginning, like in the beta stage of the game, I was forced to play Breach a lot. And so now you could say I am Breach himself.
Oh, I like it. Very good. I got a final question for you. I have to ask. People are wondering, Lakia is in the wings. Is he just there for bind? Does he have a role while he's not playing for the team? How often are we going to see him? What can you tell us?
네, 이거는 질문을 해드려야 되는 사항인데요. 팬들도 많이 궁금해하고 있고. 라키아 선수는 이제 이번 대회에서도 바인드에만 진출할 예정인지 보통 경기에 참여를 안 하면은 다른 역할이 있는지 좀 궁금하네요.
참여를 안 한 것도 아니고 바인드를 이번에는 아마도 안 할 거고 다른 맵들에서 준비가 돼 있지 않나라고 저는 조심스럽게 얘기해 봅니다.
All I can tell you is that he may not be playing bind, but he may or may not be playing on other maps.
Oh, all right. Stax, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations on the win. David, thank you for translating. Much appreciated. All right, everybody, that's going to do it. The first VALORANT Champions series in the books. It is going to be going to Vision Strikers, but we'll be right back. There's more where that came from. It's Team Vikings versus Crazy Raccoon right after this.
Living a life of illusion.
Welcome back, everyone, to Champions. We've seen some action from Group D already, but it's time to check in on Group C. But before that, I want to give a warm welcome to Bala. Welcome to the desk, man.
Hi. Thank you.
How was the first match? How
It was
did you
good.
find that?
I really liked that Haven map. The second map, not so much, but Haven, I think, was really interesting because it really showed how Vision Strikers plays against somebody who tries to play like them, right? And I think we might see more of that at that tournament. So maybe a preview of things to come.
Oh, I can't wait. But I feel like the next match between Vikings and Crazy Raccoon, it's gonna the heat is gonna get turned up here. We're probably gonna see some more crazy things. But let's start with Vikings. Now, I feel like this is the biggest mystery of the entire tournament, Jess. We haven't seen them play for so long.
I mean, if people want to know how so long is, I'm talking back in August. Is that the last time we have seen this in an official match in any way, shape or form? Vikings is an unknown mystery, and we're trying to crack the code here today. It's like Da Vinci happening. I know that you're looking at me with these bright eyes, Buller. What do you got to say?
Yeah, Challengers playoffs, and all the way back then, we still had a lot of questions for what they were going to do, because really on an international stage, we saw them at Reykjavik, but back then too, they were making a bunch of adjustments. So with Fracture out of the pool, with, you know, Breeze in as well now, because we didn't see Vikings at Berlin playing that either, there's a lot of different things that we're wondering about.
I mean, it almost feels like it's impossible to really know what to expect. They could have literally reinvented everything and do something new. But the question is, like you said, the map pool. I want to address that really quickly because it does feel like in the past that was a bit of an issue. And now, like you said, with Breeze, with Fracture, do you feel like they need to basically be a completely new team in order to deal with this?
Yeah, I mean, they have to have worked on a lot of different things, because back then we didn't really see much about their split. Was really weak. They were strong on bind, but when they came to it internationally, it was like, not so great. So there's a lot of questions about their map pool for sure. I don't really know what to expect, and that's what we're talking about, right? Because we haven't seen them in so long. So yeah, a lot of questions still, and I really don't know how they can solve those questions.
It's not even just that. I mean, they themselves were talking about how they were so far behind the meta constantly. Like, they would rock up in the international sphere and they're like, whoa, we're like 3 months, 4 months, even more behind. I would actually dictate probably even more behind everyone else in the world. And they weren't sure on their roles as well. If a team had a host of problems, Vikings had almost all of them to a T. So they've had time to deal with it. I want to see what the product of that is.
I mean, Sarsi said in the press conference last night, he likes being the underdog. He's like, we're underdogs. We're not gonna pretend we're not. And he feels like that's gonna be an advantage for them, because teams will underestimate them. Like, you just can't deny that.
That's what underdogs always say, right?
They love being the underdog. They're like, we thrive off that energy. Sure, but does it get you a win? I'm not quite sure.
I mean, I feel like, like I said, there's literally no expectations. We don't know what they're gonna do. It's a surprise for us. It's a surprise from their opponents. And sometimes when you can surprise your opponents, that's when you can pull out those important wins.
Yeah, and one thing to note about this team is they've had the same roster for so long. And that's kind of been a criticism with them, but you could always flip that and, you know, change how that's approached and say that maybe is a strength too. But one big question is, we see Sarsi take a step off of the chart there, is who is going to be their full-time jet? Because that was a problem from the start, was they didn't really have that primary jet role as it came into the real focus of the meta.
I mean, how important do you feel like it is to have one strong jet on your team? Because if we look at Gambit, like, you don't need the best jet in the world to win a tournament.
That was pretty good, man.
Yeah, he was very good, but, like, you know, you don't need a Yay or a Tens. That's what they proved. So do you feel like that's what this Brazilian team needs to do?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need somebody who's going to be on it, to me, full-time. Like, I can't see any of these swaps between Sarsi and GTN. I need to see either GTN on it full-time or somebody else, right? Yeah. That is the biggest key. Whether they're a Yay level or Tens level, no, I don't need that, right? But I just need them to be in that position so that they can get comfortable.
Well, let's talk about Sarsi a little bit more, Jess. Why do you think he's going to be the player to watch here?
All right, well, I got some news. I want to quell the fears here, at least in Bowler's eyes, as to who is going to pick up the operator, who's going to be on the jet all the time. Sarsi said himself that a lot of teams rely, especially in his region, on the operator player. He even thinks that it's spilled beyond just his region, and he thinks teams around the world rely on their operator player. He raised his hand and he said, That's not me. That's not my identity. So he has put up his hand. He's put up the white flag. He's surrendered the jet role. And guess who it's going to? It's your man. You've already called it.
Yeah, GTN for sure. And that's really, really good news to me because Sassy, like, even back to stage 1, was a lot of people were looking at him and saying, this might be one of the best sovas in the world.
Yep.
Right? As a professional player who has experience in a high level of competition, he was putting up big numbers over in Brazil.
I do love how he admitted in the press conference last night that he takes a lot of stuff from Average Jonas. I think Jonas was the one that asked the question, was like, where do you get lineups from? And he was like, you.
I mean, a lot of us get lineups from Jonas. So we can't lie about that. We do love you, Jonas.
Yeah, we do. We do. Now, I got to talk about their opponents today, Crazy Raccoon. Didn't have the best start ever at Masters Berlin when we saw them here. But, you know, even they admitted that their biggest fault, Neth was speaking back at that tournament, is that Bala, they respected their opponents a little bit too much. They saw the Gambit name and they got a little bit scared.
Yeah, and I think that resulted in a lot of weird choices, right? Because they were trying to adapt too much to what they were going to face and not necessarily play their own game, right? They literally changed what they were doing as they made it to Berlin. They changed it completely in those opening matches. So giving a little bit too much respect is definitely something that they need to try to stop.
Back when I was a coach, I used to tell my players, you can play around your opposition once you've nailed down the fundamentals. Whatever the fundamentals for the team are, nail it down, and only then can you go around and start adapting to your opponents. If you try and mix it all up together, you are way too confused and there's too much going on in a round.
But of course, this is one of the rare teams with more than 5 players on the roster. Minty, I don't believe he actually traveled this time around, so they're going to stick with that 6th player, which, Jess, you know, as a coach, sometimes it's a great thing, but more often than not, it does confuse the team a little bit.
It does, and it depends on the prac hours. I will say that when we were speaking about Vision Strikers, Lakia, and how they have that 6-man roster going for them, they put in about 12 hours a day. So there is technically enough time to be able to format enough map scrims to be able to implement them and get them into a good cohesive, synergized situation where it boasts well for the team. What I will say, however, is that Crazy Raccoons doesn't have crazy competition, therefore how much are you going at in scrims? I say the same about the Asia Pacific, you know, as an entire region. They're struggling for comps, so what's going on in scrims? Is it enough that they're able to implement that 6th player appropriately?
Well, now the map veto's actually in. Let's have a look and see what both of these teams are picking. We haven't seen Fracture yet. I'm really hoping that this is the place we are going to see Fracture. But of course, for both teams, these are some teams that with pretty strong preferences on what they like and don't like to play. But of course, we saw Crazy Raccoon already a couple months ago. They didn't play a whole lot of Ascent or Bind.
Yeah, no, that was definitely something that they were trying to avoid, although they did let it sneak in a couple different times. But there you go, banned right away for Crazy Raccoon. So Bind is gone, and that was one of the maps that I saw them definitely have a struggle with their roles. And Minty not being here, actually, to me, is maybe a really good thing, but let's see how this continues.
Yeah, that bind. Oh, Ascent is coming up for the 2nd ban, but the Bind one works really well for Crazy Raccoon, giving Vikings. It's pretty much their best map, you know, statistically at least. But this feels pretty good so far for Crazy Raccoon, having Ascent taken off the table, and they've immediately locked in Icebox, Jess.
Oh, I'm loving this Icebox pick. I mean, when you're coming up against a team and it's an unknown quantity as well, you yourself have to rely on your own fundamentals, as I referenced. And I think if you're a team, especially I'm referencing the Japanese players, konnichiwa guys, I used to live there, I love you guys dearly. I know for a fact that they will fall back on their fundamental mechanical skill. What maps can you do that on really well? Breeze and Icebox, in my opinion.
Yeah, sure. I think one thing about their Icebox, though, that is kind of scary is that Neth is always locked into that Sage role. So if we can see, because that was one of the guys that really turned heads at Berlin, especially in that Gambit game. And we do have Haven next for Vikings, which is definitely something I want to get to. But Sage for Neth on Icebox is something that concerns me a lot.
You know what? It was funny because Sassy said when they got into international play and they played Icebox in their region, they never brought Sage and it worked. They got into the international sphere and they're like, everyone's playing Sage and we're losing. What do we do? Are we really that far behind? So let's hope they've added Sage to that comp.
Yeah, I mean, for Icebox as well, we're going to be expecting a Bazi to come in, right?
Yes.
As the person that's going to be playing this map. I don't think... Oh, we do have the next one locked in. That's going to be Haven on the side of Vikings. They've decided to pick that one. Fracture Baller is still... Oh, no, it's not on the table anymore. I was going to be like, it's still there.
Don't worry.
It's not,
coming.
yeah.
It's coming later,
It's not there anymore. Maybe for the next match we can see Fracture. But yeah, they didn't fancy that one, which means the last map is going to be Split.
Yeah, Split is interesting. That's when I was talking about historically Vikings as they made their run in Masters 1 and as they made their run towards Reykjavik, the entire Brazilian scene was very, very lacking on Split. They've obviously changed that in the last couple of times, and they've actually started running Breach on that map, which is very, very interesting because that is something very strong on Split. And I think Breach is a little underrated in the meta right now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the Series 1. We've been speaking Breach's names into existence. Stax seems to think he's like the embodiment of Breach.
He
is Breach, so fair enough. We'll shout out to him. I want to see what I want to see what the teams right now have their take on it. I will say, however, I don't want to be disingenuous for Team Vikings and come in and be like, yo, their last game on this map, especially against Vivo Key, that was close. Like, I'm expecting great things. It was way too long ago for me to be able to contextualize this for the viewers. So all I can say is, hopefully, whatever those mistakes were those months ago, we got a brand new reinvigorated Vikings that is ready to throw down.
I mean, of course, we don't know too much about what Vikings are going to do, but it looks like it's gone really well for Crazy Raccoon in terms of the map vetoes, at least.
Yeah, I would say this is a pretty even map veto for sure. I mean, given what we said already, right? Which was expect the unexpected, because we don't know what the heck is about to happen, right? We have seen the split map in the past, but I think one thing to note is that right away we are going to see whether Crazy Raccoons are going to continue to have these role problems where they don't really know where to put Munchkin, where to put Fisker on, and that entire time that's very difficult for them.
We're going to find out shortly. We're going to head into a break now, but don't go anywhere because Agent Select is on the way.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play.
It's been a long time since we've seen Team Vikings on stage, and they're ready right here to take on Crazy Raccoon. Well, both teams look cool, calm, and collected on stage, but Bala, this could turn into a bloodbath.
Yeah, it absolutely could. Whichever team comes out really strong in this opening game, which is so important in this group format, and their group specifically, that sets the tone for when we get down, when we get up to facing Gambit or later on in that qualifying match.
The good thing for Crazy Raccoons is they can set a precedence real quickly here with Vikings. Vikings is an unknown quantity. We've already referenced this before, but if they come in strong, maybe the little bit of tilt factor for Vikings could be the key for them early on in this series.
I think one important thing is that this is the easiest, most likely, opening match for Crazy Raccoons.
Yes.
The first time at Reykjavik, it was version 1. And we saw how strong they were at that tournament. And then Gambit. So you have to think that they're feeling really, really good about this matchup and should come out very confident.
I mean, if they learn anything from those opening matches, well, like you said before, not respecting your opponents too much, you know. Vikings, on their side, however, the amount of firepower they bring, the Brazilian playstyle, the way that you really can't anticipate what they're going to do on every single round.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see right away whether we can anticipate some of the old faults that Vikings has, and that was my point earlier about what types of agents are they going to pick. But for them, it's are they going to return to the same old Brazilian firepower form that they had in Masters 1 leading into Reykjavik?
Well, we're going to Prime Gaming Agent Select now, but Icebox is one of those maps, though, Jess, that you don't really have any room to be creative. There's a few comps that you just stick with.
I mean, I've already referenced the fact that Vikings already said they didn't bring a Sage last time, and they got smacked around as a result of it. Have they changed that up? The answer is yes. And they're bringing it on in. Okay.
Let's go, Munchkin a KO.
Okay, on Icebox, let's get it.
That is very exciting.
I love this.
We've seen this.
What?
We've seen this from version 1, actually,
Yes.
in the NALCU.
Yes.
And Zelsis really, really showed how strong it can be, especially on that attacking side, hitting the A site, which is definitely the favorable site to hit on Icebox, but throwing that knife over towards the screen to knock any Viper utility down right away so you can enter that site.
Just so people know, Munchkin usually, on Icebox specifically, will play either the Jet or the Reyna. So he's backing it up and he's going, I want to hit the KO for this time. I want to pass the Jet over to someone else. Someone else go kill and I'll support from behind.
I mean, we spoke about unpredictability. You can't prepare for that. You don't know he was going to do that. This is super exciting. But once again, I want to know who you guys are backing for the entire series. Crazy Raccoon or Team Vikings?
I would go Japanese Pride. I'm going Crazy Raccoons.
I like it. I'm going Crazy Raccoons too.
Okay.
Especially now after seeing the KO, because I thought that was going to be such a pivotal thing to have in your pocket going into this tournament, because it is a meta shift, right? Nobody was playing KO before. The patch kind of changes that up, and now we saw a bunch of different players. PTC, Zelsis, obviously we saw Zeppa as well on Cloud9 who's bringing it out. They've shown the strength of that agent, and he's here to stay.
But what do you do against it? How do you counter this?
I don't think there is a point in countering it, because you need to know before you get into that particular lobby and server that you're ready to go, and you're like, we're going up against the KO. They weren't prepared, I can guarantee it, and if they were, well, they haven't really read into it that much.
Well, we are ready to get into map 1, and here are two people with more sarcasm than hair. It's Tom Biz and Ryan Central.
I don't know about that one. I feel like we got so much sarcasm that no matter how much hair we actually had, there was going to be more sarcasm than hair. Of course, I am Tom Biz. Mitch, you're looking a little bit taller, balder, and more handsome. You doing well today, Ryan?
Less offensive, both to the ears and the eyes, yeah. I'm really excited for this. It was very sort of last minute, but this is a great series to start with.
Yeah.
It's not the big names that you sort of expect to do well in this tournament, but this is a fairly, I'm not going to say open group, but the fact that Crazy Raccoon, Vikings, and also Team Secret could go off to playoffs kind of shows that it's a great time for these regions, these teams to actually come in and sort of impress, especially Team Vikings, the dominant team of the start of the year. They could sort of bring back that reform, and I think their composition is what they look the strongest on, Double Duelist.
I would call this the group of opportunity. I think that's where I would go with this. We've got one clear favorite and a second spot that could go anyway. Either way, we're getting into our second match of Champions. And there's going to be that kickoff start coming out from Visca. He's already looking to get up in their faces, Ryan.
A lot of lineups is going to be important for that KO. Munchkin managed to flash Visca through, but it is a bit of a tell, and it's something that Sotekas is going to have a look at. Knows that he's going to be pushed a little bit more. It's sort of earning Vikings more of a push into that B site, and right now, Crazy Raccoon have to sort of give it up a little bit.
Looks like they're already setting up for some sort of retake, and well, it's not going well at all. They've lost a couple of duels straight off the bat. leaving just Bazzi and Ade
Spike
remaining.
planted.
Trying to...
Last player standing.
FRZ, he's not normally someone who plays this arena, so I was thinking maybe he'll be a little bit more passive, a little bit more calm in the way he kicks things off. Not at all. Just running straight at them, Ryan.
And it's a player that I think, for Vikings as a whole, like, they looked so good at the start of the year. They came into Reykjavik, kind of disappointed expectations to an extent, but then we went into a bit of a Sky meta, and I think that's why we saw stuff like Sassy playing Jet. It was trying to make sure that they had the best composition going. Sky was nerfed a couple of months ago now at this point, and I think you have that freedom, right? I think that's why we're seeing something like a KO on this map for Crazy Raccoons. You don't have to just play something like a Sky. There's a bit of a flex pick that you can go with, and both these teams trying to lean into their strengths.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is what we expect now from Brazilian Valorant, is those high firepower players, those individuals that can take over a round, and especially starting on the attack side of Icebox, Ryan. I feel like there's almost an opportunity here for Vikings just to flex their muscles a little bit.
Yeah, you'd hope so, at the very least. Like, they have that firepower. I think they have a really strong sort of back support line of Satekas and Sadak. They've had to adjust as well, changing over because Viper became meta. Who's the controller, who's the sentinel? Because you often have to change up, depending on your role on the team, who's playing Viper in that case. For now, it's just Crazy Raccoon holding onto that A site, getting the orb, picking it up to see if they can get that Resurrect online as soon as possible. But they're giving a bit of the ring around.
Oh, I like this. They actually leave FRZ as that lurker, and because he's heard the orb gone, chances are the opponents are going to rotate it away. You find all that control, you don't spot anybody on the other side, so they've just gone back. This is a round where you can expect Crazy Raccoon to take incredible amounts of risks, and well, for now, they're going to have to try and fight back with nothing and an afterplant.
It's just trying to make it as costly as possible for Crazy Raccoon on a round like this, but just losing that one player to take us. Viper Wall isn't really a factor here. It's over on the B side, put down fairly early to bait that rotate. And Sadak holding pretty close. And Munchkin now is making it more awkward for Vikings. They don't want to really lose that much. The round is pretty much confirmed to be Vikings, but you just don't know at this point now. It's got so costly.
Yeah, that's really not a bad round at all from Crazy Raccoon. Like, sure, it's converted in the end from Vikings, but ultimately, taking down 3 players, earning up a few ultimate orbs along the way, Ryan, I think they can be fairly content with that.
It's one of those cases now, I think, for Crazy Raccoon. Like, you've got that buy-up, you've sort of forced more weaponry on the side of Vikings, or actually, they're not really going to do it at all. It's more of just an eco than a bonus round at this point. They want to make sure that they go into round number 4 with that full amount of utility, the big weapons and stuff, and right now they're not really looking into it. It's the pause at the moment, so that's one of the reasons more likely.
I wonder if they might just be a bit patient. Like, it would be weird to just not invest anything. Yeah, they've got a moment or two. I imagine this will be more of a technical nature because we don't have anything actually coming up on the screen to tell us what's going on, but as said, like, I think that maybe we'll see a few weapons brought up. It would be a little bit of a ballsy call if they just go all in here.
Yeah, it's a good advantage to take if you're Crazy Raccoon, but it's whether you decide to try and really lead the line with it. You know, like, you don't want to lose too many players at this point, and I think both of these teams, one of the key things from watching them obviously in Reykjavik and Berlin, both these two teams were in at the start of Iceland, is just how much they can be clinical on the rounds that they should be winning, especially when it comes to economy. I think they're some of the lowest when it comes to losing against ecos, which is a real big concern, especially when you start off a round and a map like this.
All in at the moment from the Vikings. Every single player making their way over onto this A side. They've got the screen down to at least block off vision and allow them to get into that after plant once again. Now there's a few pieces of utility trying to fly through to deny them, but not really doing too much. They've got that elevated plant, and you know what, Ryan? They've been a pretty good spot. FRZ again. He's going to find that initial pick. Now Crazy Raccoon, as we saw mentioned, this is a bit of a bonus round they're facing off against, and GTN is trying to find something back here. The peek through, it's a little risky, but Fisker gets away with it, giving them a chance to try and fight back into this round. Realistically, with that afterplant still in play, they need somebody to find the kill. They've gone for the wall up. They've tried to start the defusal. It hasn't worked out at all, and they're slowly being picked apart, leaving it down to still a horrible situation left for Ade, and he just has to try and fade away here. No time left. It's a big round for Vikings. As I said, that was only a half investment, Ryan.
And it was the fact that Crazy Raccoon as well playing so purely retake. They're not going into a position where they're going to try and face aggressively on A. Like, you look at players like Asuna, for example, who who's always going to be on the high ground, the ropes, the jumping gym, to just preemptively shut down the attacker's aggression. No, that time, Crazy Raccoon were happy to give up the site and try and play retake. But even then, Munchkin, like, he threw out a 0 point, trying to catch anybody sort of on the cubby on the right-hand side of 410. Nobody was there. In fact, everybody from Vikings was getting into that post-plant position.
It also kind of looked like the wall was their play.
Yeah.
Like, the second that didn't work, it was like, oh, we kind of have to kill everyone now. Like, it hasn't gone well. So that's a rough start, especially when you come in on a purchase on your defensive rounds. Like, we know how difficult a lot of those can be to grind out. And Vikings, well, they didn't really invest much into that one. Now they have a full purchase.
Pretty much worked out perfectly. And you sort of sat there thinking that maybe, like, Crazy Raccoon, considering they were up on pistols, might get Vikings to sweat a little bit, but no, they've actually turned it into their favor.
They've got A again.
Yeah, it's just a retake simulator at this point, and especially with losing players like Adi so early on, it means that toxic screen isn't good for the retake, and at this point, GTN could just push ahead and take all of that aggression. It is against an eco, but we're 4 rounds into playing on LAN in a very important game for either side. That's sending a very important message.
Yeah, for sure. I actually quite like the fact that it seems even this early on, Vikings are starting to get maybe just a little bit disrespectful. Like, they're going, you know what? Okay, we've got advantages. We're going to take fights. We're going to push these boundaries and not allow Crazy Raccoon to actually set up for the retakes that they want.
Was that hubris, though, that caused issues for them in Reykjavik? I don't really think so. I mean, they lost to Sentinels and Team Liquid at that point. It's just, we haven't really seen them in this position only when they beat X10. And that was months ago. It's been 102 days since we've seen Vikings. Never mind going all the way back to Reykjavik way back then. Like, this is a concern for Crazy Raccoon because we saw them beat Havan in Berlin. So we know that they can sort of win on a stage and maybe upset some of the other regions like Brazil haven't really been performing at the top level. You don't expect them to sort of win champions necessarily, but you do expect like maybe one Brazilian team, especially one that was as dominant as Team Vikings at the start of the year, to make playoffs. Now there's a real possibility, and I think if we see like a swift 2-0 from Vikings here, I'm not saying that they're going to beat Gambit, but that's a lot of momentum to go in with.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we're looking at a team that I want them to get off to a strong start if they're going to be competitive in this tournament. But again, we're seeing these sort of initial slow defaults in some rounds and then just blast through takes. And it means that a lot of the time at this stage, Crazy Raccoon can't really take any risks in their setup. They're having to just play this sort of 2-1-2 just in case Vikings go just running into one of the sites.
Because you have that initiator with KO, you need to be the one taking that information more than anything, especially when you're playing up against double duelist. You have more intel to work with. You've got more utility to effectively scare Vikings away from these spots. And I think that you've got like GTN FRZ doing what you expect them to do. Just being boisterous, making noise. We're throwing a Leah here over onto A, and just that bit of utility. Nobody's faced. You can see just how much Crazy Raccoon is starting to lean towards that direction. And it's leaving Neff alone, and not going to be exploited anytime soon, but it's still like a very
think
scary
that knife
lead.
connected. That knife connected onto a couple of players. Look at the rotation from Crazy Raccoon. They've already brought back 3, even 4 members onto B. That one piece of utility has found so much for them, but it doesn't seem to matter. Still, both double entries come through, but the wall is broken. They're actually going to be able to get the res off, sort of. Did he actually get him up? No, he didn't. So he's died, and his teammate's probably going to die as well. The time may be ticking, but the afterplan likely to come through, and GTN just hitting absolutely everything. It's left onto Ade once again, Ryan. 1 versus 3, and he's not going to find anything on the cross. A decent rotation, a decent idea from Crazy Raccoon, but they're just getting out-aimed.
It's the fact that Ade wasn't even looking up at the high ground, not just why is he there kind of moments, really, more than anything. And GTN, you're looking a lot at him. He hasn't died yet at all.
No, he hasn't. And that's a scary thing when he's like your entry fragging jet. Like,
he's boosted on boxes. Like he's Evil Knievel at this point. Like it's not like he's playing passively.
I can understand the risk, but to throw down one singular smoke that you know only lasts a few seconds and just go, okay, I'm going to try and get this res off. I don't know. It seemed very risky for maybe something that wasn't completely necessary.
Now a play really needed to be made. I like the double push-up with the Blade Storm and the KO, but at this point, Vikings have really wanted to push on through. They sort of know that they're going to be up against the lesser buy at this point. So the Blade Storm is going to be known, and no, really. Fisker just wanted to try and push up, Blitzstorm being used up. GTN he's happy to see if he can get any more because the 7 KD isn't necessarily that bad at the start of this game.
We've also got an Empress popped in this round. I feel like he's just popped that just for the sake of it because they have every single ultimate online. It's one of those ones where, except maybe in clutch situations, it's not going to be something that FRZ is too bothered about using, and trying to make sure this round is as clear as possible. It's always going to be helpful. And well, Fisker's managed to find one. They also popped a Hunter's Fury. They are using a lot for a round that ultimately should be an easier one, and Neff has now snuck his way through as well. This has come back to one of the closest situations. He'll need to hit some more shots, and he's doing it with the pistol. It's left into a 1v1 scenario. The Sovas facing off each other, the other looking to try and clear out the doppelganger. Sassy's going to make his move to the side. He's actually already tagged down. So a shot from this Marshall could be enough to win the round for Bazzi, but he has to try and find him almost instantly. The timing, but he missed twice, but finally gets it through. Oh, just had a mini heart attack, Ryan. That should have been easier than that.
I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of that this series. It was an awkward moment up against the lower buy from Crazy Raccoon, and that's what I mean when it comes to both these teams. Timeout's being called from Crazy Raccoon. Understandable, really. There's a good opportunity here to fix some of the issues that they have. You sort of see the good look at what Vikings are trying to do.
Why have we shown that again?
Played a tournament so far, what do you mean?
I didn't even want to watch that the first time. I like that they're laughing it off. Just like, yeah, that was great.
Part of the plan.
But again, that was never the round that they realistically should have won. That was 2 ultimates popped for Vikings. That was a weak purchase for Crazy Raccoon. So I'm hoping that that's a springboard for them, Ryan.
And Vikings, maybe it sort of brings them back a little bit from being very aggressive, you know, wanting to try and get into those positions where it's like, we can get into the heads of this team here. Like, we're on stage, we were the dominant force in Brazil, and we still can be. And I think this map, this meta, this is the kind of compositions that they were playing towards the start of the year as well. So there's no hijinks here, and I think they're dealing with the KO pretty well. But I don't know how much realistically Munchin's been able to really put the new latest agent, at least in competitive, for its paces.
He had that decent knife that went over the top and managed to sort of catch them as they were rotating into B. They still didn't win the round though, even though they had the read correctly. And I think that's always almost the curse of the KO at this point, is if anybody picks KO, we watch them as if they've got to be the greatest player of all time. They've got to show that that agent is so worthwhile in comparison to everything else, where I don't know if that's ever going to be the case.
Or you have to like reinvent the wheel. I think you have good examples. Like this whole composition that Crazy Raccoon are running is what C9 have run in the past. Like Zeppo, probably going to see a bit of KO from him. And I think the big thing about that is that even if his utility isn't on mark, his aim is. And I think Munchkin, we're so used to seeing him be very aggressive, racking up the kills. He's been pulled back a little bit. Now that the op's online on his defense, though, it could be a bit of an issue for Vikings, considering they only have layers as flashes to clear.
Oh, he's going to go back for a little bit more, and in fact, gets Sudicast, but was it the worthwhile trade? Ended up in a 4v4 scenario. Removing the res could be costly, especially if they manage to actually convert this round, but in reality, again, it's going to be a slowdown from Vikings, and the defensive side, they've got themselves that Viper's Pit. So they feel like they've got the A site locked. In fact, there's going to be a mid-challenge now coming through for Vikings.
It's something that now Crazy Raccoon have to keep an eye on, because you have that Viper's Pit over still on A. It's whether there's utility available. There isn't an Aldrun available for Sassy anymore. The Recon that is available, but it's tricky to really unearth a Viper that's in this position. And now he's waiting for the Recon dice, hence why he's looking at the ground. He's expecting it to sort of fall into the lap, which could be a bit of an issue. I'm sure Jonas has various versions of how to clear this that Sassy might actually catch
he'll
him
see
out
their
with.
feet, right? Because he's put it high enough. I think he should have done, unless he hasn't put it on the top right boxes, but they've gone over him. I
Makes
feel
no
like he
difference
should have
if
been
he's
able to
looking at the
see.
ground.
Yeah, he was looking down, so I feel like he should have been able to see them. Instead, they've bypassed his Viper's Pit, and he's slowly being surrounded. This has gone completely wrong from Ade. I feel like he put it in the right spot. He's now almost stuck in no man's land, and they're starting to try and hump him. Somehow, though, he is still surviving, and they're just unable to clear. This has turned into just one man standing, and Sassy, he gives it a nice attempt, but it's not going to work out, and Crazy Raccoon will win the round. I feel like Vikings almost should have had that in the bag when they got past him, but just weren't able to clear him out.
It was good for Maddie to not panic in that situation.
Yeah.
I see a lot of Vipers use that time to take a peek to see what they can find, but they just hold that ground. At least allows more of a retake, and that's really the success from Crazy Raccoon to an extent, or at least what they see is their win condition, right? Because they've been very passive on this A site for the most part. It was just one of those moments where Fisker gets that first kill.
Twice.
Yeah. But the trade on that, it just opens up so much space that then Fisker, Bazzi needs to find. Like, he needs to sort of play around that mid spot in elbow, and then he gets caught out, and Addy's sort of isolated left on his own in A.
Yeah, the Warriors as well, that seems like another round that I don't know if they'll be able to recreate, especially if they don't have themselves a Viper's Pit, because they relied on him quite a lot. Now, there's a deep screen for them to actually take control over on that A site. Some pressure looking to be put through. It will set up Fisker as well to try and have an angle. And again, we're going to see this deep wall placed. They've done this in back-to-back rounds to try and garner a little bit more control, but also the ultimate orb.
0 point connects, but I only think it connects onto one. Yeah, just GTN spotted in that position where you see so many Jets playing from. It's the Durka special. So the fact that there's more players stacked up there that haven't had their position revealed is pretty nice. It might force a bit more utility out of Bazzi, but he's already used the Aldrin and the Recon Dart. Fisker just holding on, posted up with the operator. FRZ isn't really able to get that much done here.
Yeah, this has become a problem. That's multiple rounds where I feel like Fisker has been able to find that initial pick, and since then, Vikings haven't looked quite as strong. Net as well, just remaining in this angle. The fragment will deny them that extra space. They've got to clear him out, but they do. Turning it back into a 3v3 scenario, a likely afterplant, unless Bazzi does something pretty risky. He's actually just going to swing it. There was nobody watching the wall. They just allowed him to go all the way out and kill off the planter. Turning this into a 3v2 situation, leaving that retake at a much more likely stance and even starting to break their way through the rule. I think Sassy knows it. They need to get a little bit more aggressive here. They need to pick off one of these players, and instead, it's left all onto GTN. A 1 versus 3 scenario, but he swings a little bit too wide. Tagged down to just 65. He's got to try and go up above. He needs to win one of these duels, and he brings it damn close. But it will be Crazy Raccoon with 3 back-to-back.
I think some of these rounds should be a little more straightforward, to say the very least.
Yeah.
Crazy Raccoon to get the first kill on A. They sort of know at that point the Vikings are going to usher, maybe up the tempo towards B. Just keep away from that operator, because if FRZ goes down, it's very difficult to fight that just head on. Especially knowing that Fisker likes to re-peaks, and he can do that with a good amount of success. It's just the fact that you want Crazy Raccoon to just be a bit more clinical with how they're finishing rounds. You can say the same for Vikings. There's not really, I don't think there's going to be many Prime Gaming flawlesses, this map especially, just because a lot of these times there's no clinical aspect of it. Trades are allowed, and it was even surprising that Vikings made it that close in the end, because they really shouldn't have.
Got ults on either side. That has not gone great for Fisker. This is incredibly aggressive in their push-up. Both teams with a weaker buy, but it has somewhat worked out. They've come out with a positive trade. GTN, though, has used this time to garner a lot of space. He's even going to hear them tapping. A chance for both, and he will get them as well, leaving Ade alone with an operator in a 1v2.
Caught in Aldron as well. It's just not expecting that. A couple of those instances now that we've seen mid just being exploited. The Sage Wall also being used. Ade now, well, they have a rough idea where it can come from. And it's either side. They're playing very far off of this. I mean, if they've got any post-plant utility at all.
Just bait.
Yeah, it must be. It doesn't really, like, if depending on what side Addy comes from, it doesn't stop him from doing either of the two options, really. That's just the only bit of util that's available there, just a slow orb to stop him, to spray.
Yeah, I'm very confident that he's not on it. Got their lineup. All the 9 have been spammed. He's just sticking this defusal, and thankfully, Sadak will eventually get that spam through. Again, though, I think I agree with you. Like, the amount of space while things are going on, that it almost looks like Crazy Raccoon just forget about a little bit.
Yeah, they're just a bit certainly focusing towards A, because that's where they struggled. It was a really good tack timeout that came in from Crazy Raccoon, because ever since, obviously they've had that operator on board a bit more. This really shouldn't be happening, especially now that we've had a tack timeout already for Crazy Raccoon this half. Third time's a charm at this point. If it happens again, there's a lot of problems going on board. Ultimates are good, though. Munchkin with the null command might just want to try and force and face up. especially on a lower buy, if they can just bring some of that utility out. It's more just finding if there's any semblance of what Vikings want to do, because there's not really been that many fast hits. You can't really do that towards B, but Fiska's attention has been brought in. The issue is that that place has been used a couple of times from Crazy Raccoon, and I can't imagine Vikings don't clear it.
The other thing as well is I do think the Vikings have realized that if they put pressure on B in the early round, the A site becomes quite vulnerable quite quickly. Like, there are some heavy rotations coming through from Crazy Raccoon, and again, it leaves a lot of the pressure onto Addy. Now, in a round like this, I really don't mind them taking these sort of risks, like making those rotations back and trying to stack up one of the sites, because realistically, you're not going to win this round or even do damage in this round in any other way. But it does mean, for the umpteenth time this game, we've got an after farm on the A site for Vikings.
Interesting what they use now, especially now that Munchkin's able to get one kill. If he can get another, he can't. Stardock's just watching, the peak gets wider and wider. And this is, again, Vikings having that big advantage. They have the economy, they have an open A site, which is where they've been most successful. They're still losing 2 players to lower guns, and even more now, the Bazzi's managed to get the Vandal in hand.
I don't know that if there's anything that Sutekas can even do here. He's being blocked off, so he can't actually swing, and he's hoping to try and find something off the wallbang, but he gets absolutely nothing. That was probably the lowest buy that we've actually seen come out of Crazy Raccoon, and they managed to win it, take 2 rifles with them, and come through with a 4th round.
It's all over the place for either side, really. Vikings, the confidence is there going for those A hits, and the retakes are now starting to work better and better. There is a round, though, that really shouldn't have gone the way of Crazy Raccoon, but it's just good adaptation. The improvisational skills are at least there to try and do some serious damage there. Now that they still have those ultimates coming online, the Hunter's Fury as well coming in with the res, Vikings, they were ahead a good margin. I think it was 5-0. You see there at the bottom of the screen. Now they could go into halftime, even on score. All been retakes.
It's a weird one. I feel like Crazy Raccoon have almost just started, well, for the majority, in fact, of the game, just playing the retake on the A site. I don't think it's been the prettiest style of playing. And I think, actually, it's a weird thing to say, but I think both teams, in terms of ultimate usage, have actually been really underwhelming. Like, I can't think of one ultimate other than the Blade Storm that has actually had major impact in any of these rounds.
Viper's Pit on the defense
That's
for
true.
all of the wrong reasons, I guess. You know, it's... I want to see, like, a strong null command really put the paces on the Team Vikings, because I think the big thing that the desk mentioned is this is a team that has been slow to adapt to metas. I think they're lucky here because the meta's a bit more free to play what you want, so they go back to a composition that we've really seen throughout the year.
As well. I feel like we don't learn much from a meta standpoint when you're going onto a game of Icebox, when you can still play double duelists and the other 3 agents are pretty much a lock on every single team.
The fact that Haven's the second map as well just adds on to that. Like, just talking about this age before as a pick. You see a lot of teams move away, but you can play it if you want to. Now, I'm curious on what the talk has been.
Look at the defenders.
Yeah.
They're in the spawn. They might have even seen the spike. There is 4 players pushing up on A. They have got spike control. And the Vikings have no idea. They have no clue. They are just currently holding on to this. Sassy's like, yeah, I've got one. I've used my Hunter's Fury. I've got that. He's just... He's just walked away with the spike! What?
And they start there going, we still have spike. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Never mind. Everybody push up.
There is no way that's just happened. I actually am in disbelief of what we just witnessed. They had 4 players watching the spike, and then Sassy just walked them around. And that one just walked away. Oh my goodness, what is going on?
It's not. You hear the idiom a lot in casting, like 2 ships passing in the night. That was like 6 ships, all getting past each other with a Viper's Pit used. That huge advantage the Crazy Raccoons started the round with. They lost a player early on. Vikings will have no idea how they were able to win this round and how they could have lost it, but now it's getting scrumbly yet again from Fiska.
This shouldn't have been close, but it's starting to. He's been tagged with a drone. That will actually remove the Viper's Pit. You wanted that null commanders come through, turning things into this 2v2 scenario, but the spike is ticking. They need to get a move on if they're going to stand a chance in this round, and you can already see the positioning is solid, but already one gets cleared off. They're just sticking this all the way through. He needs to deny it, and somehow Crazy Raccoon still managed to win the round. It looked like it had gone completely wrong, and as you said, Vikings will be none the wiser as to what just happened.
There's very few words as how to describe this as well. Just like Munchkin deciding to use
Who's
that
on
null
Telestrator
command.
for this one? They need to be that. I want to see that round, but because I think Sue's just mounted Sean. So if Sean's not breaking down that round, because I'm having a breakdown from watching that round.
It's fantastic Valorant, isn't it? It's the best kind, especially on day one. Like you want to.
I can't believe that.
The earlier you get those kind of nervous plays out the window, the better. And I wish I could be a fly on the wall for both the VOD reviews for either team on this map.
Entertainment. There we go. That was pure entertainment. And as said, Vikings will have no idea that has just happened. Sassy, none the wiser that he managed to just steal that spike away. This round, though, back in. A fairly important one for Vikings. As you mentioned, they were 5-0 up. This is now looking like a very solid half for Crazy Raccoon.
And ultimates have to be used. Round 12. Resurrect for either side. And Neff now could bait it out a little bit. Stekas dying such a deep spot. Really, the Resurrect is not going to be used on him on the side of Vikings, this side at least. Fisker actually peeking out. Sadak catches onto him. And now this is a dangerous spot for Munchkin, and he's looking around, still manages to connect when he needs to. The mechanical skill is still there. Fragment's going to try and delay despite being planted, but he goes off the site, and it's just really crushing Vikings into a spot. They're holding on. Neff picking up the operator, now using it himself from Fisker's corpse.
Silence.
Sassy holding closer.
It's starting to look workable. The problem is the spike still isn't on the ground. They need to put this into place. The pop flash, he blinded himself. Munchkin, but it doesn't matter. There's 15 seconds. It's all down to the attackers to try and make a move here. They've managed to clear out Munchkin already. Looking to try and swing in onto Buzzy, but I don't think there's going to be any chance for them here. Spike dropped onto the ground, and Sassy, it's an impossible task, or at least it seems, and Ade plays it to perfection. It is going to be the return of Crazy Raccoon as we end up 6-6 in the half. Probably not as clean as they would have liked, you know, Ryan? Probably not what we would have liked to see. And I believe we're now going to give this one over to the desk, at least in a moment, for them to kind of tell us what they think of this one.
I cannot wait.
Thank you very much, guys. I cannot wait to see what Jess and Bala make of that one as well, because it felt like nothing made sense. Like they were winning rounds they weren't supposed to win. They were losing rounds they weren't supposed to lose. It had literally everything in that game.
Literally 2 moments that you're scratching your head wondering, oh, that should not have worked. First off, the rope over the Viper's pit, and you're like, oh, this should be an easy plant. They should be able to clear out the pit and then win the round. That's Vikings winning the round. And then Crazy Raccoons, Ade holds on to it. Then there's the spike. They're like, you just, a thief in the night takes the spike, runs away. They're like, oh, okay, I thought it was there, but I guess not. And then they still win that round because they have to force Vikings to commit to an interesting play. So, yeah, it doesn't make sense on the surface, but when you actually think about it, they always put themselves in a pinch. And that's the difficulty with Icebox.
I am rather breathless and breathtaken by that, and probably not in the best of ways, because it was a little bit of a scrappy affair over on Icebox, unfortunately. I think when you come into an international competition like this, for both of these teams, let's put it on both of these teams right now, and you're coming into your very first map, it's okay to be scrappy. It's okay to start off a little bit slow, and Crazy Raccoons needed that timeout to shift that gear into them even getting a 6-6 half here. So for both of these teams, the nerves should be out of the door now, but I want to see a little bit more firm control.
Well, I think definitely Crazy Raccoon is on the verge of breaking through those nerves because, for example, Fisker started off that game really slow. He was missing a bunch of his knives. He missed a bunch on the pistol round, and all of a sudden he picked up that operator, started peeking down mid, and he just started finding form. Right, he found so many first frags in that entire engagement down mid. How many times he did that? That really snowballed.
I mean, really quickly before we hand this back, what did you make of the KO?
It was all right. One of the things was that, like, they were landing the 0 point. He was landing that knife and getting information, but the problem was that it was always in inopportune time, right? You can't take advantage of it. And sometimes, too, it was being stacked with the recon dart. And that is, like, no good for that informational utility. You want to use it on both sides of the map, so definitely not the best, but also not the worst.
Yeah, I think we didn't see a lot of impact from a lot of utility. We barely, and I know the casters pointed it out, we barely saw utility usage that was impactful almost at all from either of the teams. I saw some of those Sage barriers go up and it looked like Tetris on my screen. I mean, some of this utility usage is not working in cohesion with each other, but let us not doubt the fact that Vikings started off really strong, and we asked the question, we begged the question, have they changed, have they learned? I'm going to say, at least for now, it looks like yes.
I mean, this has been so entertaining, though. I just want to see more.
Yeah, it has. It definitely has.
Yeah, we're about to see more because we're going to head back into the game with Tom and Ryan.
Oh, thank you very much, Sue. You know, it has been entertaining. I will say I think my mental health has taken a little bit of a knock from one or two of the rounds that we've just witnessed. But
I think I'm ready to go back into quarantine for 3 days.
The desk is calling you. You're just like, I can just sit. I don't have to talk about this. But we're straight in. Going into the pistol round. Already orb taken by Sadak. Now, we expect this map to favor a little bit that attack side, right, Ryan? So the comeback from Crazy Raccoon, pretty big deal.
And this is a map that, if you cast your minds back to Berlin, we did see Gambit struggling a little bit on this map. It's not like Crazy Raccoon won it, but it did go to overtime in that case. So that's a pretty good testament in itself. And Munchkin, you want to see him come online as well, whether it's the utility, the firepower, finds an opening, traded out from Sassy, and we might be looking at a retake on A yet again.
It is looking like it. Now the spike yet to be planted, just waiting maybe for a little bit of extra aggression, trying to make sure there's no space lost as they get themselves into those afterplant positions, although not really much utility to use in the afterplants. It's just going to come down to the firefights, but luckily for Crazy Raccoon, they're winning all of them. It is GTN and Sassy, probably the two players you'd want in this sort of clutch scenario, but I feel like they need a miracle, Ryan.
Sassy now trying to lead the line. GTN with the Sheriff couldn't find the kills, and then suddenly maybe Sassy's found a bit more than he bargained for. Nev, pivotal to that round, going well. The Sage roll was good, but I also really like the Crazy Raccoon, like you said, held off from planting. It forced out Sassy's shock darts. There's a nice lineup you can get to onto that default spot. They just waited out that util from Vikings, planted, and really from that point, Team Vikings couldn't even look onto the site.
Yeah, now, of course, this round, not really expecting too much to come through from Vikings. Didn't even really manage many, if any, kills, so they're not going to have any ultimates. They're close to being online, and you're not really going to have the chance to fight back here from Crazy Raccoon.
That's another thing as well, like the fact that the first play that we saw on this defensive side from Vikings is getting the orb to get res online. Usually you see a lot of Vipers try and get the orbs over on A to get that Viper's pit online as soon as possible. The fact that we really need reses doesn't scream much confidence. Like, we want to make sure that we have that backup.
Yeah, like that's normally the goal. You want that Blade Storm as early as possible, so if you get yourself the bonus round, it's a little bit more likely that you can take it home. Again, though, just a slow-paced execution straight in for the side of Crazy Raccoon, and it is going to have to be a retake. Now, the likelihood of winning this one, slim to none.
Fisker just going to hold that line more than anything. Flash is nice. Nobody from Vikings is really wanting to face that aggressively, and suddenly Fisker's outnumbered, forced to use the dash, going through this Viper's toxic screen.
He suppressed all of them.
All of them.
Every single one. All the players can't use utility. Obviously, at eco rounds, there's not going to be a massive amount anyway, so I don't think it's going to be a game changer. But I like this. They're being fairly proactive, though, facing into some of these pistols, and sure, they are slowly cleaning themselves up the frags, but they have to be a little bit careful here. Eventually, Munchkin will close it, and they will retrieve themselves the Guardian as well.
Yet to see a Prime Gaming flawless as well.
Day going to be counting it.
Day 83.
You're making sure that they get their shout-outs anyway by just being like, you know, I'll keep saying it even if they don't get themselves the rounds.
I mean, yeah, we saw. I feel like we saw a lot of it in the last series, so it kind of like counteracts it a little bit. It's just been. I even like that Crazy Raccoon are just constantly sort of pushing on towards the aggressive point of yellow, in and out of the toxic screen. Really, you could tell the Vikings didn't feel comfortable to take any space from the back of Snowman to the back of the B site. Everything was a bit scared just because they didn't have guns, they didn't have utility for a section of it as well. Now they have that advantage. Bigger guns, better stuff. They're trying to face a little bit more on A. 0 Point's not really going to find all that much. The recon doubt the Eldra and actually just show where FRZ is. He's not bothered actually. He's stepping aggressively, and the shock dart I think narrowly misses it.
Still, they're going to get the opener. They need to clear this angle because the wall has not really covered them off at all. He has been spotted. That last bullet just takes it clean off. Neth is gone. Spike is on the ground. So the the attackers here, this becomes a very awkward scenario. We've had the ultimate thrown in as well from Munchkin, so definitely a bit more costly than maybe they would have liked. And there was some decent investment into this one, into rifles as well. Yeah, I don't really blame them. I don't think you want that man getting back up, although I'm certain they'll hear it if that's the case. And, wow, it's now left into a 2 versus 3 scenario. Of course, it is still somewhat of a bonus round for Crazy Raccoon, but I think winning this is starting to look difficult unless some mistakes are made. And well, Ade, he's at least trying to bring something home here, but Sassy will be there to close it out.
Yeah, just good hold from Vikings. FRZ doing a lot of work. It's in a position where you typically expect the Reyna. One of the reasons why Munchkin pulled out that null command, the ultimate, suppressing the dismiss from the Reyna. Didn't really matter in the end. FRZ was in such a tight angle with that Sage Wall. It didn't matter. Like, there was nobody that could chase up, could trade. And just a little bit of fear coming in again. Like, this is interesting, though. The fact that it's meant to be a bonus round, that this is meant to be a full buy from Crazy Raccoon, they're effectively eco-in this.
Yeah, they lost 2 players in the round prior, but also I'm pretty certain that Munchkin bought up a rifle in that round to try and use it alongside his null command.
Like snowball it, yeah.
Yeah, they wanted to try and use him as a hero. Instead, it's kind of ended up with them losing out on a bonus round. This is a chance for Vikings to basically just farm up some extra cash. They've got Blade Storm available as well. I would be surprised if they use it in this round unless it's just somewhat of a flex, because they will now have realized that there's not actually that much invested in for the other side.
It's a nice angle. It's these moments that need to really work out, and it does for Sadak, just playing from aggressive spots. And in the fights, they're probably a little bit surprised as well. Wait, why are they using Sheriffs? We'll take it though, and then on the cards, finally now we get that Prime game in Flawless. And one thing I wanted to say before, whoever gets it first, I think that's going to be a big deal. But I also feel that this series has triple overtime written all over it, because of course it does. Put it out to the universe.
We've got another game after this, right? You know, some of us will want to sleep tonight. It's only day 1. We got plenty. Let's not try and, we don't want to be here forever. But yeah, I think a big round for Vikings as well, because that earned up some ultimates. So I said the Blade Storm was picked up at the beginning, but you've also got the Hunter's Fury. And in a round where you now know that your opponents are coming in with a big purchase, that's where you want to have those ultimates to just tip the round into your favor and potentially send Crazy Raccoon back to an eco round.
FRZ wanted to play aggressively, gets caught at a 0 point. Foster back out, and it's a nice exploitation of space, but Vikings are so aware of it. It's a nice flash in to bring Fisker into the fold, and there might be another one to bring on through. More good Sova utility! And the wallbang is great to just take Fisker out. The Resurrect forced to be used, and right now it's fish in a barrel, and great for Hunter's Fury.
They even had a slow as well, just to make it. I think that was actually, that might have been the attacker slow to try and hold them back a little bit. So I think that's gone pretty badly wrong, and Sassy has caused them some real pain in this round, not only getting the opener through the back of the wall, but this now becomes quite awkward. A minute gone on the clock. For the attackers, they're now trying to make their way into the B side. The screen will probably give things away, but there are a couple of players here ready and waiting.
He has the right idea, though. Munchkin's low, just a body shot would take him down, and he's played from the position that was being sprayed. FRZ maybe feeling a bit guilty. All of that play that we just saw was off the back of him being caught from that 0 point. Now he just wants to sort of push up Sadak as well, wanting to strong arm these higher points, get some form of intel, and that close hold actually coming in from Fisker. It's going to eventually get punished from FRZ once he gets a glimpse.
Yeah, they're running out of time. 15 seconds. Spike not planted. They need to make their way to the side. I think this comes into a save. If not, it's going to be so much they need to try and achieve. But Munchkin coming in on the flank could be the difference maker. The spam through, the spinning to try and get the plant down has failed miserably. And while that clock was just far too low, Vikings, they win the round out. They get rid of the res. And now Crazy Raccoon, well, I wouldn't say it's an eco. It's going to be a sort of a mix buy and probably a Blade Storm. But it's not going to be a pretty scenario, let's put it that way.
You never know at this point. I think, yeah, I like the idea from Crazy Raccoon to try and push through, to take that space, and Sassy is just that kind of player, like the streetwise of it, to sort of bring out this play in the moment. Crazy Raccoon backed into that spot. I think you can tell that me and you are big fans of Sassy for not only his play of Sova.
Yeah, that's what I've been told that many times by chat. I'm sure right now there are probably thousands of He Is Bald spams currently going through the chat. He's also having one hell of a game. At the same time, the rifle actually peeks through the screen. It gives an easy kill for Addy to start things off, and off the back of it, they're actually going to start rotating back. Now, they do have to be a little bit careful, because the man they're up against is GTN, and well, talking about players having a solid game, he is definitely one of them. Dash out, easy clear, going to try and wait for some support to come back through, and well, it's the Knives of Fisker that look to try and clear him out, but instead, it looks like they're just going to play for this retake at this point.
Is the spike actually going to try and be contested at this point? No, but there's a little bit of space behind. GTN is constantly trying to push. That's a lot of space that he could take as well towards yellow, and Fisker now gets the kill down to 20 HP. He's the one holding here. The utility and the rest of the team is starting to follow through in the end. Vikings have done well to just keep Crazy Raccoon at bay here.
Yeah, the rotation's still not through yet from FRZ, but it might not matter. Sassy, he's almost just doing this all on his own. A one-man retake to try and close things out. Bazzi lands the shot, but Sassy is there. He's having a worldie of a game. 3 kills in this round to give them their 10th. We talk about this man on the Sova. It was highlighted on the desk. He's one of those players that, even from a very long time ago, we're expecting him still to perform. And he has. I think the scoreboard kind of tells the story on its own.
Yeah, it's also just a player that you can rely on, has a lot of experience in esports in general, right? He's got a career across different types of games.
9 FPS.
Yeah, right? And I think the biggest issue for Team Vikings was, what role is Sassy best on? And he played a bit of Jet. They were trying to work out what seemed to fit him, and just letting GTN, FRZ beat those duelists, find their own kills. I think the fact that GTN was pushed all the way at B main and Addy was still reloading, not expecting it, that's a concern, because these are two very high-lining, aggressive duelists. They're going to try and face you. And the fact that Sadak has been doing the same thing and is going to try to now. Sage Wall going to be chipped away at the very least. GTN's up.
That is a nice shot.
Clean.
FRZ wants to try and bring this back. Someone swings into the angle. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets one for free and then just backs away. Still has the dismiss. Empress available if he so desires it. This is a pretty heavy rotation coming through at the moment. Now they've used the orb to actually get the res online. So that's why we're seeing Sadak rotate all the way around, because their plan at least is to try and bring back GTN.
I mean, it's more just a toxic screen being placed down very early on A. Crazy Raccoon finding a lot of space towards B at the very least. Munchkin's just gone walkabouts. If you can find it up in sight, it's being loosely watched. You can sort of hear the firing coming in. I think Sadak has spotted him, and at this position, FRZ is ready to catch the rotations. That dismiss coming in. The playoff from Sadak is nice, and because the buy is so much better from Vikings, it's just training bots at this point. But actually, never mind. Munchkin took offense to it.
What was that shot? Completely blinded by the Lear, but still manages to connect nonetheless. 11 to 8. I actually really like the gamble rotation there. So as said, I think the initial plan was to try and get the res. When they realized the position of him, it was like, you know what, I'm not going to take that risk anymore. Well, there's only 2 agents that's ever going to work on, and well, Reyna is one of them. So he manages to escape, and then he has Sadak to support him, and just a really well recovered round from Vikings, from one that was looking incredibly shaky after that early pick.
I'm surprised that Munchkin's 20 and 15 in this series as well. Like, mechanical duelists are there to support off. The Viper's Pit is going to be used. GTN just watching off of it. Interesting that they've stacked both those kind of players in the same spot, actually. But it's still working out. FRC's push. He's going to deal now that he has the whole squad heading his direction. He has that dismiss, but that's a lot of ground to cover. Bazzi's just ahead of everybody else. There's no trade. Nobody's even ready to sort of peek and follow through.
Yeah.
The fact that Crazy Raccoon are not expecting these kind of plays is a problem, because that is just... If you're up against Arena, expect that.
Especially when you've just looked at the rest of the round. Like, they've got Viper's Pit on one spot. They've got a wall blocking the other spot. There's only one other place that players can realistically be, and it's aggressive on A. Now, this null point, again, will come through. Will reduce the ability for their opponent's abilities, and they're actually going to use the Viper's Pit. There's already a lot invested into this round. I don't know how much of a counter there's going to be here from Vikings.
Might just be a case of wait. The tippy toes are going to be seen on that one. GTN, that's a nice kill onto Munchkin from distance. There's no supporting utility there, but there wasn't much left from Munchkin at the end of the day either. Sassy now trying to push on through. Neff is holding that line. Just in this meander of different smokes, he's looking to ace it.
This is a big round from Neth. He's managed to find the timing twice to pull off multiple double kills, and it's left all onto Sudakas, and he's just looking for exits. He's trying to kill them all off as they try and exit the site, and the fact is Fisker is dead here. There should be no way that he manages to escape, and no. So it's a round that's won by Crazy Raccoon. Well, it's a round that's won by Neth. But they lose every single player and they use multiple ultimates. So again, I'm talking about rounds that they can recreate. I don't think that's one of them.
It's great to have that ability, but you have to have the protocols in place. It's just, yeah, if you're in that position where you can get the plant in, you've got a nice ultimate with the Viper's Pit. So take us positions like this, Addy's just not expecting him in this spot. Decision making has been sharp in some rounds, questionable in the others, especially when things start to hit the fan just a little bit more. Sassy trying to see if he can catch players in the slow.
Nice combo.
You see a lot of those combos with the Viper, the snake bites as well, right? So it's just something that's really going to temper Crazy Raccoon, at least to begin with. Yet again, FRZ pushed up on A. Has the toxic screen at least to help him out if he needs to disengage. He's not pushing past it. Because you have 3 players over from Vikings. They're happy to hold on to this site, and it's not been that bad on the defense.
You have so much information. Why wouldn't they gamble players at this point? They've already managed to find out that there's nobody pushing on A. Now Munchkin able to take that shot. Okay, GTN. That was dirty. That was a nice shot. The res is coming through on the other side. Sassy, no way he manages to get away with that. And the best thing is, he's also got his ultimate. The spam coming through isn't going to find anything, but he instead will be able to pop that Hunter's Fury and clear out Neth, bringing this round back from the fray. Turning it into a 5 versus 3 now. This duel could be everything. Now the patience of FRZ actually means he's going to get the kill for free. He picks off Munchkin, and although there's afterparent utility coming through, it doesn't look like it's worked at all, unless that was some counter utility that had been thrown out. It hasn't denied them, and Ade realizes there's nothing he can do at this point. He's just hoping the snake bites can do something for him here, but Vikings are going to pull through the round again.
FRZ, just that first kill, playing passively, playing off. Really wasn't expected to be pushed there, but it just buys so much time for the rest of Vikings. And it's these kind of like major macro plays of the map that are working out. Just, all right, we can push FRZ up on A. Is there nobody there in the first 10 to 15 seconds? They're probably leaning towards B at this very point. GTN, just the op as well, now starting to come online. The composure from Sassy's been the difference here.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of players in most of the scenarios he's been in would just panic. But I feel like you're seeing the experience he has within the server of just like, okay, I've narrowly escaped death, but I'm already thinking about what I'm going to be doing next. And that's the most important thing for them here. And, well, if GTN's going to land all the shots they're given, FRZ, I think, has stopped overextending, which I think was one of the issues we saw in the first half when things started to go a bit wrong, was he was trying to take the map into his own hands. Now he's acting as that lurk player, as that player that's going to just be in your back and be an irritation. And his timing on that flank was perfect, because it destroyed every plan they had.
Yeah, and we're now seeing the timeout on the side of Crazy Raccoon. The last one worked out very, very well, and they were attacking. Managed to turn it around in a position where Vikings were looking at dominant force. Like, this series feels like, this map even just feels like it's been going for hours at this point, because we've had various different arcs at this point. Like Vikings starting off strong, and Crazy Raccoon coming back into it, and a bit of a trade, and then just the difference of experience. I feel Sassy just being that integral role to allow GT and FRZ to do what they need to do. They've felt a bit more comfortable on the defense, being able to push up and really not get punished at all.
I think that's been the issue. I feel like Crazy Raccoon have a plan at the beginning of the round. They all look to opt into that plan, and they haven't left anybody to sort of catch the stragglers that are there for Vikings. I think they've got away with something that I think other teams would punish. And I'm not sure that, like, going forward into even the next map, if you can allow a lurker on a map like Haven, you've lost already. Like, that's game over. So I'm even just thinking forward for Crazy Raccoon, that considering this is their map choice, there have been clear problems already.
I even think just this kind of toxic screen is a lot more aggressive. It's not a, we're just going to put it horizontally on the defense and play retake. This is, we're going to try and contest for space a little bit more. That's why Crazy Raccoon are taking this slow. Maybe that was one of the things that they spoke about. And they're baiting out utility again. That's the nice thing. Like, Aldron already been used. It's sort of given up some information to Munchkin. Don't know how many other players they saw. The problem is that the operator on B is pretty much looking in. It sees nothing. All of the information the Vikings need is there.
Also, the buy from Crazy Raccoon stinks. So they're going to need someone to be a hero. Luckily, Fisker might have just done that. He goes swinging. Sudakas is there for the trade, and they don't know that Sassy is here. He's still just hiding in the back lines. This time they are watching for the flank. The problem, though, is that there's 3 players currently stacked within the A site. The faster rotation from the Vikings leaves this as a very tough spot, and in fact, they're not ready for these swing peaks. If anything, at this stage, I feel like Crazy Raccoon have to back off.
Might not even be given that opportunity. Stegas is still holding on to this high ground. This toxic screen is just doing what they want it to do. It's forcing Crazy Raccoon into these positions, but now it's no longer going to be a factor at this point. 2 versus 3 now. Resurrect is available for Neff, but this close hold from Vikings, actually, never mind. They think it's another site. They're moving away.
There's so little time left, though. The second they hear this, there's going to be a rotation. I am very surprised that Neth is currently holding the Stinger. Like, this is not the gun that you want to be having. And Ade going down, he now has to pull off maybe the greatest clutch you've ever seen with this weapon. I know Lothar might have a smile if he starts going for a few little burst plays, but I think the chances of that are slim to none. Hits the dink on the first. There are actually some tacked players. There is absolutely no way, and Sassy is going to clear him out before that gets too dangerous. Vikings are going to take themselves the first map, their opponent's choice, and go on to their choice in the next.
It's a great return to form. This is what you wanted to see, the hype around Team Vikings going into Reykjavik. Ever since then, it's been off a cliff. They didn't even make Berlin. They got knocked out from the playoffs from Havan Liberty and Viva Key, the 2 teams that ended up going to Berlin in their stead. So this is a great response. The problem is we haven't really seen an adjustment and a change. It's more of what we saw from Team Vikings, but working in a much more focused capacity. They're not going off the wall with like a KO, for example. It's, we know what we're best at, we know what we're comfortable on. We'll just focus on that and make sure that our protocols are stronger. Was it comprehensive? Not really, but it did the job, and I think that's a huge thing for this first map.
Yeah, I think as well that one of the things that I'm happy about, at least, is that we're starting to see some clearer roles coming through for the side of Vikings. Like, they put the players where I want to see them played, rather than, hey, we're going to throw in an Omen on nice. Like, I don't need to see those wild cards. Like, I think they've got the players. There's a reason that this roster is stuck together for such a long time. So on the other side of things, I am now starting to worry a little bit, because it looks like Crazy Raccoon, they tried to go out of the box. The idea from them definitely wasn't too much of a bad one. It's, again, just like execution, like sometimes silly mistakes, sometimes whatever that was. And I'm getting flashbacks to what we saw in some of their opening matches last time, where, okay, sure, they haven't like switched their jet to play a Sky for the day, but I didn't necessarily see the impact from KO. And I'm still seeing those sloppy mistakes.
And also, like, Munchkin still got a lot of kills in the end. Like, if you put him on a duelist, for example, would that have been better? Would that utility have been better placed? Because it really did feel it. I think it was just the abilities that was the difference for the most part. And I think as the series and the map went on, those sort of scrappy moments were just held a bit better from Vikings. Like you sort of mentioned, like Sassy just being composed enough to get res and not be killed by Hunter's Fury.
And not panic.
Dedicated to taking him out and trading it, and then using a Hunter's Fury himself and still getting a kill. I think that round, especially when we saw Crazy Raccoon pushing through to Kitchen, getting stuck there, and get wallbang from Sassy, I think that was the point where the mental had just gone, because Vikings had control at that point.
I think as well, just to see Sassy back on form, it's good. Like, it's one of those things where, realistically, I think we've always expected him to be one of those sort of world-class players that can